Whenever you are trying to reach for glory, you can't have a plan B. You want to know why? It does nothing but distract you. And not only that, it's going to make you go at it half-ass, and it's just not the way to go, is it? Well, guess what? We're going to talk about Tom Aspinall's dad and the reason why he didn't have a plan B when he decided he was going to put all his eggs in one basket to try and reach for heavyweight glory in something that he's recognized in his son early on. Now, obviously, this weekend, in the time that this is being recorded, Tom Aspinall was on his way to New York to watch Jon Jones taking on Stipe Miocic. Obviously, a fight that really serves a lot of interest in his corner. He's the interim champion. Jon is the linear champion right now. That is, if you don't count Francis Ngannou and his contract negotiation issues with the UFC that ultimately led him to departure. But either way, it was a very important matchup for Jon Jones and Stipe and Tom Aspinall as well. The only difference is that now we have to figure out who is the best heavyweight in the UFC. Now, I think that is besides the point of this video. You want to know why? Because obviously, Tom Aspinall is in a position right now where we can even argue the fact that he is better than Jon Jones. Now, we're not talking about just setting up the fights, because that right now is sort of up in the air. We don't know what's going to happen with that and the contract negotiations and the strategy behind Jon Jones's team in ways of trying to get more money from the UFC. Okay, but that is besides the point. What is important is understanding Tom Aspinall is already here. Now, he's not there yet because in terms of fighting Jon Jones, but he's there. Now, the question is, how did he get here? Because that is the main topic at hand that we want to talk about. Obviously, over the years, we've seen Jon Jones dominate the light heavyweight division for a very long time. And now all of a sudden, Jon had decided after the Dominic Reyes fight to jump into the heavyweight division. And now what happened? Cyril gone. He gets the undisputed championship, not the interim championship. And now the undisputed heavyweight championship of the world right now is so heavily disputed. But guess what? That right there is a life story for Tom Aspinall to complete later on. Right now, let's look at his past life experiences to sort of understand where this man is right now in his current career. And so the obvious theme that I'm trying to emphasize here is that you cannot have a plan B when it comes to searching for glory. And by the way, Tom Aspinall's dad, Andy Aspinall, is the main topic at hand of this particular story. Look, we all talk about the epidemic that is going on with fatherless homes and things of that nature, right? So it's very refreshing when we run across a story like Tom Aspinall and his dad. Now, what a lot of people don't know is that Tom Aspinall's dad had decided he was going to quit his job so that he can focus on Tom Aspinall's talent full time. He recognized early on, hey, you know what? This kid has a talent. And if I put all my eggs in this basket, it's going to work out. And I think this story right here is very important for a lot of people to really learn and understand. You want to know why? Because there's a lot of people out there that have, let's say, a halfway approach to the goals that they are trying to accomplish. Now, look, people need to understand, if you want to become a doctor, if you want to become an engineer, if you want to become a lawyer, these things are highly attainable, way more attainable than being the heavyweight champion of the world in the UFC, in the heavyweight division. However, there is something that Andy noticed about Tom that was special, and he decided he was going to go all in on that. And I think this is something a lot of you really need to understand. There's people out there that are going through life halfway into whatever goals that they want to do, and it starts very young. You see, when you're young, people tell you, hey, you know what? You got to go out there. You got to get a job. You got to go out there. You got to fulfill these particular obligations. You got to go to school. But here's a reality. What if a job or what if a school is not good for your journey? You see, during this weekend, not only did Jon Jones and Stipe fight, but another legend fought, and that was Jake Paul. Kidding. Obviously, Mike Tyson was also part of that. But the first trainer of Mike Tyson told him, hey, you know what? We can't put you in school. You want to know why? Because it's not a good environment for a future heavyweight champion. Now, I don't know why Cus D'Amato thought that. I could give you a couple of theories as to why. One is probably because of the fact that you do nothing in school but take orders all day, and you're sort of missing out in training. You see, you can wake up in the morning and train very early and this and that, but then where is your recovery time, right? You're going to be in school sitting in these hard chairs for 6 hours on and on, being told what to do, being programmed in your brain, being told that, hey, you know what? If you don't go to college, if you don't get a degree or you don't do this and that, then you're never going to be anything. And then guess what? It does nothing but steer you towards a plan B. And this right here is the story that we're going to emphasize with Tom Aspinall and his dad, Andy Aspinall, which, by the way, is a very intriguing story in and of itself. So the best way to really convey this story is go through articles leading up to 3 or 4 major fights that sort of made Tom Aspinall the Tom Aspinall that we know him today as the #1 threat to Jon Jones. And those 4 fights in particular are the Curtis Blaydes fight, his last loss, by the way, literally lost in 15 seconds due to a knee injury. And then the Myson Tybura fight, the Sergey Pavlovich fight, and then the Curtis Blaydes fight. Well, this article that we have in front of you right now was just right before the Curtis Blaydes fight. Okay. Very interesting story right here. UFC London's Tom Aspinall is the dad of 3 on the cusp of a UFC heavyweight glory who almost quit MMA out of frustration. By the way, there's the plan B diagnosis right there, right? Almost quit MMA out of frustration. And to be fair, and to be honest with you, Dana White said it best. MMA is an opportunity, not a career choice. Oftentimes you hear people complain about fighter pay and things of that nature, but that is the reality of the situation, right? It will make a lot of people quit out of frustration, even if you have a winning record. Okay, so Tom Aspinall set to rock the O2 Arena tonight. This was back in 22. Okay. Will top the UFC bill tonight. Pivotal heavyweight showdown against Curtis Blaydes. Okay, so these are some of the photos that involve Tom Aspinall here. Aspinall is stunningly on the cusp of winning a world title, okay, less than 2 years after his debut in the promotion. I believe his debut in the promotion was in, when was that? That was in 2020. Okay, so he came in literally during the pandemic. So, yeah, Tom Aspinall came into the pandemic. He's not looked back since making his octagon bow on Fight Island, where he brutalized Jake Collier in 45 seconds. Then earns 36,000 pounds, which is $50,000 in American dollars out of performance bonuses. See, I don't even understand the British pounds and the American dollar exchange, but I know that 36 equals to $50,000 because guess what? That is the performance bonus that they give out. So Tom Aspinall at the time was 29, has all comers in record time, 5 octagon outings. Okay, so, but let's go back to his father right here. But the team Gabun's journey, which began in his garden shed with his dad Andy at age 6, was far from an easy one, with financial struggles being ever present. And again, remember, this is one of those situations that's going to want to make you quit. He told BBC, MMA in the UK, especially being a heavyweight, it's near enough impossible to make a career out of it. I absolutely had no money and had decided to provide for my family. Some days I'd only have literally 20 quid to my name. Inactively early in a professional career, which was often the result of opponents pulling out at the last minute, not only deprived Aspinall of the opportunity to better himself, but denied him much needed money to feed his family. So you see, this right here, this is exactly what I'm talking about, okay? Is that you got to understand these types of pressures will make you quit. They will absolutely make you quit because you start thinking to yourself, you start really looking at the situation and you're like, well, is this really worth it? Is this journey really worth it? He recalled being a heavyweight MMA fighter in the UK is very tough. I had 3 little kids and had not a fight in 2 years because opponents kept pulling out all the time. There's just not a lot of active heavyweights, especially in the UK. So it's difficult to get fights and people want to protect their records. Yeah, it's just a tough time. By the way, Cain Velasquez had the same problem in the UFC. And not only that, even way before the UFC, he had one pro fight and they had to sign him to the UFC because realistically, nobody really wanted to fight him. And it made a very difficult time for his development. But eventually, Cain Velasquez made it to UFC, beat Brock Lesnar, went up through the rankings, and the rest was history. But Aspinall's frustration with not being able to get a fight, as well as his need for cash, almost prompted him to quit MMA, according to The Sun, USA. He said, I had a child, then we found out we were having twins. I wasn't getting regular fights, and people were like, what are you going to do? How are you going to provide for your family? Once again, talking about the whole Plan B situation, right? For whatever reason, Tom Aspinall believed in himself, and this is me saying this. I'm not quoting this news article right now. Okay, he decided, you know what? I'm not going to have a Plan B. I'm going to go through with this full commitment head on, and that's that. I was training all the time, but the fights weren't coming, and that was probably the toughest time of my career. But his mom and dad, who were happy to lend him a score or two to pay the bills, convinced him not to pack it in. So there it is. Andy told the BBC, me and his mom, we sat down and we lent him money and we helped out. There was a lot of arguing and crying. Now, obviously, this is one of the things that will make a lot of people quit. Okay, you got to understand when there's money situations involved and it becomes tough and it becomes hard, man, let me tell you, people start arguing, people start panicking, and people really start becoming jaded to your dreams and whatever it is that you're trying to accomplish. So that right there is point taken right there, right? There was a lot of crying and a lot of arguing, according to The Sun. We told them, please give it a go and see how you get out. I always felt Tom could make it to the top, so we went through a heartfelt, you've got to do this. Eventually, he turned around and he came back. So in other words, there it is. This is the main theme of the story. Andy decided he was not going to have a Plan B. And for Tom Aspinall to think about quitting, he was also telling him, look, you can't have a Plan B. There is only Plan A. And that is for you to become the heavyweight champion of the world. Now, it was a relief for Andy, who wholeheartedly believed his son could make it to the top of the sport and looks back on their early training with great fondness. Okay? Now, here's something you got to understand, right? Every fighter goes through this, which is why it's not the most ideal career. That's something that a lot of people have to understand. Andy recalled in a UFC interview, Tom started to grapple when he was 6 years old, or even 7. When he was about 10 or 11, he started to really enjoy it. And because I was teaching jiu-jitsu, he was with me every day. And I quote from Andy Aspinall, and I quote, he did all the traditional sports, jiu-jitsu, boxing, and wrestling. Then I met Colin Heron from Kaboon, and it just came from there. Now, for those of you that don't know who Kaboon is, this is the team that he had trained with in Liverpool, along with Darren Till and along with Colin, that he had mentioned here in the article. Aspinall would eventually get consistency so desperately craved in 2016 in full contact contender with 3 fights in 3 months. Okay. But inactivity would soon plague him as soon as it ended up going 2.5 years without fighting. Okay. So imagine this. He went 2.5 years without fighting. Aspinall ended his hiatus of his career back-to-back first TKO victories in Cage Warriors 101 and 107, which ultimately saw him to get a call in the UFC. And he's gone from strength to strength, making it to the promised land of MMA, stopping Collier, Alan Baudon, Sergey Spivak, and submitting former UFC and Bellator champions Andrei Arlovsky and Alexander Volkov. By the way, just remember, this is an article that was from 2016. So Aspinall is a far cry from where he was a handful years ago and finds himself touching the distance of a UFC title. Okay, so now he's in the UFC. Now he's on the cusp of touching a UFC title. So a solid victory over Blades tonight. And by the way, this article is from 2022. Okay, so July of 2022. So just keep in mind and keep that in perspective a little bit, okay? He said, I will take it as it comes, the same way I do everything else. You can't guarantee the future, can you? You can't guarantee what's going to happen. I will cross that bridge when I come across it, he says. So obviously we knew how that fight had ended up. 15 seconds, he was out just like that. And we move on to 2023, where he is about to come back. After his comeback, he obviously came and beat Myson Tybura, first round TKO performance of the night back in July 2023, a year after, literally a year after, like literally 365 days. Look at this. Look at this right here. Literally 365 days, July 23, 2022. Now it's July 22, 2023, and there it is, right? The Myson Tybura win right after that, okay? So, yeah, obviously now they're back in the mix, and now let's go to this article right here, right? Tom Aspinall, a proud dad of 3 on the brink of a heavyweight glory at UFC 295, almost quit MMA out of frustration. Again, literally the same article, almost the same article, but within November. This is right after the Myson Tybura fight. This is going into the Sergey Pavlovich fight now. Okay, so let's go to that article. Okay, set to make Madison Square Garden history. Okay, this was his own Madison Square Garden history that he had made, similar to John Jones this weekend. Let's get to the article. These are all the pictures that they have. Standing between the Wigan Warrior and becoming Britain's 3rd UFC title holder is the Russian wrecking machine, Sergey Pavlovich. Now, Tom Aspinall is a dad of 3. By the way, many people don't know that. 30 years old at the time, had blasted through all of his opponents since making his UFC debut in Fight Island. Okay, so we all know that. We've mentioned that in the last article. He told the Sun earlier, I've had a couple of tough times earlier in my career, stuff with injuries and not being able to get matches, and I was really struggling for money at few points, which is tough because I got children and stuff, and it was tough. And by the way, here's something you guys got to understand, right? This is a common thing that makes a lot of people quit. Obviously, you're out here trying to reach glory for being an entertainer or being an athlete, and then you have all these situations that you have to face as a struggling parent. And again, are you going to risk it all, or are you going to take the plan B? Again, the overall main theme of this whole entire story, right? But as we move on, let's get back to the article. Okay. So he told the Sun a couple of times, yeah, that's injuries, matches that was struggling for money at a few points, which is tough because I got children. He says Aspinall was convinced to continue fighting by his dad. So obviously the main thesis of this whole entire story is that Andy Aspinall did not budge one bit. Aspinall was convinced to continue fighting by his dad and longtime coach Andy and his mom, who helped him while he was enduring a financial despair following a frank and honest sit down. So they've had a sit down and they had this conversation and said, hey, you know what? You have to do this. Because if you don't do this, you got nothing else, Tommy. You know what I mean? If you don't do this, what else are you going to do with your life? So, you know what? That's what it is. Okay. So as we move on to the article, that conversation fortified his belief that he would one day compete for the UFC gold and eventually compete in the Big Apple. Okay. So again, the same story goes. He continued, on the other hand, I expected to be here. He said that he expected to be there. This wasn't something that Tom Aspinall doubted for 1 minute. He never doubted for 1 second that he was going to be here. So moving on, Aspinall is proud as punch. What an interesting expression of language. Aspinall is proud as punch with what he's achieved in his career, although he won't sit back and smell the roses until he calls time on his career. By the way, many people would argue that Jon Jones is sort of calling to smell the roses right now in his career and calling it time on his career, as opposed to Tom Aspinall, who's right now in his prime. But another story and another topic for another time. He said, I think about how far I've come and stuff. It's good, but I don't really have time to do all that. I think that it's something that I look at when I'm retired, because the minute I'm just in the moment, at the minute, I'm just looking forward to Saturday, which, by the way, this was the Sergey Pavlovich fight that I'm reading about. Aspinall must pass one of the toughest tests in mixed martial arts, which is Pavlovich, to achieve his dream winning UFC gold. So for those of you that remember, obviously, this was Tom Aspinall's fight with Sergey Pavlovich. The Wigan Warrior is confident in becoming Britain's third UFC champion, which he did. The Russian Behemoth was the backup fighter for the canceled fight between Jon Jones and Stipe. So how about that? Stipe and Jon were supposed to fight during that time. They never did. They did this weekend, but in came Tom Aspinall and Sergey Pavlovich. So we all know what happened to that particular story, right? Tom Aspinall had beaten Sergey Pavlovich, and then he moved on to take on Curtis Blades once again to avenge his loss from literally 2 years. Okay, 2 years of UFC London. Well, now it's UFC Manchester, obviously. But yeah, so moving on. Obviously, this isn't so much about the biography of Tom Aspinall, but rather more of his dad's perseverance to try and encourage him, which I think is an important lesson here for many people out there that are searching for glory. So Andy says, I quit my high-paying job. Now, this is a revelation that's different from the other news articles. Obviously, Andy had a high-paying job. Let's find out what that is, and maybe we will, maybe we won't. But for what we know in face value and what Andy is telling us here in TalkSport article, he quit a high-paying job to teach his son MMA in his back garden, which obviously is some things that you've seen in these photos right here, right? This is literally the back garden that Andy Aspinall is talking about right here. So let's go on to this article by Talk Sports, right? Just right before I believe this was just right before the Curtis Blades rematch. So British MMA star became the interim heavyweight champion by knocking out Sergey Pavlovich at UFC 295 in New York last November. So now we go from November to this summer in July. Okay. So right here, this is Tom Aspinall right here in this photo. But yeah, so Aspinall's journey to the top of this sport started when he was 19, when his dad walked away from a lucrative job to help harness his son's athletic ability and eventually open a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu school. Obviously, that is why we have Aspinall Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, which, as you would imagine, the membership of that gym is probably at an all-time high right now and an all-time demand, being that it's Tom Aspinall's gym and his dad. Well, so he did 25 years in IT. So basically, he is a computer engineer of some sort. That's what IT is. I was a contractor for a long time making good money. And then I was an IT manager. I got offered redundancy payment that I didn't have to take, but Tom was very good at jiu-jitsu, and there weren't many jiu-jitsu schools open. Worth noting, Tom Aspinall's dad was the first black belt in the UK, I believe, in Brazilian jiu-jitsu, at least one of the first black belts, similar to John Kavanagh in Ireland, who was one of the first black belts in jiu-jitsu in Ireland. So Tom's dad, Andy, has a very similar story. So he said that it was a bold move, but one that worked out, as Andy's eldest is now one of the biggest UFC stars, and his other son, Joe, makes a living teaching Brazilian jiu-jitsu. He added, I had some money then, so it was all right. I'm glad I did it. So in other words, the reason why he took the risk of doing this, try to understand, is because Tom Aspinall's dad had already accumulated and saved enough money from, by the way, a high-paying job. Now, look, here's something I need to emphasize, right? This type of conversation, this type of talk right now, I'm going to be honest with you, this is not for everybody. You want to know why? Because I got to be honest with you, not everybody is going to make it. Now, look, this is a once-in-a-lifetime story. This is one of those situations where, yes, he actually had made it, but to give this same advice to the same person, to different people, not the same person, but to different people with contrasting situations and various outcomes in their life, I think that would be unfair. Also, you got to recognize your talent, right? I'll give you an example. For one, why am I trying to reach the top of the heights in this YouTube industry? Well, because I think that I can do it. I think that I have the voice, I have the articulation, I have the experience of public speaking. And I think after a year or so, now I'm becoming more of a YouTube vet. So there are possibilities and reasons why I should continue. Now, if you're one of these people that after a couple of years, you've only had 10 subscribers, well, man, you got to really rethink about what you're doing. Let's say if you're a journeyman boxer, journeyman MMA fighter, and you're just getting beat every weekend, you got to start really thinking about whether this is for you or not. But if you know and you understand what your capabilities are, man, let me tell you, you got to go after it. And Tom Aspinall's dad recognized it. Now look at where they're at. The other son, Joe, is teaching BJJ. He's making a living off of that. And Tom Aspinall is one of the biggest stars in the UFC, and he's making a living off of that. So back to the Talk Sports article, right? Not just for Tom's fighting, and I quote from Andy Aspinall, I'm glad I did it because I didn't like the environment. I don't like the politics. I like the quiet life, and this has been a quiet life. Now, can you imagine that? Imagine being an IT guy, right? You're a normal guy. You're a normie. You're literally one of these NPCs that wakes up in the morning just to get a coffee, just to try and rush to work like everybody else in this whole entire human race that they're trying to get into. But you start thinking, look at these guys are in the MMA world. That's a quiet life. Indeed it is. Think about it. The only thing that you worry about as an MMA fighter or as an MMA coach is the night of the fight, worrying about that. Now, obviously, coaches have more fights to go to than the actual fighters themselves. So they're going to be there at a high frequency rate every week. That is, of course, if the other fighter is not a trainer as well. But either way, that's the only time that you really have to worry about the fight. Okay, is the actual fight itself. But overall, life of a fighter is quite peaceful. You wake up, you train, and then you go home, you eat, you sleep, and then you train again, get some nutrients, and then you train again. And next day, rinse and repeat. That's a quiet life. Whereas if you are in the corporate world, there's a lot of backstabbings going on. There's a lot of dudes that are trying to undercut each other, that are trying to kiss butt to the boss, that are trying to get in good with the boss so they can get in their good graces. And then because this guy is the boss, he thinks that he's better than you because he's his friend. And then there's a lot of biasness going on, so on and so forth. This is the quiet life, according to Andy Aspinall. Okay, so however, Aspinall's long journey to the pinnacle of MMA wasn't without some hiccups, and he needed helping hand to push through some tough times. Now, look, you want to talk about tough times, right? Let's look at Tom Aspinall's record early on, because when you look at it from the time that he had lost in May of 2016, right here against Lucas Prawovic in May 14, 2016 in Birmingham, I think he lost by illegal downward elbow. Wow. Similar to John Jones, isn't it? That's literally the same situation that John Jones had faced. But at that point, he was 4-2. Okay? Most guys that are in this record right now, they'll tell you, hey, you know what? Maybe it's time for you to look for a job and do other things, maybe go to school and this and that. This is when you become 50-50 in your whole entire process of reaching glory. Why? Because now you're unsure. This is why I say you got to focus only on plan A. That is if you know and understand that you have the talent for it. Now, obviously, he understood that. After that, a few months later, he gets back at it in June, gets a first-round knockout against Camille, and then after that, gets another knockout or TKO by a leg injury, and then another TKO, and then next thing you know, he's fighting Jake Collier, Alan Bodad, Sergey Pavlovich, and the next thing you know, he's fighting Alexander Volkov in one of these famous London cards that they usually have in March. And then next thing you know, now he's a big superstar in the world of mixed martial arts. Okay, so that's really an interesting life story that Tom Aspinall is going through. Okay, let's go back to the article to sort of give some more context in this. Okay, from training in his back garden to changing sports and overcoming injuries, a 31-year-old contender dealt with multitudes of issues, but managed to overcome them with help of his father. Now, what did he mean by changing sports? Well, let's go back to Tom Aspinall's record, okay? Right here, he has one professional boxing bout against this guy named Thomas. I mean, at this point, it doesn't really matter who their name is, but yeah, the guy named Thomas, who he knocked out in the first round in Manchester. It was a fight card in Manchester. I'm not sure which one it is, but yeah, it was a first round knockout. So we are talking about 2017. This was between the time that he had lost by a downward illegal elbow and then got back and won. And yeah, and then in between that 2018, he didn't really fight. And that was where he sort of took the hiatus right there. So yeah, he definitely did have some struggles along the way, right? And okay, so going back to this article with so from training in his backyard to changing sports, overcoming a multitude of injuries, dealt with a multitude of issues, but managed to overcome them with the help of his father. With the help of his father, right here, that it says right here on Talk Sports. So a couple of times he'd given up, and he admitted he didn't want to fight MMA because there were no opponents. He didn't want to train in the gym because it was too far to go every day, and he didn't want to do it because there was no one to train or fight with. By the way, very difficult for a heavyweight, obviously. We went boxing, and he had one pro fight, as I had mentioned earlier, and then he didn't want to fight because he didn't like the boxing model. He didn't want to fight people and get a padded record out of it. He wanted to fight people who were equal to him. So he stopped boxing. By the way, a very common contrasting view of boxing and MMA, right? Obviously, in boxing, they are willing to pad your record and do all of these journeyman fights and eventually put you out there when you are ready, or basically sacrifice your record when there is a bag on the line. Maybe there's a championship fight or a big name. Okay, let's do it. Let's risk it for the biscuit this time, right? But in MMA, you're constantly risking it for the biscuit every time. And this is the reason why there is no frauds when it comes to UFC champions and anybody that fights at that level. Okay, so going back to the article, despite his rocky road to the UFC, Aspinall's dad insists he always knew his son had elite level athletic ability and would ultimately reach the pinnacle of his chosen sport. So this is what I want to emphasize to people and what I constantly talk about, right? If you know that you have the ability to make it and reach that glory, why not go for it? Stop listening to the naysayers. They're going to constantly doubt you. They're going to constantly put you down, and they're not going to believe in you. Only you can believe in you, and only you know what is inside of you and what you are capable of. So back to the article. During his rise to becoming a champion, he was seen off big names in Alexander Volkov and Andrei Arlovsky. Okay, we talked about that. He also used to win a lot of jiu-jitsu tournaments, so I knew he could be really good at something where you take instruction. He could have been a rugby league. It could have been a range of sports. It just happened to be MMA. So in other words, the athletic ability of Tom Aspinall can take him to any sport, and it just so happens that it's MMA. And guess what? His dad is a jiu-jitsu black belt, so it was perfect. It was a proud moment when Aspinall KO'd Pavlovich in 69 seconds before dedicating his title to his father, who was reeling from a recent personal loss. Now, what is his personal loss? It was great that he won, but the whole occasion was a bit rushed, Andy said. Should we have taken it? It turned out good, so everything is all right. It was emotional for me because my dad watched the Myson Tybura fight with us and said, you'll beat that guy and then you'll win the title. And then my dad sadly passed away, which obviously is a grandfather of Tom Aspinall. So that was raw at the time and thought my dad then, but it was really good. Andy will be in his son's corner and defends the title against Curtis Blades at UFC 304 Manchester, which, by the way, had already passed, which is where I'm talking about this article. So Andy concluded, in terms of Tom fighting and getting used to the time scale, he worked out the doors 5 years and came home at 6 a.m. So hopefully he can go to bed all day if he wants to sleep, and he'll be fine. And obviously we knew what had happened in that fight. The rest was history. So going back to the main topic at hand, you can't have a plan B in whatever you want to do in life. You just can't do it. Okay? Again, let me emphasize, this is not for everybody. I can't emphasize to everybody that you should go out there and risk it all and potentially become homeless because you didn't try and reach for your glory. You didn't try. And I mean, look, if you didn't try, man, you're going to have a lot of regrets. But at some point, you got to know your limits. But ultimately, here's what it is. You can't have a plan B. Okay? I can name you several stories as to why you can't have a plan B. Okay? I may or may not have to mention certain names of people that I've trained with in the past, but I'm going to try to convey this story the best way I can, okay? All right. Well, if you made it far in this video, the next person I'm going to talk about is a dude that I trained with before, right? Angelo Trevino. Now, I was a little bit reluctant on sort of mentioning this because obviously you're not in this game to try and disrespect your friends, right? But at the same time, the truth can never be considered disrespectful. Just to kind of give you a context of who I'm talking about right here, this fella right here, right? So a little interesting fact about this fellow, this kid, when I trained with him during his time of, let's say, I think being in high school, he was a pancreation fighter. What am I saying? Pancreation fighter. He was a pancreation fighter, which basically was MMA, but punching on the stomach and punching on the body rather than the head. But everything else is obviously MMA centric. And he was also a wrestler. So he was a phenom coming up, right? He was 16 or 17 at the time. And at the time I was fighting for an amateur kickboxing championship, and he helped me train for that as well. I also trained with him in Team Alpha Male. But Uriah Faber mentioned, I believe, in a UFC interview where he had shouted out Angelo Trevino. But he mentioned something to the effect where, you know what? A lot of people have gotten into Angelo's head. He was in a Contender Series. He had lost, I believe. I believe he had lost to, I don't know who it was. I think it was Austin Vanderford. I think it was Paige Van Zant's boyfriend that he had lost to. But anyways, it was in a Contender Series. He had a chance to when he lost, and Uriah Faber sort of cited the idea that, hey, you know what? A lot of people are getting in his head. He's taking these odd jobs in between and this and that. And the reason why I brought this up is because what Uriah was trying to emphasize in that whole entire story is that, man, you have to be all in and not worry about anybody else. Okay, that's sort of the main thesis that I'm trying to emphasize here, right? But now, obviously, he's now moved into Florida. I'm not sure which team he trains down in Florida with, but obviously he trains with a new team. I'm sure he trains with Team Alpha Male as well. He's originally from Carmichael, which is basically a town within Sacramento. But either way, that was an important point that Uriah had made. Where is he now? He's on a 4-fight win streak right now. I believe his last win was at a regional scene down in, I believe, Florida. But yeah, he had one back in August. So he's on the right path. He's doing the right things right now. And I think that he sort of took Uriah's advice on being all in. Don't have a plan B. This is the main thesis of this whole entire topic is you can't have a plan B. People always want to try to throw you into having a plan B all the time, right? And I understand that. I sort of understand that. Reason being is because, look, people are just concerned for you, right? Even Conor McGregor's dad, believe it or not, he asked him to have a plan B as well. Okay. I mean, if you could imagine that, his dad asked him to have a plan B. He said, hey, listen, you got to go into plumbing. You got to do this and that. What did Conor say? He said, man, I'm not with all that. I'm totally not down with any of that whatsoever. Well, lo and behold, guess what happened? He became probably one of the biggest superstars in MMA, and that's ultimately what you have to do. Look, I'm going to end this video maybe for a couple more minutes and just go into why you should never have a plan B if you want to reach any type of glory out there. Look, here's something you got to understand. The majority of people out there are working in jobs that they really don't like, that they really hate for a multitude of reasons. For one, most people work for other people to better their situation. Okay, so in other words, if you work for Tesla, are you really helping yourself or are you helping Elon Musk? If you work for Apple, are you really helping yourself or are you helping Steve Jobs? If you work for Microsoft, are you really helping yourself or are you helping Bill Gates? And again, at some point, somebody has to be our boss, right? That's just the natural order of life. You can't get around that. So because of that natural order of life and something that you can't get around, there's only a few people in the world that can actually get away with being their own boss. And that's an important, that is an important thing to really emphasize above all. Okay. Really an important thing to emphasize above all, because understand this. Everybody always wants to talk about being their own boss, being, an entrepreneur, being a top hustler, or this and that. But a lot of people don't really want to take the anguish that comes with it. I swear to you, there's a lot of anguish that comes with it. But at the same time, there's also a lot of glory that comes with it as well. And that's something that a lot of people, they don't want to take that risk. They don't want to take that risk. They're comfortable. Most people are comfortable where they're at. And quite frankly, can you blame them? So with that in mind, we got to understand a lot of people are too comfortable with their situation and they're never going to try to get out of it. Okay. Like if they have a job that pays them right, that pays them enough to get by through the day and this and that, yada, yada, so on and so forth, they're not going to try and step out of line. Now, look, can you imagine Andy Aspinall in this particular situation, right? He had a job that was more than comfortable. I'm talking about a high-paying job. Look, bro, a lot of people out there that tell you to go to college, they tell you to go for medical, maybe even being a lawyer or a solicitor, as they call it in the UK and Ireland, or become a computer guy, an IT tech guy. A lot of these guys in San Francisco in the Bay Area, they're making a lot of money just from IT, right? A lot of the Indians and Chinese and Asian Americans that are in that field, they're making very good money. And a lot of them live in the Bay Area of Northern California, which is the IT tech hub of the world. And they're making a very good amount of money. Now, remember earlier, I mentioned if you work for Microsoft, you're uplifting Bill Gates, not yourself. If you're working for Apple, you're uplifting Steve Jobs and not yourself, right? Obviously, there's a lot of complaints that people have about Apple and Microsoft and the evil Illuminati people behind it and this and that. Well, okay, my challenge to the people out there that are in that field of IT and technological advancements or just plain old social technology, why don't you build something that rivals that? Now, the problem is, I think there is a monopoly in those particular types of endeavors. For example, if you were to come out with another Facebook or something, I don't know how that's going to last, considering that there is only one Facebook. Although you could say that MySpace was sort of there until Facebook took over, and then MySpace was just a thing of the past, a thing of nostalgia, literally a nostalgia that we look at in memes that talk about nostalgia. That's really the best way to put it. But overall, none of these people are willing to challenge these people because they're comfortable being employees. Okay, and that's sort of the main topic that I'm trying to get at with Tom Aspinall's dad here. He did not remain complacent. He did not remain in a job that he knew was nothing more than, how do I say this, politics or just brown nosing, for lack of a better term, right? Tom Aspinall's dad, in my opinion, I think got fired from his work. Yes, this is like a crazy revelation that I'm revealing to you guys right now. Now, look, I don't have proof of that. I'm telling you in all fairness that this is all speculation on my part. Now, why am I saying that? Well, look, here's something you got to understand about Tom Aspinall's father, okay? The man is a person that you would consider non-agreeable. I think that's the best way to put it, right? Tom Aspinall's dad is a non-agreeable character. Now, look, here's the problem. If you're a non-agreeable character, you're going to lose a lot of jobs. I'm just going to say it out frank. I've seen a lot of guys like that, guys with oppositional defiance disorders, guys that have a problem with authority, guys that are hyper skeptical about the world, people that are sometimes even arrogant or sometimes borderline narcissists. And again, not to say that Tom Aspinall's dad is a narcissist or any kind of way, but I just think that he's the type of guy that doesn't take any BS from anybody. And look, you look at the articles that we analyzed earlier, it's talking about he doesn't like the politics of the IT world. He doesn't like the fact that you have to try and mingle with this guy and try to kiss butt to this guy to try to get on top and you put yourself in the right position because you're sort of, how do I say this? Allowing the other guy to live in his own fantasy without telling him objectively what he's doing wrong. Now, I think he has every right to choose the kind of life that he wants to lead, right? But if you're looking at a world where you're trying to be financially independent versus a job that took you to college, got you this job because you have this particular skills that's going to get you a six-figure, oh man, it's kind of hard to just go with trying to establish yourself, trying to become an established YouTuber, or trying to become an established athlete or entertainer. Because doing that, it's just a lot of risk because you don't have the resources around you. And again, this is the reason why I told you guys that this particular podcast and this particular video that I'm giving you right now is not for everybody. You want to know why it's not for everybody? Understand this, right? Not everybody is going to have the kind of opportunity, the kind of privilege that Tom Aspinall's dad had. I'm telling you, when you are a jiu-jitsu guy in England, I think it's fair to say you're middle class and above. Is that fair to say? You're middle class and above if you compete or train in jiu-jitsu in England. Now, look, a lot of the MMA guys in England did not start out with jiu-jitsu. A lot of them started out with Muay Thai, kickboxing, or boxing. And yeah, it's not a jiu-jitsu filled country in terms of people that are in the inner city. Oops, sorry about that. Had that on mute. I was saying that, yeah, having, yeah, so basically jiu-jitsu is a middle-class sport for middle-class people. And why I'm saying that is because Tom Aspinall's dad had the means to take that risk. And maybe a lot of you should not take that risk as well, because again, this doesn't apply to everybody. But nonetheless, the important lesson to learn from this whole entire story is that you got to take risk, because if you don't take risk, then you're going to be imprisoned by your own comfortability for the rest of your life. And that right there is a prison that you can't see. Sort of like what David Icke, the conspiracy theorist from the UK, constantly emphasizes. Right now, look, you can say one thing about this guy. You can criticize him for the way that he thinks or this and that, but he may have a point there in that particular act. Look, a lot of people are always going to doubt you, even if you have the amount of talent that Tom Aspinall has, or anybody that has the potential to make it in the world of entertainment or in the world of professional sports, et cetera, all these endeavors that are, quite frankly, extremely hard to do. But on any regard, here's one thing that you have to understand, okay? Tom Aspinall was going to quit. Now, why is this significant to bring up? Many of you don't have father figures in your life. And this is the reason why a lot of you are not in the next level that you need to be. And it may not be your fault. Some of it can be placed upon your own fault because there are certain actions that you can take. But then there are people out there that just don't have the resources to get to the next level, okay, or to get to the next thing. Look, I'll tell you something. This is a reality, bro. It really does take money. It really does take money to fight and to train. I'll give you an example. I know this white-collar boxer in England by the name of Daniel Hamid, okay? I got to tell you, this is really interesting what he had going on, right? So right now, this brother right here has a 1-2 boxing record. Okay, so I'm going to show you, and I'm going to give you an example of why it really does take money and resources to go out there and fight. Dude, this guy missed out a fight. And again, this is all allegedly, okay? I'm just going to be fair about this. You could create all types of speculation you want, but just just from the face value story of this guy was left behind on the day of his fight. In other words, he didn't have the money to get Uber or to get on a taxi or to get on any type of transportation, because he was promised by one guy that he was going to be taken to that fight, and eventually he didn't. Look, I'm going to play you a video with what he had mentioned, and I'm going to react to it just to kind of give you context, okay? So this is the brother that we're talking about right here, all right? And this was his whole situation that he had going on. I've been around boxing pound for pound. It's given me opportunities, especially when it takes time to find people you truly trust outside of your bubble, but I can genuinely trust these people. Okay, so he's talking about the promotion being very helpful to him. Okay, so here's an interesting post that he wrote. P. Diddy got Pac unalived, and I'll tell you why he did it out of jealousy. Tupac was an upcoming star. My point is that jealousy can actually come from your own don't trust no one. The more you rise up in life, the more people want. Yeah, that's a good point. I'll tell you why, because Diddy and Tupac were actually homies at one point, okay? So here's a video of the stories that he was talking about. Let's play it right here.
Somebody I trust, somebody I really look up to, he let me down. I wanted to be there. I let Cheat Hazard down. I'm my opponent down. I'd like to apologize to my opponent, but yesterday it shouldn't have happened like that. I got dealt with and I got dealt with. I'm really upset about it. I was emotional. I was stressed the whole night. You don't understand. Step in the ring, it takes away your mental health. It takes away your dignity. Like you train for a fight. You're putting your mental health on the line. You're putting your safety line. So it takes a big man.
Check.
That square.
All right, mic check. Yeah, he's absolutely right about that. It definitely does take a certain type of individual to get in the cage, get in the ring. And as a result,
all right, just doing a little bit of a mic check right
this
here.
is why I have respect for this guy. But I think his story and what came about this entire video that
by the way, to give you guys context, this is the origin story of Daniel Hamid. Okay, so the reason why I'm sort of talking on my phone right now is because I'm obviously live streaming this through my studio, but for whatever reason, it is not complying in terms of, or is it? Hold on. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Huge head kick right there. All right, so looks like he's going for a guillotine here. Let's get back to the fight real quick. Okay, so looks like there's some cuts right here by Vanderford. All right, so those are really good elbows right there. Now Vanderford is in the wrestling position, offensive wrestling position. Oh, wow. He tapped him. He tapped him. And just like that, he gets a submission win. A submission win. How about now? Can you hear me? Yeah, that's why I had to kind of supplement the audio. I was going and recording from the studio, so I just decided to send a link on my phone, and as a result, yeah, using the audio that way. So yeah, how about that? Like nice head kick right there by Ramiz, which is literally what opened this whole entire situation. Real good head kick right there, right on the neck, by the way. Right, 1-2 shot, 1-2 shot, sort of chasing him down, kicks him right in the neck, then goes for a guillotine choke. And now he's in a front choke and then gets it and submits Austin Vanderford. So shout out to everybody around the world that is tapped in right now to UFC 320. I got to be honest with you guys. I wasn't sure if I was going to do this live stream at all, but I was like, you know what? There's a lot of people out there that would be tapping into this, and the fact that I would be missing out on some views by not tapping in would be a travesty. But here we are. Here we are, nonetheless. Second fight into the whole card, and we already have Hardy with the win, as I had predicted. Ramiz, I had predicted was going to win. I didn't think Austin Vanderford was going to win this at all. Oh, how about that? Real interesting hat that Ramiz has going on. Very Turkish, like in his in his hat that he has going on. Very interesting. There's Joe Rogan right now wearing it. Let's hear what Joe Rogan had to say. He's saying Joe Rogan podcast, my guy. All right, he tried to attempt to get him with a guillotine right here. Yeah, he had that secured based on the head kick. The head kick is literally what opened it up. There it is, man, doing a little howling sound of his, sort of excited, and asked to be on Joe Rogan's podcast. Great way to really end the fight and end his post-fight interview, man. Shout out to Ramiz, man. Shout out to Ramiz. I remember he beat the living heck out of Mickey Gall, and Mickey Gall is, I think, a podcast partner of a guy that I went to high school with who's a comedian, right? So I'm not going to lie to you. A part of me was like, yes, kick his ass. And then on top of that, if you notice, Mickey Gall's team, they have an Israeli jiu-jitsu coach. So there you go. All right. All right. UFC 320. Are you excited? Are you hyped? Man, I'm already hyped based on the fact that we had some hype results that just came out of the last two fights that we had. Now, how awesome is that? Woo! Woo! UFC 320. UFC 320. That's what I'm talking about, man. Great fight by Ramiz. Great fight by Hardy. Just as we had predicted. Look, she's going to be very unbeatable. I'm very surprised she's still doing all these fight openers right? I'm surprised she hasn't been moved up the card yet. But then again, I think that is just predicated on the fact that women's MMA is just not in that high demand right now. I know that's going to be very difficult for a lot of people to sort of accept, but that is the reality of the situation. But nonetheless, if she keeps moving up the ranks, I don't really see a lot of people beating Hardy. You guys name me anybody in her division right now that is beating Hardy. I mean, I know it seems like she has a 50-50 record, but somewhere along the line, she had improved to where now she's on this winning streak. And so, yeah, that's something that we definitely need to study and take a look at. Fresh says 320 is the National Crack Day. The National Crack Day. Explain the context behind that, Fresh. What exactly do you mean by that, and what is the context behind Crack Day, as you say? Ankalaev and Pereira. The Himmler's birthday. The Himmler's birthday. Isn't that 420? Is it not? That's sort of the butt end joke of everything about the Austrian painter. Oh, his birthday lands on 420. It's like this big thing that a lot of potheads like to make reference towards. You know, potheads that are, I guess, of white nationalist leaning. But yeah. All right. Anyways, Gutierrez. We have Gutierrez versus Bashrat. Bashrat Farid. Let's go, baby. 420 is We Day, and the German painter, the German Austrian painter's birthday. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So what is three? You said Himmler, though. Okay. So you're not making any bones about what you're saying. You literally mean a person named Himmler. So okay, 320. Got it. Got it. All right. So Bashrat taking on Gutierrez. All right, so no lie, I'm very much excited for this fight as well. Very much excited for this fight with Bashrat and Gutierrez. All right, so just a little commercial going on right now. In between. I guess they're going to have a probably longer commercial considering that they have taken like a first or second round, finish or something like that. Whenever there's a finish, yeah, best believe that the commercials are going to be long. Fresh Melon Juice says Merab versus Sandhagen, the battle of the BALLs. Yeah. Very weird thing to joke about, but like I told you, right? Out of all the ethnicities, name the one that will literally joke about these things openly, right? And it's just, I don't know, man. It's not my kind of comedy. I know that a lot of people find it funny, but that's just what it is. I just think, we have different cultural outlooks on certain things, and that's really, the best way to put it. I should get In-N-Out Burger to sponsor me. Right? In-N-Out Burger is so awesome. Anybody who's ever been in California, you guys have to try it. Best burger in the world. All right, both fighters are about to start. All right, both fighters. He said, "I never had it, but I want." Yeah, it's awesome. I'm sure. You know what? There's White Castle in the East Coast, and maybe they have it in the South, but maybe it's a little different. Fresh. To answer your question, it's made out of real meat, and In-N-Out Burger sort of prides itself in, grass-fed type of meat like that. All right, here we go. Round one between Gutierrez and Bashrat. It's real American burger, not globalist McDonald's burger is the best way to put it. Meanwhile, here's Bashrat trying to make burger meat out of Chris Gutierrez's Mexican-American legs. That's a horrible diet there, Fresh. All right, so now these two guys are really trying to read each other right now. There's a 1-2 shot by Bashrat. There's a leg kick right there by Bashrat. Fresh says, will me and Greta make some sacrifices so you can live free and enjoy life? All right. Well, who do I owe the thank you towards? You, Greta, or you both together? All right, awesome. All right, here's a front kick right here by Gutierrez. Oh, here's a double shot by Bashrat, and he takes down Gutierrez. Very beautiful timing. Very George St. Pierre-like in his takedown right there, right? Both. He says, we are a team. Okay, awesome. That's awesome that you know Greta Thunberg. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you, fresh melon juice? He's like, the A-team, I. Bashrat maintaining top control position. He said, and he saved Gaza this week, like the A-team. Isn't it crazy how 80s television made it seem like a group of people with very minimal tactical gear and resources can somehow beat a whole entire military? Fresh says, what a nightmare having a dude grinding you between your legs. Well, it is what's winning for him right now. Once he got that takedown, he was not letting go of that position after. Round one, I give to Bashrat. All right, round number two. So he's saying, so you're telling me Rambo isn't real? Stop it. Just stop. Yeah. Rambo in First Blood taking down a whole entire sheriff's police force. I don't think that's realistic. Maybe it was back then because maybe there wasn't a lot of law enforcement that had transferred from, let's say, special forces or Green Berets. You'd be surprised how many special forces guys just go into being a regular patrol cop, right? Easy $100,000 to kind of make in a year just sitting around in your squad car in a safe town. But yeah, Rambo taking on a whole entire sheriff's police force doesn't seem realistic, even for any standard of any active or inactive or former Green Beret or Delta Force guy that is existing right now, which is what Rambo was depicted to be. All right, so Bashrat's winning this fight right now. What do you mean by outside the box? Oh, nice right hand right here. Okay, I'm going to tell you why I think it's impossible, Fresh. The reason why is because if they were to have any problems, they would just call the FBI and then maybe even the National Guard. And the current administration right now, as you know, is not very hesitant in doing exactly that. So, yeah, it would be impossible by today's standards based on the heavily militarized law enforcement entities that we have in cities across America that are of interest to Trump. For example, Oregon, Washington, D.C., Chicago, Los Angeles in the recent times. But yeah. Oh, there's a nice head kick right there by Bashrat as we are about to end round number 2. Yeah, Bashrat absolutely has no respect for his stand-up right now, even though he knows he can take him down and set up those takedowns at any time, right? He just feels so comfortable right now. And I think also he would rather go the anaerobic route than, I'm sorry, the aerobic route rather than the anaerobic route of trying to out wrestle and outmaneuver him in these grappling exchanges that could take a lot more energy expenditures. I don't understand what you mean by that, Fresh. Elaborate more. Oh, man, a bit of a comeback here for Gutierrez. Gutierrez is doing a very good job right now coming back here, mounting his own offense, building his confidence back up. This is a very even matchup between them right now, to be honest with you. Right at first, Bashrat had the early rounds ongoing for himself, and then out of nowhere, here comes Gutierrez mounting a new offense. Bashrat with a very effective takedown right here. Well timed once again. All right, so we got about a minute left into this fight, and once again, it's anybody's fight. I'm edging it towards Bashrat, but Fresh says, what do you know about and think about the new peace deal in Gaza? Yeah, I think that it's a peace deal that many people have tried before, and I think will continue to fail, even including Trump, the Saudis, and the Israelis themselves. The reason why it will fail is because there's going to be a negotiation fail at some point. There already has, indicative of the bombing that you noticed in Qatar, which will prompt Qatar to operate in a black operation matter behind the scenes to do something in a retaliatory efforts against Israel as a result of that. So I don't think that it's going to be really anything new. Oh, speaking of new, all right, Gutierrez is trying something new right here. Okay, and that is the end of it. So yeah, I think it's an effort to try and appease the population that has a certain sentiments right now, and that would be a lot of anti-Israeli sentiments, and with good reason, due to the fact that there's a lot of supposed genocide that is happening, that a lot of the international community is investigating, and as a result of that, well, it's being held under a lot of scrutiny. So this is a result of trying to mitigate all of those things, right? So what you have right here is nothing more than a PR situation. All right, so we will be right back with the decision between Bashrat and Chris Gutierrez. We're going to find out who the winner is. In the meantime, let's continue on with Tom Aspinall's dad not having a plan B and left off where we left off last time during this live stream. All right, here we go.
Making, I think, is interesting in and of itself, right? So let's get to it. Country in terms of people that are in the inner center. You should not take that risk as well, because again, this doesn't apply to everybody. But nonetheless, the important lesson to learn from this whole entire story is that you got to take risk, because if you don't take risk, then you're going to be imprisoned by your own comfortability for the rest of your life. And that right there is a prison that you can't see. Sort of like what David Icke, the conspiracy theorist from the UK, constantly emphasizes. Right now, look, you can say one thing about this guy, you can criticize him for the way that he thinks or this and that, but he may have a point there in that particular act. Look, a lot of people criticize him for the way that he thinks or this and that.
All right, so Bashrat wins by decision on that one. So I just wanted to tap in on that one real quick. Let you guys know that Bashrat wins by decision on that one. Now, do I agree with it? I believe so. And yes, Chris Gutierrez was having his moments during that fight, but eventually it was due to the efforts of Bashrat early on in opposing, let's say, the efforts of Chris Gutierrez, which came a little bit later, right? A little too late to try and mount an offense at the end. It was Bashrat who kept a certain pace. Also, how about the takedown efforts that he had, right? The faking of the shot and then going for the shot and then getting it. I mean, it was beautifully done and well-timed, very George St. Pierre-like. So that is, yeah, that is the reality of that fight. Okay, on to the next one. Back to the video.
Doubt you, even if you have the amount of talent that Tom Aspinall has, or anybody that has the potential to make it in the world of entertainment or in the world of professional sports, et cetera, all these endeavors that are, quite frankly, extremely hard to do. But on any regard, here's one thing that you have to understand, okay? Tom Aspinall was going to quit. Now, why is this significant to bring up? Many of you don't have father figures in your life. And this is the reason why a lot of you are not in the next level that you need to be. And it may not be your fault. Some of it can be placed upon your own fault because there are certain actions that you can take. But then there are people out there that just don't have the resources to get to the next level, okay, or to get to the next thing. Look, I'll tell you something. This is a reality, bro. It really does take money. It really does take money to fight and to train. I'll give you an example. I know this white-collar boxer in England by the name of Daniel Hamid, okay? I got to tell you, this is really interesting what he had going on, right? So right now, this brother right here has a 1-2 boxing record. Okay, so I'm going to show you, and I'm going to give you an example of why it really does take money and resources to go out there and fight. Dude, this guy missed out a fight and again, this is all allegedly, okay? I'm just going to be fair about this. You could create all types of speculation you want, but just from the face value story of this guy was left behind on the day of his fight. In other words, he didn't have the money to get Uber or to get on a taxi or to get on any type of transportation, because he was promised by one guy that he was going to be taken to that fight, and eventually he didn't. Look, I'm going to play you a video with what he had mentioned, and I'm going to react to it just to kind of give you context, okay? So this is the brother that we're talking about right here, all right? And this was his whole situation that he had going on. I've been around boxing pound for pound. It's given me opportunities, especially when it takes time to find people you truly trust outside of your bubble, but I can genuinely trust these people. Okay, so he's talking about the promotion being very helpful to him. Okay, so here's an interesting post that he wrote. P. Diddy got Pac unalived, and I'll tell you why he did it out of jealousy. Tupac was an upcoming star. My point is that jealousy can actually come from your own don't trust no one. The more you rise up in life, the more people want. Yeah, that's a good point. I'll tell you why, because Diddy and Tupac were actually homies at one point, okay? So here's a video of the stories that he was talking about. Let's play it right here.
Somebody I trust, somebody who I look up to, he let me down. I wanted to be there. I let cheat Hazib down. My opponent down. I'd like to apologize to my opponent, but yesterday it shouldn't have happened like that. I got dealt with and I got dealt with. I'm really upset about it. I was emotional. I was stressed the whole night. You don't understand. Step in the ring, it takes away your mental health. It takes away your dignity. Like you're training for a fight. You're putting your mental health on the line. You're putting your safety on the line. So it takes a big man to step inside that squared circle. But
yeah, he's absolutely right about that. It definitely does take a certain type of individual to get in the cage, get in the ring. And as a result, well, I tell you what, this is why I have respect for this guy. But I think his story and what came about this entire video that I'm making, I think is interesting in and of itself, right? So let's get to it.
Last minute, this is what happened. I got stuck. Listen to me, people. Put yourself in my situation tomorrow. Put yourself in my situation. Who do you trust? Name one person you trust. And what if he tells you on the day, I can't take you, and genuinely you have no money to get to a taxi or a bus? You genuinely have no money to taxi.
So you see what I'm talking about? This is literally what I was emphasizing with you guys, is that it takes money and resources to get to point A and point B. Now, look, Tom Aspinall, do you realize how privileged he is? His dad is an IT guy. He's a jiu-jitsu black belt, which means he doesn't need to go to a jiu-jitsu school and pay hundreds of dollars. Rather, have people pay them hundreds of dollars, okay? And he's already ahead. He already has the privilege and the opportunity to go forward. And again, this situation that Danielle is talking about right here is very common with a lot of fighters. And for those of you that have been in MMA gyms and boxing gyms long enough, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Let's continue here.
Taxi there or a bus. So put yourself in my position.
Let's continue here. All right, so what do we got right here? We got Chaisson versus Santos going on right now. First round. Okay, got him in a clinch position right now. Santos, formerly known as Uninskaya. Oops. All right. Hopefully that
cut down the noise. All right. Mic check. Making sure that mic is on right here. Are you going to have to do this for the main card? The main card. What do you mean by that? He said Kyrie is going live for the video main card wearing a Macho Man outfit. Why a Macho Man Randy Savage outfit? Ooh, yeah. The Macho Man, Randy Savage. Ooh, yeah. All right, here's a clinch position right here by Santos and Chaisson. The cream rises to the top. Ooh, yeah! All right, good. Let's hear the corner of these two and hear what they're talking about. Okay, there's a bleeding in the nose. All right. Is the volume better now? MMA Guru always show himself. So I want you to think of it like this, Truth, right? MMA Guru shows himself, right? So you say, this is what he does. He shows himself. But does he show himself? Because once again, the only time you've really seen him show himself was when he was in South Africa training with Cameron Simon. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, I couldn't believe how great he looked on the pads. He has crazy cardio. Off of a 30-second clip, you can't really say much about that. But, all right, I mean, elite level. Well, I tell you what, listen, there's nothing to take away from him. He is elite level when it comes to MMA streaming. Of course, I know. But that's where it ends. You know what I mean? He's elite at streaming. And look, he's an inspiration to us all, if you really think about it, okay? Because whenever you see a guy that doesn't have an extensive background the way he does in the world of MMA and then dominates MMA streaming, that is something to look at and say, I can learn something from this guy. Mark Zuckerberg is a Harvard dropout. So let's say if you're a Harvard graduate or a Harvard undergraduate right now, that is something you can look at and aspire to and say, you know what? I've done more than this man. I could use that as a way to propel me into that same stratosphere or in a different field. Truth Seeker says, I like when he makes fun of Joe Rogan, but I can't listen to him anymore. So you don't listen to him anymore. What made you change your mind into listening to MMA Guru, the #1 MMA streamer in the world? What was it about him that made you stop listening to him? Yeah, I'd like to hear what your reasons are. And, you know, everybody's not for everybody. Everybody has a different way of consuming MMA. If you like sensationalized type of news Inquirer, The Sun, if you remember back in the tabloid days of at least what was the last remnants of ethical journalism. That's what he represents. He's sort of like that, satire, right? You know, the English are very good at satire, right? And banter. You know, everything about them is banter. Yeah, I make fun of your mom. It's just banter. I make fun of your dead dad. It's just banter. You know, everything is banter. Nothing is serious. It's all banter. I smack you over the head. It's banter. Everything is banter. But here we go. Some knees right here by Truth says, yeah, that's what it is. And the stuff can be funny, but it's constant. And the stuff can be funny, but it's constant. So you don't like, what is it? Like, you don't like that he's constantly, yeah, help me understand this one. And by the way, Conor McGregor is no longer fighting at the White House. Today is also BKFC Day. I don't think I'm going to be able to cover that one. I'm just going to cover the UFC. Look, BKFC is great, but it's not like live UFC, guys, and you guys know it. All the hardcores that are in here, you guys know what I'm talking about. BKFC is something that you can watch right afterwards, though. And yesterday was Nurmagomedov versus Hughes, and obviously today is UFC 320. I did cover that fight briefly yesterday, although I did a pre-show to it. Just right before the main card, I had stopped. Not bad, you know, did some pretty decent views on that for something that was of a short while. But yeah. All right, so now on to round number 3 with Chaisson and Santos. All right. A lot of chasing going on in this fight right now. All right, so now Chaisson is walking her down. How can you tell by the enthusiasm of my voice, Fresh, for you to make that comment? Truth Seeker says, just realized Sean didn't do a show with your boy Jesse on Fire for this card. They were doing them for every main event. Realize Sean who again? Which Sean? Truth Seeker says all the comments were just people ripping Jesse apart. Oh, is that right? Okay. Look, in all honesty, women's MMA is just not up to the par level that it should be at right now, right? Now, look, there's a reason why Dana White did not add them until she met Ronda Rousey, and we all know the type of relationship her and Ronda Rousey had, so there's a bit of some favoritism there. But the fact that this type of fighting or this type of division in fighting is so underdeveloped, they should have waited at least 20 more years to really add on something like this, right? So at this point, they should probably not even have had anything on, but they are part of the show. They make the show interesting. There's some interesting, compelling storylines at times, but not all the time. And then you got lackluster fights like this, with Chaisson sort of ending this fight on top of Santos as we are about to end round number 3 right now. So that's really all there is to it. Yeah, I think Chaisson might have. They should get rid of it altogether. You say Truth Seeker. I don't know if I would go that far, right? But what I will say is it is highly underdeveloped to where, yeah, you know, there's just not a lot of technical development that I would like to see. But yeah. Wow, so she has a choke right here that she is ready to put on Santos right here. Oh, she's got it in. She might have it. It's really tight, man. But 10 seconds to hold on. That's it. Just 10 seconds to hold on, but fighting on for the last 3-4 seconds, and that is it right there. All right, and that is the end of the fight. We get to find out who wins this very boring and lackluster fight. I'm going to be really honest with you, but that's what it is. Would be more entertaining, yeah, the ring girls fight. Yeah, I think that would be a lot worse, obviously, because we're talking about people that have skills, right? Not necessarily this, you know, overall marketing appeal that you are sort of hinting at. But yeah, who wins this one? I would have to probably, I don't know, man. I don't really care who won this one, to be quite honest with you. Not the most interesting fight that we are watching all day. So, all right, guys. Be right back, just right after we get the decision on this one.
For 1 minute, please, in my position, you're nowhere, you're stressing all day. So listen, Cheat has done a good job. You made my opponents a ticket.
By the way, guys, for those of you that are wondering, Daniel Hamid that has been on this chat before, obviously this is his backstory if you guys are interested.
So this one person who really wanted to help me, I let him down, and I feel so bad. I look like a complete dickhead.
So what he's trying to say here is that his opponent had sold all the tickets. His opponent wasn't really tripping about him not selling the tickets or not having the time to sell the tickets. I'm not really sure which one. But yeah, he's basically explaining and apologizing to his opponent, but also explaining, by the way, a story that if taken by face value, I think you should really yeah, man, I think that you should really take this story into consideration about what kind of resource problems a lot of fighters have. And also, I think he mentions here also the higher costs of living nowadays, which I think is an interesting point, but a reality that we can't ignore.
Yes, I'll be honest with you. Yes.
So just real quick, Santos has won that one by unanimous decision. Not surprised. All right, next fight coming up. Soriano versus Vitali coming up next right now.
Yesterday, I looked like a dickhead, and that's the honest truth. Like they made me look like a dickhead, but respect to pound for pound, they've helped me. They did a good job against me. I respect what Tatum does. He does a lot for his youngsters, and now he wanted to help me. Like he don't owe me nothing. He put me in his show, and who am I that he owes something? Cheat Hazim, he does not owe me anything. Who am I that he owes something? He's doing it in the goodness of his heart. He's trying to create a legacy, and he's trying to help me for the goodness of his heart. And then he gave me an opportunity on his show to redeem myself, because on my last fight I was ill, so he gave me this opportunity to build myself back up, and that's respect. P4P is a big platform.
So what he's mentioning here is that he had a previous loss that this promotion, this white collar boxing promotion in the UK, is giving him an opportunity to redeem that. And so, yeah, that's what he's talking about here. But let's continue on. And main point here is, please understand, it takes resources to fight. Okay. And many people underestimate this notion. But we'll continue on. I think you're going to learn a lot from this video that Daniel Hamid here has prepared for us. So,
And I got let down big time yesterday. That was just ridiculous. I was supposed to go, but I got let down last minute. I got let down, and I think that's just so disrespectful, proper disrespect to my legs and everything. And that's
now look. Can you imagine this? Right? Somebody offered you a ride to the fight, and they're counting on you to do that, and you're the only one that can do that. Now, how much of a scumbag would you have to be to do that? Now, look. I want to be fair on that guy, the secret guy that we don't know about, who was supposed to take him to the fight. Now, we don't know if this guy had some sort of emergency regarding a family emergency or something very life-threatening and all of that. Now, look, remember, how about this? In Cobra Kai this week, right? When it was released, one of the story plots, and I don't want to spoil this for anybody, but if you don't want to be spoiled by the Cobra Kai season 6 plot, please fast forward this part right here to a few seconds up. Okay, so here it goes. Daniel LaRusso was kidnapped in the middle of a tournament. Okay, and as a coach, his team needed him, and luckily Johnny Lawrence was there to sort of help out what was needed in that void. But anyways, let's continue with Daniel Hamid's story here.
I feel bad until now. What happened yesterday is so disrespectful. This person, I ain't gonna ever forgive him. I blocked him and everything. He knows who he is. No point in me discussing it. But I was genuinely begging this person to take me. I said, look, T. Tazim, I respect him. I don't want to embarrass T. Tazim. I told this person, look, T. Tazim is a good brother of mine. I don't want to lose him in my life. If I don't turn up and make him look silly, look, I told him this guy has a memory of tickets. Whoever this person is, I blocked him. I'm not gonna mention it after this. But look, I looked really silly yesterday, and now I feel bad who I did. I feel bad for my opponent. I feel bad for T. Tazim because this is his show. He's doing me a favor. He didn't make me sell any tickets, so I feel bad for him. He's a good brother. So I genuinely feel bad. I don't know what to say what happened yesterday, but it wasn't my fault. I would always step in fire. I'd always jump in the ring. I would never run away from a fight. That's not who I am. I had 3 fights. I always show up. Whatever fight I have, I always show up. Yesterday.
Yeah, speaking of rig, right? A lot of people who don't train or are not in the sport of boxing or MMA or anything like that, they always call, oh, that fight is fake, like as if they know what it is that these men are going through with training, with motivation of getting in there and getting the W. That's something that a lot of people who have never searched for greatness or have search for glory in any kind of way will never understand. All those people that sit behind their comfortable life in their small town, in their small surroundings, and never wanting to get anywhere. That's your attitude on those types of things. And I think it's a crab in the bucket mentality, which I think this man right here is emphasizing to all of us.
Yesterday, it wasn't meant to be. I tried my best to get there. Like even when I'd meet the train station, because train station you have to take it to train station, you have to pay. Then you have to pay. Then this person wanted to pay, and I asked him, "Can you collect from the train station?" No, so I had to pay for the taxi as well from the train station. So this person, he didn't care about me, about how I got there, anything. But so it is what it is. But I'd like to apologize again to T. Tazim for giving me a show, for helping.
All right, guys. Soriano and Nikolay are up next right now. What do we got here? Let's see. What do we got here? Oh, mic check. Okay. Wait, am I on? Okay, good. Okay. Probably Magomed, but it's true. Alex hasn't been close 100% last fight. It might be close 50-50. What do you think? Was Magomed not resting because he was scared to get... Okay, Russian commentator for Nikolay. Okay, Russian commentator. Here we go. We have Soriano taking on Nikolay. Obviously from Mother Russia. And here we go. We are in with round number 1. Soriano versus Nikolay in the blue. And it is Soriano in the white. Niet. All right, here we go. Feeling out process between them. There's a leg kick or a body kick by Soriano. He shoots in for a takedown. Stuffed by Nikolay. Nikolay stops the takedowns and he going for knee, but he is in floor and he doesn't want to hit legal shot like Peter Yan did the soy boy named Aljo. Which is why I don't even know why someone like Aljo train with Merab. Merab, I don't know what is wrong with you. Why you train with someone like Aljo? He is soy boy. Yeah. Okay, here we go. And Soriano trying to go for double leg and he gets it. Meanwhile, it is Nikolay with a guillotine choke in half guard position. Let's go, Nikolay. How about that Russian commentator voice? Comrade, out. All right, so here's Soriano right now, back to my normal American voice. All right, here's Soriano now pounding away on Nikolay, the Russian. Remember, it is Russia versus USA, as it always will be. And will be till the end of time. Niet, I disagree with you. This is not it. It is not it. It is not World War II. I don't know what you are talking about. It has nothing to do with one or the other. Okay, meanwhile, here is Soriano beating Nikolay. Hey, Nikolay, you need to get up. You need to get up from this position now, Nikolay. Hey, let's go. Let's go. How about Khabib yesterday when Magomed got smashed by Sergio Pettis, by the way. By the way, I've trained with Sergio Pettis back when his brother was first fought in the UFC, fought Clay Guida, and yeah, create a Russian YouTube channel. It would go viral. You know what? It would be very kind of, you know what? It's funny in the context of our text, right? But I think it would be, you know, somewhat offensive to real Russians. I would imagine they would take some kind of reservations to it, don't you think? I mean, let me know. All right, meanwhile, here is Soriano is pounding away at Nikolay. Nikolay needs to get up. Nikolay, get up, get up. You cannot allow these to do this. This soy boy American from Hawaii, he's not good in wrestling, but why he out-wrestle you? You must get up now. Get up now. You are in half guard position. You must go and shrimp into side control, and then you must give your back away. No, don't give your back away. No. All right. Fresh Melon Juice says, no, it's only racist if you make fun of, oh my goodness. They're not the, oh, come on now. Why them specifically? I mean, I know why you said one for the other, but why the other one, right? Why would you, yeah, why is it racist if you make fun of the other? I get the other one. I get the other one, yeah. I get it. You know, they got everything. They got all the resources. They got all the na 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 na. Yeah, they got all of that. But why the other group? Why is it racist for the other group? I get why with this group, because they could do a lot to you, but yeah, that's the rules. Is that what it is? Okay, that is the rules, and there's no exception to it, so I take your word for it. All right, 44 seconds into this fight right now with Soriano on top of Nikolay. I don't know why Nikolay is disgracing our people in Russia right now. You are not allowing this Hawaiian to out-wrestle you like this. This is all we do in Russia is wrestle, and smash, and smash. But it is you who is getting smashed right now with elbow on the top. You must stop him now. You must stop him now. Now. All right. I think the movies when whites played the Chinese parts really damaged them. Okay, yeah, maybe very early on in the early centuries or so. I think, yeah, you may be right about that. All right, Soriano's face is busted open. Oh no! Even though he was out wrestling him, he still busted his face open because it is Russia that is number one. It doesn't matter if the Russian is from Moscow, if from St. Petersburg or Chechnya or Dagestan, anywhere in Russia, Russia man dominate in all sport, including wrestling, boxing, MMA, sambo, everything. Everything we run, everything, brother. We smash, that's it. And maybe some of us who are not Muslim, we drink a little vodka, but hey, it's okay. Why I sound Italian in the end? All right, so now Soriano is in half guard position right now. Oh no, the audio hasn't gone. Sorry, just had going on dead air there for a second with all the ground control time that Soriano has going on. All right, so still maintaining this top position right now. We're just about 10 minutes left. Okay, there's a knee to the body going on right now with 5 seconds left. All right, here we go. Round number 3 coming up. All right, so here we go. Round number 3, still the same. Will Merab eat, sleep after the KO? After he KOs his opponent, will Ankalaev eat, sleep after he KOs his opponent? What do you mean by that? Like, meaning what he's going to do for fun afterwards? Is that what you're referring to? Let me know the context and what you mean by that. So far, there's a guillotine attempt right here by Nikolay on Soriano, really trying to finish this off in the 3rd round right now. He has a half guard position. Okay, now looking for a full guard position. Now it is Soriano in top dominant position as of this moment. All right, mic check. 1 2 1 2. All right, so it is still Soriano that is on top position right now. All right, so maintaining half guard position right now. 115, 117. This looks like they're standing him up right now. Now, what was the motivation behind them standing him up right now? Okay, so there's a shot attempt right there. Oh, wow. Soriano looks like he's he could potentially go out right here.
All right, hopefully I didn't miss anything. A little bit of a freezing going on right here. Yeah, Magomed or Alex, who you got, Kyrie? Obviously, I got Magomed on that one. Some analysis say their last fight was very close. And you know what? As a result of that, I think Ankalaev is going to pick up a lot of data from that fight in which he's going to use moving forward into this fight. For example, the timing is going to be a lot different, right? It is something that Magomed is going to catch on quickly. And Alex Pereira is not exactly one of these guys that's complicated to where, all right, you know what, maybe in a couple of fights inside there with him, you start understanding his rhythm and his trajectory, what he's going to do in every fight. And that is why Izzy was able to knock him out in the last time that they had fought, because of all that data that he had downloaded into previous fights. Well, now Ankalaev has downloaded his own data, and as a result, could remain problematic for Alex Pereira's predictability.
Me, but but I should have been more organized. I could have easily got there, but I shouldn't have put my mind on one person. That's the honest truth. Because this person had he had people in his car, and I said, you know what, meet in the train station and pick me up from the train station in Birmingham. But No, he said no. Then they said get a taxi from the train station. That's too much. And you know what? It costs a lot to travel. The cost of living is too expensive nowadays. You can't travel. Everything is too expensive nowadays. Traveling costs a lot of money, and it was last minute. I couldn't travel, so I go, oh shit, no point me asking anybody for a lift. It's last minute. What should I do? So I was panicking. I was really upset. And then T tells him, he had to go at me. Simple. I deserved it. But T is a good brother. May Allah bless his family, all his family, for give me the time and day. T, listen, brother, I'm so sorry for what I did yesterday. I apologize, and it's not my fault. And T, listen, put yourself in my position. What if somebody you love let you down?
Yeah, this is a very good point. We're going to get to the part 2 version of this, okay? So right here, let's get to this right here.
And you say, so as boxers, your coach, traveling, he takes care of that. Like, to travel to like far place, it costs money.
So think about this, right? If we can relate this to Tom Aspinall, okay? How do you think Tom Aspinall was able to rise through adversity? Remember what we had mentioned in the article earlier about his parents and his mom sort of providing and helping him through his struggle while he is trying to reach the top of being an MMA fighter. So just a thought in mind that I'd like to share with you on that.
The price, like, not everybody could afford it. Like, last minute, nobody could afford it last minute. So travel, like amateur boxers, elite amateurs, like in boxing, they have to travel. They have to like travel to different gyms. It's a part of the game. You gotta travel. If you love something, you gotta travel. But in December, when I phoned the show, T had asked T. I came in as a man. I came there. I stepped in the ring. T knows this. As a man, I stepped in the ring and I stood my ground whoever I faced. I ain't asked T this. T Tazim knows this. As a man, I stepped in that ring. I did not let him down. T Tazim knows this. But some people, people with Peterborough, like Shai Milfield, he's a good brother. Shai's a real person. He took me. I put it on his case. You know what Shai did? Let me tell you what Shai Milfield did. When I asked Shai, listen, bro, I don't have a lift for the last year's December fight. Can you help me out? So you know what Shai Milfield did? Let me tell you about Shai. Santino Peterborough. Big up Santino Peterborough. Santino Peterborough, big up. This is what they did. So Santino Peterborough did not leave Peterborough until I got a lift. He made sure I got a lift. Not once, but twice. Once he asked Gautier to bring me. Second time, he took me himself. He made sure that, because he knows how embarrassing it would have been if I didn't turn up. Santino Peterborough knew, because he knows it's going to be bestie for me. It's going to be bestie for my whole family. If I don't turn up to December fight, my whole family is going to be bestie for them. He knew that. So, because T hasn't got me an opponent from Bradford. So this is what he did. He made sure I got to the venue. I went to the venue. Alhamdulillah, I've reached it fine. I had the fight. Then after that, I earned T Tazim respect. T knows this. I never let him down. Yesterday, I got let down. T, listen, I'm so sorry. It costs a lot. T Tazim, put yourself. Anybody, please, tomorrow, put yourself in my position. Like somebody you trust let you down last minute, and you begged him to bring you, begged him, and he said no. So put yourself in my position. I'm not angry or anything, but put yourself in my position, and I'm really.
I mean, credit to Daniel. He said he's not angry or anything. I would be absolutely livid. So kudos to him for being cool, calm, and collective about this. And you know what? By the end of the day, understand that it is all Allah's will. Even though somebody did. All right. So apparently Soriano won that one by decision. Shout out to Soriano on that one. The next matchup we got going on right now is Edmen Shabazian versus, let's see here. Edmen Shabazian versus Andre Muniz. And it looks like the middleweight fight between Ataba and Diaz have been canceled. All right. So, in regards to the Edmen Shabazian fight, I think Edmen Shabazian is going to have this one right here. I think he's going to outstrike and not only that, outgrapple Muniz. I think that's how I see this fight going. I also do see Muniz taking advantage in moments of, let's say, Edmen Shabazian slipping. All right, guys. So here we go. Shabazian taking on Andre Muniz right now. It's interesting how he has a nickname known as the Golden Boy, right? Very similar to Oscar De La Hoya. All right, so 335, 334 of the first round. Okay, there's a spinning back kick right there by Muniz. Drizzy Goat says it's big ink time. I think so too. Says, bro, I think Poatan KO's prime DC. I heard that the broken tooth bum Rob Whitaker saying he thinks DC would have beaten him. Hell no. Yeah, that's a bit of a crazy claim, isn't it? Drizzy Goat says, I'm in the minority here with this take as well. But he says, yeah, I think so, bro. John Jones doesn't have Jiri, John, Poatan, or Big Ink on his resume. He ducked them all as well. Look what Reese did to Reyes did to Jones. Yeah, Drizzy with the KO picks. Yeah, okay. That Gon fight was pathetic. It was hella weird that Gon had acted like he had drugged up a pig with no resistance at all. Wow. Yeah. All right. So far, Muniz is pressuring Edmen Shabazian here. Heavy. Oh wow. Okay. Oh wow, he got him. Oh my goodness, Edmen Shabazian is about to finish him. He is about to finish Muniz. I can't believe this. Edmen Shabazian is about to finish Muniz. He just finished Muniz. Wow. Right at the beginning of 2 hours and 57 minutes into and 57 seconds into the live stream. Edmen gets a TKO. Wow. Very exciting victory for Edmen Shabazian on that one. As soon as he had him rocked, he went after him straight away. He said, the Jones family are con artists, bro. Real talk. Wow, man. If Jones wasn't such a fake coward, a duck his brother might be a lot. Wow, dude. You're going drill rapper mode on me right now, Drizzy Goat. That's wild, bro. Wow, that is wild, bro. Explain why he deserves it, though. That is crazy, man. Yeah, explain that. Explain and elaborate on that a little bit. Fresh says, one for the good guys. Right, Kyrie. Drizzy Goat says, yeah, have it too, bro. LOL, we are right. Tight, I mean. Yeah. Damn, bro. That's crazy, bro. Well, all right, man. So we have some crazy comments about John Jones's brother passing away, obviously, while, yeah. That's what I'm saying. That's why it's kind of cold-blooded of him to, go there on that one. Yeah, Truth Seeker says, I don't agree with that at all, Drizzy. Yeah, bro, that's, but hey, listen, we've seen people in here say worse things about Charlie Kirk, right? I mean, oh, you know what? So here's an interesting thing, right? I found out that Ricky Hatton had died by unaliving himself. Right now, I thought it was like underlining health issues, the fact that he just, didn't live a very healthy life. But no, not even just hours before that, he was hitting the bag, right on his Instagram, just like how I hit my bags and, work out here on my live streams. He was doing that on his Instagram and didn't seem like there was anything wrong. And then he just went and popped himself. So I don't know if John Jones's brother have the same situation going on. I know NFL guys have some serious CTE going on, but yeah, Drizzy Goat says, Jones F over the UFC for 2 years, bro. I believe in coincidence. Don't get me wrong. Rip, but that's RIP, but that's confidence. But that's a coincidence. Okay, yeah, that's crazy, bro. Drizzy Goat says his brothers were meant to be healthy. That's hella weird that they hiding things like Jones was hiding his steroids. So you're saying that perhaps maybe the culprit of the John Jones's brother's death is based on maybe steroids? Suge Knight accused Dr. Dre of having Nate Dogg killed based on the fact that he was taking the same steroids as he sort of alluded to. Fresh Melon Juice says they all do steroids, even the Russians and Dagestanis. They haven't said how he died yet. Yeah, that's true. And just like they didn't say for a long time how Ricky Hatton died, I had to learn by watching an Amir Khan interview in Ariel Helwani. That's how I had to learn that happened. I was like, wow, Amir Khan just saying, yeah, he unalived himself. I was like, wow. It was like he was just saying that casually. So I really learned from Amir Khan. Truth Seeker says, yeah, I think it's very prevalent. Drizzy Goat says, I'm seeing that the Jones family are con artists, bro. Anyway, that bitch Jones retired and ran from a super fight. Then he wants to fight on the White House. It's just weird. I agree. All right. So with that in mind, guess what I have for you guys as a special, right? Just right in between the fights. This is what I'm going to be playing right here. Jones history. Okay, let's pull up Jones's video here. How about this former KSW champion right here?
Hydration plus more. Mass Plus by Messi.
Fall in love with your home this season at RC Willey. This week, save $50 to $200 on your new purchase.
I'm just trying to stay optimistic. I feel like I've put in a lot of work to. I try to believe that everything happens for a reason, and that at the end of the day, God has a plan for me. He has a plan for us all, and so I'm just trying to stay optimistic. I feel like I've put in a lot of work to get back to this point, And I feel like I have to reclimb a ladder.
John, I'm just wondering.
Imagine being the greatest of all time and how they decide to call your career quits is in a random city somewhere in Baku, Azerbaijan, and you're not even there to receive a goodbye gift. So that brings me to the question, is Jon Jones the greatest fighter of all time, or is his legacy forever tainted by controversy? Now, this video explores the tumultuous career of the UFC's most dominant champion, analyzing events that have changed his reputation and the future of his reign. So beyond the knockout power, beyond the wrestling, beyond the dominant wins, Jon Jones's career has been a roller coaster of controversy, from failed drug tests to public outbursts. Okay, now this video unveils the dark side of the UFC legend and examines the impact he's had on his own legacy. So Jon Jones went from pretty much a prospect, okay, a prospect and a prodigy to a controversial champion. Okay, Jon Jones's story is one of triumph, turmoil, and constant battles with his own demon. And this video dives into the personal and professional struggles that have defined his career, leaving viewers to decide whether he is a villain or whether he is a hero. Now, obviously, one thing you got to understand about the UFC, right? Nobody is absolutely bigger than the program. Absolutely nobody. After that Azerbaijan announcement by Dana White, all of a sudden, the ball kept rolling. The company keeps rolling. Take a look at this. UFC 319. What do we got? Khamzat and Dricus du Plessis. UFC 320. The guys that are fighting for Jon Jones's belt and the legacy that he leaves behind at 205. Alex Pereira and Ankalaev once again for the second time. In that same card, Merab versus Sandhagen. And on that same card, you have Jiri versus Rountree, which, by the way, is keeping the former division that Jon Jones competed in at a stacked, competitive architecture that we are seeing in that division right now. And then how could we forget the replacement of Jon Jones at UFC 321 in Abu Dhabi, where Tom Aspinall sets to take on Cyril Gane. And then, of course, you got Islam Makhachev, who, by the way, took the pound-for-pound #1 ranking from Jon Jones, and that's probably now being contested by him and Ilia Topuria. In other words, the game goes on. It moves on. So how did we get here? Let's start from the very beginning, okay? From the very, 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 very beginning of Jon Jones's career, all right? So it was on August 8th, okay, less than 4 months after his pro debut. Jon takes a 6-0 record into his first octagon fight as a replacement, 2 weeks' notice, beating Andre Guswab by unanimous decision in a prelim bout at UFC 87 in Minneapolis. The main event that night pits George St. Pierre versus John Fitch. By the way, one of the craziest fights that George St. Pierre has ever been, and it's crazy how John Fitch doesn't have the type of name that he does in his post-career, but that's neither here or there. You know who else was on that card? Co-main event, Brock Lesnar records his first UFC victory, unanimous decision win against Heath Herring, and that was right before Brock Lesnar had lost to Frank Mir. Okay, so as we move on, okay, December 9th, Jon Jones loses technically. Okay, he was dominating in a bout. Jon Jones is disqualified by referee Mazzagatti for using a 12-6 elbow that hurt Matt Hamill to the point where he cannot continue. Now, much controversy ensues, including UFC President Dana White bitterly slinging insults at the ref. Okay, so 2011, let's get to 2011, the most exciting parts of John Jones's career. Before he wins the World Championship against Shogun Rua in New Jersey, he had to help a lady whose purse was being snatched, and only for him to apprehend the culprit and waiting for the police to arrive, right? So that's John Jones in a nutshell when it comes to the heroic side of his life, right? So previously unbeaten Ryan Bader at UFC 126 improves to his record 12-1. Immediately afterwards is informed that in just a few months he will be replaced by the injured teammate Rashad Evans in a title fight against Shogun Rua. So what does Jones do? He goes and beats Shogun Rua at age 23. By the way, becoming the youngest UFC champion in history. Now, UFC 128 main event in Newark, New Jersey is actually Jones's second victory of the day. On the morning of the fight, he turned into a superhero, as I told you before, foiled a robbery nearby Patterson. At that time, I remember he was saying that he was out there trying to meditate, right? He was trying to meditate. He was trying to find a waterfall of some sort, right? Doing some, I don't know, some Eastern techniques of meditation, what have you, whatever Greg Jackson had him going on. So he chases down the suspect while his coach were out for a run. Okay. And surprisingly enough, we found out that day that Greg Jackson spoke Spanish because he apparently was communicating with the lady in Spanish, but this, that, and the other. But all right. So the controversy continues on. And by the way, what a great time that was during March of 2011, right? I remember that vividly.
We got here first. We did it.
No, she's right there.
Good morning, guys.
You wake up, good morning, it's a brand new day. Blue skies above, it's a perfect day.
What's this?
All right, guys. Jakub Wilkacz and Patrick Mix are up in there. There's Johanna right there cheering on her fellow Polish. Drizzy Goat says, Jones is a toxic guy in the UFC. So much dark energy around him. Not surprised his family got exposed and his brother defamed from the Arthur ended himself. Oh, okay. So he did end himself. Okay. Okay. So Big Ank beats Prime John Jones as well. I think Francis and Tom both would have effed up Jones at the heavyweight. Okay, sure he is. 125, Drizzy Goat says he barely beat Reyes. Jiri and Jan Olberg finished Reyes. Jones has never fought Jiri, and what is he doing? Make no mistake, Pantoja is the GOAT. Wilkacz versus Patrick Nix is up right now. I like him as a fighter. Fresh sounds like you got Jones in your mouth. Missing the logic. I know that was a controversial take, but I don't give a F. Okay. He was an opportunity to mark as a GOAT. He had fought Tom and beat him. Jones has a good legacy, but he went out sad. He didn't fight a lot of great fighters, nor Jan or Ank. Yeah. By the way, we have the first round with Patrick Mix right now looking to redeem himself after a non-successful UFC debut. So, Truth Seeker, oh yeah, just a coincidence that something happened to him, bro, after two. Okay. Jones has a good legacy. Yes, we read that part. Okay, okay. I didn't hear that was a guess. It's the toxic people you should help. Yeah, we don't know what had ended him. Oh, wow, here's Patrick Mix right here with a takedown, but then here's a guillotine attempt by Jakub. Wow, man, yeah, Patchy's doing it up right now.
All right, so Patchy's trying to not trap his head right there. Now he's in a half guard position, looking to sort of stack up from here. Says, I'm happy today as long as Jiri KOs. Bro, I say second round KO. Okay. That's an interesting take. All right. If Roundtree gets the W, I'm wrong. If Jiri KOs Roundtree, I'm right about Jones. Okay, so that's the qualifier that you have to sort of determine that, huh? Oh, there's another guillotine attempt right there. All right, so Patchy had rolled out of that one. Okay, so that's a very good point right there. What Joe Rogan and DC just said, right? He had accompanied Joanna and Jacek to a lot of these championship fights, so it does give him a certain experience of being in here. If Jiri KOs Roundtree, I'm right about. If you're okay, yes, bro. On my guy instinct qualifier, you get it. LOL. What's your predictions for the main card, boss? So let's see. In the main card, I have so Abus Magomedov over Joe Pyfer, Yusuf Zalal. No, you know what? That's going to be a tough one, man. I think Josh Emmett takes that one by decision. Jiri versus Khalil Roundtree. I'm going with Jiri by decision. Merab, I'm going by decision, and Ankalaev, I'm going by fourth round TKO finish. So yeah. That's what I got for that one. All right, and in this round right here, just ended. I think Yakub had won that one. What do you guys think? All right, so here we go. Round number 2. All right, here's some shots right here by Yakub. Oh, some good knees right there on the body by Wilkacz. All right, there's a takedown right there by Patchy Mix. He says, do we have any more Russian fighters? We need Russian commentators back, man. Yeah, man. I mean, we obviously it's an Ankalaev card, so there you go. I could probably, do a portion of that into Russian, man. Commentator voice, I suppose. But yeah, all right, there we go. Now they stood right back up. Oh, big left hand right there. Oh man, there we go. He said, if I was rich, I would pay you to run the Russian. I would pay you to run the Russian in a podcast every week. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Well, hey, man, you could always shoot me some super chats, obviously. That's one way of doing it. But yeah, man, Patchy Mix is right on top position right now, full guard position. Yeah, Patchy's standing very flat-footed right now, right? I just think that's part of the exhaustion that has really plagued them right now. And Jakob too. He's took a deep breath, so he's got a. All right, nice little kick right there by Patchy. Okay, little front kick right there by Wilkacz. I had this off the whole time. They said it's a fair call. All right. All right. Have you ever gassed in a fight, Kyrie? You know what? Here's the thing, right? In a fight, you are gassed all the time. It just depends on how you react to it, but also not just how you react to it, but also uh how you maneuver around it, right? The energy expenditure that comes with it, right? Like, are you willing to give a whole output right now? Like, look at what Wilkacz is doing right now, right? He's throwing all his efforts into these clinches, which, by the way, takes a lot into his lactic acid muscle. And then on top of that, he's pushing forward. He's throwing at a very high pace. This is what he decides to do. But believe me, by the end of it, he's going back to his corner tired. He says, I haven't got tired in any of mine yet, but I know what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, it's all about the energy expenditure. And because you know what? Sometimes somebody could lead you into a dance that you didn't expect to be in, right? At a rate that you didn't expect to be in. He says, I've only had 4 fights and the longest was 2.5 minutes. Jeez. Yeah. So not a lot of not a lot of rounds in there to, to really like yeah. I mean, if let's say your next fight was going to be to a distance, then okay, now you can start to feel the effects of it, and you can start to now understand how to deal with it next time around. Because this is why I was really rooting for Reyes in this fight against Carlos Ulberg, right? Because I just knew that, you know what, with the 5-round wars that he's had, I'm sure that can take you somewhere. But obviously, Carlos finished him very early on. Fresh says, probably because your opponent is careful with the output as well. That's also true. Truth says, yeah, I haven't had a real fight. Okay, so you mean by like just sparring or smoker gym fights or something to that extent. Okay, still one in the same. It is still an experience nonetheless. You are still getting rounds in. But I guess it depends, right? It also depends on who you're with. Now, all these influencer gym fights that Sean Strickland is getting into, is he really learning anything from it? Right? Probably the answer is no. Maybe there's not a lot that he's learning from that. But I tell you what, these 3 rounds that Patrick Mix is getting into right now, he's learning a lot. He got his first 3 rounds in his last fight. Obviously, his UFC debut didn't do too good for him, but at the same time, here he is right now on the verge of finishing round number 3 and seeing as how it goes in the remaining of his UFC career, if he even has a UFC career to begin with by the end of this. Now, obviously, the last time around was against Mario Bautista not too long ago. Not too long ago, right? Considering that was in June. This is now October. So, yeah, man. He already had the UFC jitters down pat right there. And look, he looks pretty comfortable being in the top right now. Truth Seeker says they haven't been hard enough to really get the full experience. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I see what you mean. Yeah. This is also why wrestling is so helpful, right? In consideration to the fact that, hey, you know what? You've had plenty of those. And if you've had plenty of those, once you get into a wrestling position in an MMA fight, you are in familiar territory. Okay. It's like, wow, okay, I know how to breathe in these spots right here. Whereas if you're not an experienced striker, being able to breathe in those scenarios might not be as easy. Right. So, I've never had an adrenaline dump. Okay. Well, at least that shows you're sort of understanding how to deal with the breathing patterns that is presented in front of you. Right. So that's good, at least, that you have an understanding of that. Right. Because adrenaline dump oftentimes comes from being too overly anxious with what you're about to get yourself into. He says, here we go, yo. Here we go, yo. So what's the scenario? All right. So I think we got Patchy Mix winning this one. What do you guys think? I think he walks out with a victory on this one. All right. So Atiba Gutierrez does have his fight, but it's going to be against Chaisson Vines tonight. So, all right. All right, some good right hands right there. All right, and that is the end of it. All right, man. So, scorecards. I'm going to have to give this one to Patchy Mix, guys. Patchy Mix had won this one. Have you guys heard why Frankie had pulled out of his fight? No. Let me know. Let me know if you have any particular updates on that, Marty. That would be great. What was the underlying reason for his demise in terms of not being able to be in this fight? So, in the meantime, yeah, Patchy Mix had won this one. Where are we at? Okay. So yeah, an easy win for Patchy Mix, I think. Yeah, easy win for Patchy Mix. Obviously, the first time around wasn't too good for him, right? Didn't do too well, but yeah, good point by DC. At least you got a dub, no matter how it looks. Okay, I'm back. All right, so here's some what is this? Merab promos right now. Okay, so before we had gone out, okay, what's wrong with your back? What do you mean? What's wrong with my back? I don't understand what you mean. I'm just saying that I'm back. So Yakub won that one. Let's get this straight, right? Yakub won that one over Patchy Mix. Wow, man, talk about a heartbreaking loss for Patchy Mix. But that tells you why in this sport there is no such thing. There's no such thing as a fairy tale. So I mean, it was controversial as it is. That fight could have gone either way. What is this mean for Patchy Mix? No. Will he get cut from the UFC? You know what? There's a high probability that that happens, even though he's a former champion. And even though, yes, even though they were two tough matchups, I mean, one can argue that, you know, these were not contenders or anything like that, but it just shows you the different level that you have in the UFC. All right, be right back. Continues on. And by the way, what a great time that was during March of 2011, right? I remember that vividly. And for all my old school guys, for those of you that don't remember, Uriah Faber was also in that card fighting Eddie Wineland, which I believe, by the way, was Uriah Faber's UFC debut, right? At that point, he already had 20 to 30 some odd pro fights, but it was his UFC debut because WEC had been purchased by the UFC, and as a result, they inherited all their rosters. So it became Uriah Faber's first fight in the UFC officially when WEC was brought in. Now, obviously, during that time, I was living in Sacramento, okay, and also not only living in Sacramento, I was also training and fighting out of Sacramento. If you guys remember, so yeah, man, had some experience training with Team Alpha Male, had a few amateur kickboxing matches, MMA fights. And here we are coming full circle together. You remember that time Uriah Faber and John Jones were doing the Dougie, if you guys remember that little dance from back in 2011. Now look at young John Jones and Uriah Faber at that time. Oh my goodness, man. What a fun times that was back in the days, right? Really fun times, great times in Team Alpha Male. Obviously, great times for John Jones because it was the time that he had become the undisputed light heavyweight champion of the world, right? And man, it could have been better times. It was absolutely peak times for MMA, especially comparing the world of MMA right now. Talking about literally 2010. Okay, so this picture right here that you're seeing me training at Team Alpha Male, when Team Alpha Male was in I Street, by the way, at downtown Sacramento. Yeah, that was in December of 2010, and then been training there from December 2010 all the way when I had witnessed Uriah Faber get ready for his UFC 128 match, in the same matchup that Jon Jones had won his first light heavyweight undisputed championship of the world. So now, 1 year later from that picture, right? It's now November 24, 2011. Jon Jones is taken into custody at a parking lot of a strip club in Albuquerque, New Mexico, the city where he lives and trains at. A traffic stop reveals that he had been driving on a suspended license.
He trotted through the twilight woods. His thick, russet tail, a mark of his prime, swung with a confident rhythm, a counterpoint to the soft, crunchy grass beneath his paws. A low, familiar huff announced the arrival of Vixen, a sleek female with intelligent amber eyes, emerging silently from the shadowed.
How about this? Charges were later dropped. Okay, and we're talking about from the time of 2011 to 2014 is a timeline that we're talking about right now, right? But this one right here, where his charges were dropped due to a suspended license, was in 2011, right? You want to know my speculation on that? Here's my speculation on that, right? Jon Jones at the time was a local hero to Albuquerque, New Mexico. Think about it. He put Albuquerque, New Mexico on the map. He's not from Albuquerque, New Mexico. In fact, it's not even a glamorized city in a way where people from Europe or these fighters from England or Ireland or Australia are breaking their backs to come to New Mexico, out of all places, when you could train in New York with the Longo team. You could train in Los Angeles with 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu, along with other top MMA gyms in California, including, of course, Team Alpha Male. But then he goes and puts the city on the map. Now, everybody around the world now, all of a sudden, at this point, was training at Greg Jackson, and that included the names of George St. Pierre. That included the names of Carlos Condit, even Diego Sanchez. By the way, shout out to Diego Sanchez. He's got his own legal troubles going on right now. I believe he was doing a drive-by shooting of some sort. Jeez. Well, okay, so moving on from November 24, 2011, the cops may have given him a little bit of a leeway. So May 19, 2012, John wraps his Bentley around a utility pole in Binghamton, New York, and is taken into custody by the police after refusing a sobriety test. Okay, keep in mind, this is in 2012, just a year after he had won his world championship. So 1 year as a champion, he's already getting into it. He pleads guilty to a DUI, assessed a $1,000 fine, and his license suspended for 6 months. Now, obviously, I don't want to skip way too ahead of myself in this chronological order, but during 2014, Conor McGregor said something to the effect of, "Mate, why don't you just hire a driver? Why don't you just hire a driver or something?" You know what I mean? You know what a lot of Europeans may not understand about American culture is that American culture is a car-driven culture, right? If you've seen in my past live streams, I've showed you guys some lowrider shows. In this live stream, I've showed you guys different types of car clubs that involve California and all throughout across the United States, right? So that's just the culture around here. It's a car culture, and the idea of somebody driving you around is sort of a sense of lacking independence, not so much of a flex of your wealth or anything like that as how the rest of the world may view it. But on any regard, as time goes on, August 8th, 2012, Jon Jones signs a worldwide sponsorship with Nike, becoming the first UFC fighter to do so. Okay, so August 23rd, 2012, Jon Jones incurs the wrath of White after declining to accept a short notice replacement bout with Chaisson, and after he rescheduled an opponent with Dan Henderson. Okay, and then he withdraws. Later on, Jon and Dan Henderson went on to have a grappling match inside a cage, not in the UFC, but that's neither here or there. Yep, so here it is. Here's the fight that we all wanted to see during that time, but it never happened. And there it is. Jon Jones doing what he normally does. He goes and he submits him. So what does that tell you? I think that how the matchup would have ended was either Jon Jones would have kicked him in his face or jabbed him out or maybe even just submit him the way that he did here. But did we really need to see this fight in the first place? No. But it was a fight where many people were upset because Jon Jones prevented a lot of them from getting paid. So keep in mind, we're still in the phase of 2012 to 2014, right? If we can follow on, right? So, okay. As a result of that, UFC 151 becomes the first event to have been canceled by the promotion. White verbally attacks Greg Jackson, the coach of Jon Jones, who had advised him in taking this fight, okay, as a fucking sport of killers, he says, okay? So September 22nd, 2012, after being falsely scheduled for UFC's next pay-per-view event, Jon Jones is nearly submitted early by Vitor Belfort. Man, that was a crazy fight, right? He had nearly submitted him in the first round, and but ultimately won UFC 152 in the main event via fourth round submission. So again, he finally fights.
You wake up in the morning, it's a brand new day. Blue skies above, it's a perfect.
All right, so 3 hours and 49 minutes into this right now, we got Santos versus Yoo, not Woo, you actually. So here we go. Whoa, nice spinning back kick right there. All right, so there's a front kick right there by Santos. All right, yeah. Good starting out so far. I mean, still a bit of a feel out process, but nonetheless. Oh, there's a good leg kick right there. You, I slick. Yo, I slick. He is quite slick, isn't he? You. Oh, wow. There's Santos right now going after him on that one. Very fast. Yep. Oh, what is that? Clapping in the middle of the striking. Very cocky. Wow, look at this. He's like, wow, and then he's twirling around. Wow, just really taunting him. How about that? Wow, man, yeah, just absolute taunting. But then right after all of that, he gets taken down. And then he gets taken down after. Wow. looking really nonchalant. It's like as if he's allowing Santos to do all the work while just really remaining relaxed. Look at this. Very Conor McGregor-like in his approach, I think. Okay, now they're right back on the feet. Oh, wow. Look at this, man. Very slick. There's a front kick right there. Very, again, very reminiscent of Conor McGregor. Yeah, even though Santos is getting out-slicked right here, he's still going for it. All right, man, 30 seconds left into this round. All right, and that is the end of the first round right here. Good round for you. Good round for Santos, man. Good round for both men. Okay, here we go, guys. Round number 2. He says, not the music again. What's wrong with the music? Oh, wow. Woo just got knocked down right there out of nowhere. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Woo got finished. Woo got finished. I can't believe it. Unbelievable. Out of nowhere, Woo got finished, man. Woo got finished out of nowhere. Out of nowhere, he got finished, man. I can't believe it. Wow. You know what? A lot of people are going to treat this right here like a meme. You know what I mean? Oh, if you over-exaggerate or if you're overconfident, this is what happens to you. The stoic Santos, who is not as interesting or as exciting as you, is going to beat you. How dare you trying to be exciting? How dare you trying to be a slick fighter, trying to be exciting? How dare he trying to promote himself? The price of being slick. That's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying, right? Wow, man. This is awesome, man. This is prime life right now, guys. Being able to witness these fights with you. Wow. This is amazing, man. Hit the number 1 on the chat if you guys are really enjoying this fight card so far, man. Just absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Throw some ones in there. Throw some ones in the chat. Wow, man. All right, man. Well, big ups to Santos on that one. Yeah, man. We're moving right into the main card pretty soon. All right. So, in regards to Jon Jones's brother, back to the video at hand, okay? Chaisson, right? Finally gets his date in a cage with Jon Jones and nearly ends up as the champion. Despite Jones dominating while mauling Sonnen at UFC 159 headline bout, Jones discloses big toe was broken, okay? But nonetheless, he was able to finish him in 27 seconds, just ground and pound. Had Sonnen survived the horn, the doctor would have likely not allowed the champ to continue with such a grotesque injury. I mean, the toe looked absolutely horrible, right? So September 23rd, 2013, Jones is taken to the limit for a 5-rounder against Alexander Gustafsson. Okay, now that fight right there was absolutely legendary. And he didn't even train for it, apparently, right? Setting a UFC record for light heavyweights in his 6th title defense. So now we go on to the Daniel Cormier era, okay? Accused of writing homophobic slurs to a Swedish fan on Instagram, Jones says in his phone, Jones said after the quote-unquote homophobic slurs, he said that his phone was stolen and was hacked. In reality, nobody really cares that he said these things. Let's just be honest, right? Nobody really cares. You understand what kind of sport you are in, right? Although others will say otherwise and say, well, you know what? That's not a very good way of making the sport inclusive or this and that. To your opinion, it varies, right? August 14th, Jon Jones appears with Daniel Cormier at a Las Vegas news conference to promote their scheduled title fight. The two ended up brawling in the hotel lobby floor later that day, and they interviewed via split screen. Following the interview, Cormier is heard saying he wished he were allowed to go to where Jon Jones was so he can spit in his face. And Jon Jones responded, you know what? I would absolutely end your life. You know that? So that's where we are now in the Daniel Cormier era of the Jon Jones saga.
Okay. You're a little fat. You're a John.
Oh my God, you're so
hit,
weak.
First off, you hit like a if you even hit me.
Yeah. I hit like a I hit like a but I didn't hit you. You didn't
because I didn't even feel it.
Oh man.
I felt Melky's punch more than yours, you little fucking punk.
Oh yeah, you're so mad. I can hear it in your voice.
Okay, John. I'm taking everything September 27th.
Oh my goodness. Hey, are you still there?
I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm here. You are just the fakest person. I actually admire that you can actually be this fake. And like when the TV comes on, how you can just change. It's like you're a chameleon.
Hey, listen,
it's awesome.
I'm a professional.
It is unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
The fact that you're a hasn't changed.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable how fake you can really be. I don't want to insult you. I don't want to fight and be petty. But John, if you really are really basing anything off of what happened today on that floor, you are an idiot.
Yeah, well, how come you ended up being on the floor and on your back?
Because they had all security guards grabbing me.
Oh,
you're the worst, dude. Like seriously.
This is what peace sounds like. Quiet the ride with the precision-tuned technology of the Bridgestone Alenza Prestige.
Noom's going micro. Micro habits, micro wins, microdosed GLP-1s.
Help!
Oh, hi. What's happening?
I've been here for months and my weight won't budge. I'm stuck.
Been there, but Noom's microdoses of motivation.
You're the worst. You're the worst. But hey, John, watch, John. I'll be a chameleon just like you. I'll do exactly like you did on this last interview. I won't give him anything. I'll do exactly like you did. Because, I mean, remember, I have Olympic level media training. So watch, I'll show you.
So, yeah, here we are, right? In the Daniel Cormier era of Jon Jones's career. So obviously, yes, Jon Jones appears with Daniel Cormier to promote their scheduled fight. Okay, the two ended up brawling in the lobby. And later that day, obviously, the interview, the split screen right here, that right there that I'm showing you right now is absolutely exclusive footage that Fox Sports did not want to air for absolutely good reasons of monetization or just censorship, right? I mean, okay, so September 23rd, 2014, for his role in the Cormier brawl, Jones is fined $50,000 by the Nevada State Athletic Commission, which also rules that he must put in 40 hours of community service. So what happens? January 3rd, 2015, Jones and Cormier finally fight. Jones controls the UFC 182 main event from the start to finish, and he earns a unanimous decision victory over that, okay? So one day after that win, okay, by the way, we're maybe skipping around right here because that's the second time around that him and Daniel Cormier had fought, right? But before all that, before this head kick, okay, just one day after being featured on the Forbes magazine of 30 under 30 list on the brightest young stars in the sports, Jones is seen with his public image take a jolt when the Nevada State Athletic Commission reveals that he had tested positive for the main metabolite in the cocaine prior to the Cormier fight. Jones announced that he had checked into the rehab. The drug test occurred a full 30 days before UFC 182. And because it's cocaine, it's not on the list of banned substance while out of competition. The fight was allowed to go on. So January 7, 2015, Jones checks into a rehab facility in Albuquerque, New Mexico, okay, after just one night. January 17, 2015, from January 7th to January 17, 2015, Jones was fined $25,000 for violating the athletic code of conduct policy for a failed drug test. January of 2019, Jones is involved in a hit and run, okay, hit and run injuries with a pregnant woman and other vehicles. So what does Jones do? He turns himself into the police hours, initially fleeing the scene. Okay, so John Jones at that time has already been stripped of his championship, suspended indefinitely by the UFC. September 29th, 2015, pleads guilty of leaving the scene of an accident involving an injury, sentenced to 18 months of supervised probation. 23rd of October, 2015, UFC reinstates Jones in the active roster. March 29th, he's jailed for violating probation. A week earlier, he was cited by the police of 5 charges related to drag racing, and a footage from a police body camera captured John Jones calling a police officer an effing liar and a pig. Okay, so shout out to John Jones for that. I know a thing or two about that. March 2016, parole violation. Jones is ordered to take anger management and driver improvement classes. April 23rd, 2016, Jones returns to competition after 15 months of absence, defeats Ovince St. Preux via unanimous decision to capture the light heavyweight belt. Okay, so what's interesting about that, many people were citing at the fact that, hey, you know what, maybe John Jones is not the same guy anymore, right? Maybe he's not the same guy considering the fact that he had gone to a decision in the way that he did against Ovince St. Preux. So Jones is pulled from a scheduled 200 UFC rematch with Daniel Cormier after being flagged by USADA for potential violation of doping. Okay, so July 7th, Jones holds a press conference in Las Vegas, denies the cheating, okay, and announces that he will appeal the failed test. Okay, being labeled a cheat, he says, tearful, John Jones hurts me more than anything. I've been through a lot in my career, pretty much. So, yeah. All of a sudden, okay, November 16th, 1 week after hearing Jones is issued a 1-year ban from USADA failed drug test, the hearing had revealed that the substance for which John Jones tested positive were clomiphene and letrozole metabolites found in tadalafil. By the way, okay, I need you to read that right there because I'm not reading that part right there. Okay, now make of that as you will, whatever reason he had to do that. So Jones, once again, stripped of his interim title by the UFC, making him the first champion to be stripped twice. December 16th. By the way, this was during the time that Conor McGregor was beating the crap out of everybody, right? I mean, he went from Nate Diaz and then goes into Eddie Alvarez. Now he's going into a fight with Floyd Mayweather. Okay, that's where this was during this time, right? So after 1 year of suspension he received from USADA, he comes back July 29, 2017. By the way, a couple of months before what I believe is to be the Floyd Mayweather-McGregor fight, after a 15-month absence from the cage, Jones finally meets Cormier again, connects with a devastating head kick to score a third-round knockout to regain the light heavyweight championship of the world. Okay? So after that win, Jones reacts to reclaiming the UFC light heavyweight championship after defeating Daniel Cormier. But guess what? Guess what happens? Jones is notified of a potential violation of UFC's anti-doping policy stemming from a drug screening of July 28th, 1 day before the UFC 214 rematch with Cormier. Anabolic steroids Turinabol was found in his system in a test administered by USADA. So the California State Athletic Commission overturns Jones' win over Cormier, ruling the bout a no contest, and once again, Jones being stripped of his title, okay? So in September 2018, by the way, just about a couple of weeks before Khabib and Conor McGregor were going to fight each other at UFC 229, USADA announced that after an appeal process, it was assessed to Jon Jones at a 15-month suspension retroactive to June 28th to 17th. He was deemed eligible to fight again on October 28th. So what does he do? He goes in there with a rematch against Alexander Gustafsson. What happens in an Alexander Gustafsson fight? Well, take a look at this.
Gustafsson, the super fight between the women, Muniz and Cyborg, and we're moving it from Las Vegas to the Forum in LA. Tickets will go on sale Wednesday, and people who bought tickets here in Las Vegas can get a full refund, and we'll figure out how to get you seated in LA if you're interested in moving to LA to watch the fight. I'll turn it over to Jeff to explain what's going on.
We were informed earlier this week by the United States Anti-Doping Agency, who administers our anti-doping program, that a urine sample collected from Jon Jones on December 9th of this year tested positive for a very, very small amount of a long-term metabolite of the same prohibited substance for which he was sanctioned in July 2017.
So just like that, they decide they were going to move the fight down to LA. Okay, very unprecedented. Relocated from Las Vegas to LA. Okay, after a random drug test discovers a trace amount of anabolic steroids for which he was banned last year. Okay, USADA declares that Jon Jones was not at fault, but he is able to be licensed in Nevada in time for Saturday's fight. So they had to move based on that. Unprecedented, never happened before. 2018, Jones is drug tested on the day of the weigh-ins and trace amount of Turinabol, same steroid metabolic that earned him the ban. Okay. On the 29th, Jones dominant all the way against Gustafsson, third round TKO once again, becoming the UFC light heavyweight champion of the world. Jones passes multiple drug tests. After that, in 2019, Dana White tells TMZ that Jones will file a license application with Nevada later that month. And if granted a license, he will defend his belt against Anthony Smith. Okay, so Jones granted a one-fight license that subjects him to the testing that will keep him eligible even if he tests positive for the same bad substance, as long as it's in the same picogram levels. Now, that created a lot of controversy during that time. Okay, the debates of picograms, this, that, and the other. And the next thing you know, February 19th, every week, maybe twice a week, someone is at my house taking blood and urine. A lot of people at the time were really complaining about the USADA, right? Just being very invasive and just, yeah, not really respecting the privacy of the fighters. So Jones goes to a unanimous decision win over Anthony Smith. Obviously, a scary moment in round 4 where Jones lands a knee to his face, which was granted illegal and Referee Herb Dean deducts 2 points. Had Smith been unable to continue, man, John Jones would have lost his belt right there. April 19, 2019, a waitress at the Albuquerque club, okay, you've seen right there what kind of club it is, alleges to the police that John Jones denied a private dance, was roughhousing with her, put her in a chokehold, kissed her on her neck, and what? Wow. Okay, so that's crazy. That right there is something that not a lot of people have really talked about, but kind of reveals John Jones in a different way. So after that, Jones fights Thiago Santos. All right, so here we are. Gautier versus Vines. Sorry, I may have spelled that one wrong right there. But on any regards, yes, here we are. So, all right, let's get to these John Jones comments real quick regarding what we were just watching. So he says, but you have to record it and sing the F done. Okay. These are 2 level below Ankalaev and Poatan, slower and weaker. Big Ink would KO Jones easily. Mount Rushmore's Khabib Islam comes out in Ankalaev. These are real fighters, are role models, but I need to see Islam versus Ilya at 155 or 170. Most likely they'll fight at 155. I want to see Khamzat go up to 185 if he beats Nasruddin. 205. Jones is the devil in disguise. The next fight will last for 35 seconds. Well, this is the fight that we have right now. How is Jones the devil? He has said he is a man of sin, trying not to be. Okay, fair enough. Drizzy Goat says, fake soy boy Christian. It's a fake religion. Anyways, priests are Peter. Oh, wow. Jones, a fraud, and that Gon can Stipe, both are trash. Stipe was 50 coming off a brutal KO. That bum tried to spin it and say Stipe was the best heavyweight of all time. He was the best heavyweight for the time being that he was. All right, so right now, this is what we have going on right now is Gutierrez versus Vines. Already at least 1 minute down into this fight. They're sort of circling each other around. Vines is sort of circling around Gautier. So, oh, yeah, he's not even trying to engage. Oh, wow. Yeah, he got knee trying to shoot a takedown there. Okay, now he's trying to shoot a takedown on him. Let's see how his takedown defense looks right here. Oh, what is that? What did he do right there? It just looks like he grabbed his neck and then just... Yeah, what did he hit him with? What is that? Wow. Wow. Man, that was out of nowhere, man. What was that? What was all that about? Oh, man, that was a crazy way of finishing him. What was all that about? Was that a push? Okay, what was that? Let's see. That was a knee. That was a knee coming in. So it was a knee coming in. He got rocked and hurt really bad right there. As soon as he got hurt and rocked really bad right there, this is what he does. Okay, so he just threw him off with a clinch position and then just ragdolled him to the ground. Okay, it's the way that he threw him off. It looks subtle, but wow. Yeah, man, Guitar is absolutely terrifying. Yeah, that is one terrifying 185er right there. Wow, man. So there it is, man. Win for Gautier. Terrifying human being. All right, back to the John Jones video. So this is at the phase right now where him and Izzy start fighting, right? John Jones reports to have had battery stemming from April in that club, failed to appear for a bond arraignment in June, prompting a bench warrant to be issued. Jones tells the station that he was unaware of the charge and that once he was told, Jones went to court and paid the bond. Now, him and Izzy got into this beef. For those of you that don't know, obviously, Izzy at the time was hot in 2018, 2019, and even in 2020, up until, of course, he fought Jan Blachowicz, right? Which sort of ended the notion that perhaps maybe Izzy can compete at 205 or somehow fight John Jones or maybe replace John Jones, because after all, this is a business where you can be easily replaced at any given time, right? So now we are in the era of him and Izzy, you know, sort of fighting with each other, right? So, all right. They respond to each other, okay, talking about, oh, you're a delusional kid. You know, you don't want to mess with a beast like me. I'll expose you. This back and forth that they have going on. They later went on to become friends. Obviously, they had met up and obviously made up.
They want to fight me. I'm middleweight, but then I responded back, and then we had beef. And then for a few years, it was like that. Then after I fought Costa, it went really deep. And then that was a fight. That was around the time it could have happened, but I don't know what happened. Scheduling, COVID reasons, whatever. And I fought Jan. But yeah, real recognize real. I put it that way.
One of the great challenges in this world is knowing enough about a subject to think you're right, but not enough about the subject to know you're wrong. There's like a gazillion hours of me on the internet in almost every case.
The fans, so and then
so there it was, just like the Tom Aspinall fight, a fight that never happened. A fight that probably we didn't need, and some will argue Tom Aspinall is needed to solidify his history. But on the other end of that, I just look at it like, man, people want to see John Jones lose because of all these things that have happened to him, right? So, all right, going back to October 15, 2019, Jones pleads a no contest to a reduced charge of a disorderly conduct for his behavior at the strip club. Under the terms of the plea deal, if Jones is not arrested to have found violated the law in the next 90 days, the case will be dismissed. There have been no violations reported since, and the case does not appear on Jones's record. November 2019, UFC President Dana White confirms Dominic Cruz will be up next. They fight in February 2020. It was one of Dominic Reyes's best performances. Okay, and then after that, he had gone on to lose one fight after another, right? It was like a John Jones curse type of thing until eventually Dominic Reyes got a win. Okay, after he got that win, then he's sort of back to where he needed to be. But it was one of those fights that really escaped Dominic Reyes, right? In fact, when he did win, I managed to make a video about it. Well, check this out. I was in LA, right behind Universal Studios, and I was in a hotel, and I had just reacted to Dominic Reyes finally winning after losing that fight to John Jones, in which he should have won. This is what I had to say about it. Dominic Reyes finally got a victory over Dustin Jacoby. A long time coming, I got to be honest with you. We've known or thought that John Jones was defeated by Dominic Reyes, probably one of the hardest fights of his career. Afterwards, Dominic Reyes went on to lose to a whole bunch of contenders and future champions, and as a result, never got the full credit that he truly deserved. So as a result, here he is tonight, finally getting sort of a redemption in his career. Obviously, we've known that Dominic Reyes is capable of a lot more. However, the losing streak that he had going on, I think, was really detrimental to his career. But tonight, he finally proved that, you know what? I can go out there and show the world what I'm really made of. Not by fluke mistakes, not by the judges' scorecards, and not necessarily anything that has anything to do with anything that was outside of his control, but rather showing that he was in full control and in full swing of things with a first-round TKO victory that he has over Dustin Jacoby, as I'm witnessing it right now, while he is right now being interviewed by Paul Felder as we speak. Sure. But not only that, I think we also have to understand that when it comes to this game, there are mountains and valleys and peaks. In other words, you have the highest high and the lowest lows when it comes to wins and losses. You also have a lot of 50-50 matchups where in MMA, everything is a total 50-50 coin toss. And many of those coin tosses that he's experienced, unfortunately, was not in his favor. Dominic Reyes has had his own redemption story, but in a form of competition. Now, as for Jon Jones, his form of struggles didn't exactly happen in the cage. It was everything outside of the cage where he was taking L's. Okay, so obviously he retains that title back in February 2020 with a controversy. It's a unanimous decision, but the reaction to the fans suggests that Dominic Reyes had deserved that win. Now, Dana White says after the bout that Reyes deserves a rematch, but that was put in doubt a week later when Jan Blachowicz scores a first-round KO of Corey Anderson. But if you remember, Corey Anderson was hot at that time, right? Jones was in attendance, talked about how impressed he was of Jan Blachowicz and how he could see the UFC matching them up. So March 2020, okay, he's arrested again for alleged DWI, negligent of use of firearms, among other charges. 5 days later, Jones agrees to a plea deal, guilty to a DWI, and is fined in order to perform community service, put on probation, and other charges were dropped. May of 2020, Jones donates $25,000 to a food depot, okay, during the time of COVID. May of 2020, Jones indicates that the fight he wants is not another light heavyweight title defense, but rather a heavyweight bout with Francis Ngannou. And that's when the Predator tweets at Jon Jones and replies to him, "All power means nothing when your haymakers are too slow." Okay, so yes, this was a fight that was supposed to happen between them, but obviously the politics sort of prevented that from happening. Have met with each other several times, right? Obviously, this was the second time around that they had met with each other. And I believe there was, first encounter. It was all in the PFL. So this was in the PFL and the other one was in the PFL as well. Or I believe this was in a boxing match. I'm not quite sure. But I know the first one, okay, the cage is right behind him. So yeah, it was a PFL fight. And the first one was a PFL fight once again as well. Jon Jones sizing up Francis Ngannou, feeling him up, saying to him, "Hey, you listen, all the best, all the best. You know what? One day we'll fight, but you cross the street to the other side of the promotion." And that is that, unfortunately. So, okay.
We got here first. We did it.
No, she's right there.
Good morning, guys.
You wake up, good morning, it's a brand new day. Blue skies above, it's a perfect day.
Unwilling to pay Francis more money for the super fight, Jones hints that he is walking away from the sport. And it's been fun, you guys. Maybe I'll see you in a year or two, threatening retirement around that time. So upon hearing UFC president Dana White claiming he's been asking for too much to fight Ngannou, he wants to be paid Deontay Wilder money. Jones had a fiery response on Twitter saying, "I don't make half as much as what Deontay Wilder makes. If my reputation causes to undervalue me this much, just go ahead and release me from the UFC altogether. I'm sure some promoter somewhere will be fine and happy to pick me up." Okay, so although he does not make it official, Jones indicates that he is surrendering his 205 belt, okay, and Reyes and Jan for the UFC light heavyweight belt for the world. As of right now, I got nothing to really gain from fighting either of them, according to Jon Jones. And this was around May 31st, 2020. Right? So he wants to set up a fight with him and Izzy one day, but obviously that never happened. Jones announces on Twitter, August of 2020, that he's vacating his belt. Hours later, again, Jones writes that he had really a positive conversation with the UFC, and sounds like the negotiation. So back in 2020 sounds a lot like the Tom Aspinall situation, isn't it? Very much similar to that effect. So obviously, after he had beaten Cyril Gane, okay, now we're in the Tom Aspinall era of Jon Jones's life, even though they've never really officially had fought each other. Okay, so in May of 2021, Jones announces on social media he had hired a veteran of the boxing promoting game, Richard Schaefer, former CEO of Golden Boy Promotions, as a representative. This move was seen as a step towards possibly ending Jon Jones's contractual impasses with the UFC. We all saw how that went out, okay? So Jones's 2013 title defense back and forth goes into the UFC Hall of Fame, okay? Back in 2021, hours after the Hall of Fame, guess what happened to Jones? He's charged with a misdemeanor and tampering with a vehicle, a felony. Asked about his arrest, UFC President Dana White says, this guy's got a lot of demons, man. A lot of demons. Definitely does, right? And obviously, before we get to the Tom Aspinall part of his story, here's Jon Jones again with another troublesome situation with the. So as we're watching the body cam footage of the Metropolitan Police Department of the Las Vegas PD right now, Jon Jones being handcuffed, okay, has his head right on the hood of the car, probably about to bash his head into the car. But on any regard, yes, look, this kind of goes into the Tom Aspinall situation that I'm talking about, right? Why is it that people are obsessed with seeing Jon Jones somehow lose to Tom Aspinall? Well, this is why. This is why. Okay, he's the greatest of all time. He didn't get the send-off the way that Dustin Poirier did. And he's right here embarrassing himself with another embarrassing situation. And you know what? I think a lot of UFC fans want to see redemption. But like I said before, right? Yes, is it possible that Tom Aspinall can beat him? But it's only Jon Jones that can decide whether he wants to go in there and fight this man or not. And therefore, what if Tom Aspinall can't beat Jon Jones? Then if that's the case, guess what? There is no redemption story or this karmatic story that people want to see out of Jon Jones, but that's just really the reality of it. So obviously, right after that arrest in September 2021, Jon Jones posts an Instagram story of a video of him lifting weights, along with a capture that reads, I have way too much trauma to consume alcohol. My brain simply can't handle it anymore. I will leave alcohol in the past forever. Okay, so now on October 2021, Jones is banned for a long time from his longtime training facility at Greg Jackson because of this incident that happened in Las Vegas. Okay, 2015, Jones posted on Twitter a video of him working out at Fight Ready MMA, the training home of Henry Cejudo in Scottsdale, Arizona. Okay, the caption says, turning lemons into lemonades, ladies and gentlemen. 21, the domestic battery charge is dropped by Las Vegas court after Jones agrees to plead a nolo contendere to misdemeanor charge of destroying a property of another. Jon Jones is ordered to pay restitution for damaging a police vehicle and attend anger management classes. So then April 22nd, 2022, April 26, 2022, the advisor, Richard Schaefer, tells ESPN that the UFC asked Jon Jones to fight former heavyweight champion Stipe Miocic in July after Jones tweets Stipe is saying that they will be at his absolute peak in September. Now, I'm disappointed but patient. I wanted the heavyweight GOAT at his absolute best, according to Jon Jones. By the way, they were scheduled to fight years ago in Detroit when Stipe was world champion, but obviously it never happened. August 2022, asked by Twitter, the follower of an update for the Miocic fight, and addresses that also a possibility of meeting Francis Ngannou. Now, I've been hearing whispers in November, but honestly, I had no clue. Been hearing Francis could possibly be back on the table. Okay, so that's according to those reports. So, yeah, man. So, okay, this is still haunting Jon Jones, right? The whole thing that had happened to him in Las Vegas, right? So, okay, UFC heavyweight Cyril Gane tweets, where are you at? Jon Jones, I'm free this March. Okay, so the UFC announces that Jones will make his heavyweight debut against Gane on March 4th, 285. Okay, and what happened afterwards, right? Obviously, Francis Ngannou got stripped right after Cyril Gane had been beaten by Francis Ngannou in a unanimous decision. So Jones only needed 2 minutes and 4 seconds to defeat Gane by guillotine choke, okay? Now, the UFC announced that he will defend against Stipe Miocic in 2023. In October 2023, Jones and Miocic have been canceled, and Jones tears a pectoral tendon off his bone in training, according to UFC President Dana White. So Crystal Martinez, a drug testing agent from the Free Drug Sport International, files a police report saying that John Jones in his home in New Mexico, in which he alleges that John Jones had assaulted and threatened to kill her during a visit to his home to collect a urine sample as part of UFC's anti-doping program. Wow. Wow. Okay.
What's the secret to peak health? Going micro with Noom. Micro habits, micro wins, even microdose GLP-1s.
Micro? I can do micro.
Get started at Noom.com.
Vistaprint prints everything to get your brand in front of your fans, like t-shirts, water bottles, and totes, so everyone can gift it, work in it, and take it. Whether it's one of a kind or one for your whole team, if you need it, we print it with 20% off for new customers at Vistaprint.com.
Now, I want you to keep in mind, all of this is just nothing more than speculation, okay? The Albuquerque Police Department issues John Jones a summoning citing alleged assault and interference with communication. John Jones responds via X, saying that in part, I was caught off guard by unprofessionalism and protocol by one of the testers, which caused frustration, leading me to some profanity that I regret. However, I want to emphasize that at no point did I threaten anyone, get in anyone's face, raise my voice to anyone, or engage in any form of assaults. You know what? There's a part of me that believes John Jones in this, right? There's a part of me that absolutely believes John Jones did not do this, because there's a lot of people that complain about drug testers that are very invasive.
Test results. So
for which athletes?
Unnamed. As
Which
far
sports?
As, they wouldn't say. They just said like Olympic level athletes and elite athletes, and kept it very vague.
Really?
And essentially, they disclosed what they had tested positive for, and even that one of them was an Olympic caliber athlete, and their entire career they got to go until retirement without getting exposed, just because they helped USADA supposedly catch other people. And they were basically...
Well, there you have it, man. Not just USADA, but other drug testing agents have had a long history of corruption, right? I mean, you could go back to VADA, I believe, as well, with Devin Haney. But that's neither here or there. That's a controversial topic for another time and another place, and unknown to anyone about the full information or the extent of that corruption. But on any regard, yeah, so we're now in July 17, 2024. John pleads no guilty to a pair of misdemeanor charges stemming from March during a drug incident at his home. An Albuquerque judge rules that he can remain free pending trial. October 29, 2024, on the morning trial to begin, Jones agrees to instead attend 4 hours of anger management classes. If he completes the classes, he does not violate any of the laws for 90 days. The misdemeanor charges will be dropped. So here we are. Now we got Jones finally fighting Stipe Miocic at UFC 309. Okay. During this time of UFC 309, I had made a video of Tom Aspinall's dad talking about how he never had a plan B. Okay. And the reason why it was important to emphasize that video is because of the struggles that Tom Aspinall had came from, right? Just the struggles that he had. Imagine this guy, okay, who we never thought would be anything in the heavyweight division, especially after the way that he had lost to Curtis Blaydes, is all of a sudden the guy that everybody is pitting to dethrone John Jones and to knock him off his pedestal, and more importantly, the guy that is supposed to be the one to humble him. Check this video out right here. 8 months ago, from the time I'm recording this, I made it. Whenever you are trying to reach for glory, you can't have a plan B. You want to know why? It does nothing but distract you. And not only that, it's going to make you go at it half-ass, and it's just not the way to go, is it? Well, guess what? We're going to talk about Tom Aspinall's dad and the reason why he didn't have a plan B when he decided he was going to put all his eggs in one basket to try and reach for heavyweight glory in something that he's recognized in his son early on. Now, obviously, this weekend, in the time that this is being recorded, Tom Aspinall was on his way to New York to watch Jon Jones taking on Stipe Miocic. Obviously, a fight that really serves a lot of interest in his corner. He's the interim champion. Jon is the linear champion right now. That is, if you don't count Francis Ngannou and his contract negotiation issues with the UFC that ultimately led him to departure. But either way, it was a very important matchup for Jon Jones and Stipe and Tom Aspinall as well. Now, at this point, we're sort of delving into the twilight years of Jon Jones's moments in the octagon, right? So now we go back to Thailand, okay? After he gets that win at UFC 309, a one-sided beatdown of Stipe Miocic, who, by the way, was 42 at the time, first time competing in 3.5 years, and Jon defeats him and a lackluster two-time former world champion in a third-round TKO for his first heavyweight title defense. Now, at this point, Jon said, you know what? I fought in front of my president. I fought in front of everybody in New York. I fought in my home state that I'm originally from. This is the best way to go out. So next thing you know, here comes the springtime, okay? Not too long ago, a couple of months by the summer of which this is being recorded, okay, of 2025, while in Thailand, he goes and coaches against Nate Diaz in the Ultimate Fighter-like TV show called ALF Global Reality, where Jon Jones engages fans online who accuse him of ducking Tom Aspinall and are calling him to be stripped of the heavyweight title. Now, Jones has not defended his belt since November at that time and has only had one other fight since 2020. He says, y'all barking up the wrong tree. Jon wrote this on Twitter. I told you UFC's plans long time ago. I have no clue why they haven't shared any of that with you guys. Now, why is it that the UFC never shared that? Obviously, there could have been a multitude of reasons. Perhaps maybe they're trying to use Jon Jones as a leverage tool for their next TV contract negotiations. But yeah, man, I tell you what, Jon Jones was living his life when he was out in Thailand. Nate Diaz gets into a street fight, period. Is that surprising in any kind of way?
How's that feel? Hey, I'm not surprised, motherfucker.
Our seat covers aren't just engineered for comfort. Ford had to build a whole damn truck around them. The F-350 was basically built as their accessory.
Well, let's be honest about this. In reality, who can be really surprised about that? Nick and Nate Diaz have a history of going at it with people from Jason Mayhem Miller all the way to Khabib, all the way to the Logan Paul lookalike in New Orleans. So yeah, man, during the spring of 2025, you're forever going to remember that as the time of when Jon Jones and Nate Diaz were living their best life, okay? But as time goes on, okay, the UFC has finally announced on June 21st, 2025, following a UFC Fight Night card in Baku, Azerbaijan, where Dana White announces that Jones is retired and Aspinall has been promoted from interim champion to undisputed champion. And Jon Jones calls us last night and said that he retired. Dana White says, Jon is officially retired. Tom Aspinall is the heavyweight champion of the UFC. I mean, wow. Right? After all of that, the contract negotiations that were going behind the scenes, all this, that, and the other, this is what we get right here.
You said the timeline for Jones, 2 weeks to decide what to do with the title, or whether it takes the fight or you're going to strip him. What do you think is more important, to keep the belt there so he can uphold his legacy, or we move the heavyweight division, take the title away from him.
John Jones called us last night and retired. John Jones is officially retired. Tom Aspinall is the heavyweight champion of the UFC.
Now, honestly, is this where the story of John Jones ends, at a random city in Eastern Europe or in Middle East, and Azerbaijan, out of all places, by the way, not to disrespect that place in any kind of way. It just seems very lackluster. But, I mean, the question remains, right? Is this where John Jones's story ends? And if it does, I'm going to give you a couple of analysis on this, right? If it ends like that. If it ends like that, nobody is ever really going to remember him ducking. I know that many people want to believe that it is Tom Aspinall who retired John Jones without even fighting him. I know that they want to say that, but I want you to remember this, right? There's the element of Georges St-Pierre into this whole entire mix, right? What exactly happened with Georges St-Pierre? Well, obviously, he vacated the belt just right before just right after he had defended it, just right after he had defeated Michael Bisping, and decided to vacate it because he didn't want to defend it against who was the top guy at the time, who was the Tom Aspinall at the time of his division. It was none other than Robert Whittaker. Now, why did we never see that fight? Well, I'll tell you why. The reason why we never saw that fight is because Georges St-Pierre is a good guy. He did everything right. He was a consummate professional, not just inside the cage in a way that John Jones was, but also a professional outside of the cage in ways that John Jones wasn't. And that is the reason why people wanted to see John Jones fall. And that is the reason why people were not mad at Georges St-Pierre for vacating the belt the way that he did. And I'm telling you, that's really all there is to it. Many of you want to see John Jones fail. Many of you want to see John Jones get beat up. You want to see that image of John Jones laying on the ground, looking up at the ceiling, knocked out, beaten up, bloodied, which you've already seen him in several fights, one with Alexander Gustafsson, but the problem is he didn't lose that fight. So therefore, many people believe that him winning and him constantly being on top is just enabling him. I mean, look at all the charges that we had just gone through in his rap sheet all throughout this whole entire video, right? What we got out of that was nothing more than just absolute chaos to the highest order, right? And yet he kept dodging law enforcement. He kept dodging prison time. And by the end of it all, it wasn't really all that of a serious charge, right? But at the same time, it was enough to somehow hinder his life, to hinder all the situations he had going on, right? To hinder the best that he could have possibly been. I mean, look, imagine the guy was 23 years old, the youngest light heavyweight champion of all time, probably the youngest UFC champion of all time across all weight divisions. And this is what happens to him, right? He gets a Nike deal. All of a sudden, it gets dropped. He gets all these accolades from UFC Hall of Fame, all these title defenses, only for him to become literally the Darryl Strawberry of MMA. Now, that is sad to say, but I really emphasize this, right? I know a lot of people right now are saying that his legacy is tainted because he ducked Tom Aspinall. Listen to me. There is a reason why he ducked Tom Aspinall, because eventually Tom Aspinall may lose right before his career ends. And when he does, guess what John Jones is going to do? Like a true villain, he's going to stand right there and say, see, guys, I told you so. I told you that Tom Aspinall was going to lose. I told you that I am the greatest of all time. I never lost. Now, that is the villain side of him, the GOAT side of him.
You wake up in the morning, it's a brand new day. Blue skies above, it's a perfect day. Sunshine.
Is that he is a guy who is accomplished inside the cage. But guess what? Like all people across all different forms of life, right? Just because you're great at what you do at your job, it doesn't mean that you're a great person behind closed doors. And that is a reality for a lot of people. That's a reality for a lot of athletes. Look at Michael Jordan. There's a lot of people that don't like Michael Jordan because Michael Jordan is a DICK head. And you know what? So is Kobe Bryant. So are a lot of people that were high-strung athletes. But you know what? What's crazy about this is there are athletes out there that don't need to be like that. They can still be talented. They can still be gracious at the same time, but also humble. Ronaldo comes to mind. Lionel Messi comes to mind. Wayne Gretzky comes to mind. George St. Pierre comes to mind. And why do I keep bringing up George St. Pierre? Well, it's as simple as this. George St. Pierre did it right, and he did it with integrity, and he never got into the things that John Jones had gotten into. Look at this thumbnail that we got on John Jones right now, right? There's the cops behind him, and then there's the octagon on the other side, and there's a split screen of two faces that he has going on, very similar to that of my profile pic. Now, why do I have a profile pic like that? Because I believe in human psychology, and I believe that humans have a high complex reality into their actions, into their overall daily activities, and also something that pattern recognition could not recognize, such as, for example, in the latest news that we have in NYC, speaking of NYC and John Jones's latest victory in NYC, there was a shooting that had happened in NYC, which I have covered on my live stream, right? Nobody knows or understands why this guy did what he did. Now, obviously, he was targeting the NFL from what I had understand, but at the same time, I'll bet you that a lot of people are going to say the following: oh, he was such a nice guy. He was a great guy, this and that and the other. Same thing when I watched the 7/7 bombing of London's documentary on Netflix. All the people that had committed this atrocious act, what did they say about these people before they had committed the atrocious act? They say, well, he was a good teacher. He was a good provider. He was good to his fellow peers, this, that, and the other. But you know what? That is why I tell you guys, human beings have a high complexity to which we could never understand. And with that in mind, don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you in the next one, inshallah. MMA needs, if you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA, shout outs to Kyrie, Abu El-Kheer MMA, Sacramento, California, represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Kyrie, my man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You would think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You will never see it coming. So for those of y'all.
Our program is back.
All right, guys, here we are, live at it again. 4 hours and 50 minutes into this live stream right now. We are in the main card. And what do we got in the main card right now? This is what we got in the main card right now. In the first fight coming up, we got, who do we got in the first fight? It is Joe Pyfer, Hillbilly Joe, taking on Abus Magomedov. Of course, I'm going to go with a guy with the last name Abu. That's not even a question, but still, he's in for a tough fight because Joe Pyfer is no joke. Either way, this fight is going to be awesome. Let's get it cracking. All right, man. So Abus is coming in here with 3 straight wins in his record. obviously has fought Sean Strickland. He doesn't go in there and fight chumps whatsoever, right? And Joe Pyfer is certainly not one of them. I tell you what, this kind of shows what level Joe Pyfer is going to be in. There he is being walked out by none other than Mike Brown. All right, so Booth and Joe Pyfer are in there. I'm going to read your comments later on, guys. But so far, Truth Seeker says, I think Perry definitely best Conor and bare knuckle. Okay, that's an interesting take right there. You honestly think that Mike Perry can take Conor McGregor and bare knuckle? You know what? Not the hottest take in the world, considering that, hey, you know what? There's a lot of people out there that aren't scared of Conor McGregor. You know what? The Logan brothers, the Paul brothers, Logan Paul in particular, between the Logan brothers, said it best. He said when he met Conor McGregor at the Trump inauguration, he said that, you know what? When he was sitting there talking shite, saying, I'm going to beat the both of yous, I'm going to beat the brakes off of yous. You know what? He did not have any fear in him at all, according to Logan Paul. He said there was a time where, you know what, maybe this guy would have scared the living piss out of both of us, but not anymore. I really feel like he is not the same Conor McGregor anymore. He is a drug addict. He is a shell of himself. I go with Logan Paul on that one and agree that he is correct. Truth Seeker says, I think, Conor definitely. I think Perry definitely best Conor in bare knuckle in reference to that. He says he destroyed Stevens, just walked. Man, listen, you know what? I think you gave me some spoilers right there, but nonetheless, it is what it is, right? In the world of the internet, if it wasn't going to be you, it was going to be somebody else. Thank you for spoiling the bare knuckle FC for me, but it's all good. I don't really mind. There's more at stake that is going on right now with this main card, undercard, than there is with BKFC. But nonetheless, BKFC is still entertaining. Would have been nice to know the results. But you know what? I kind of knew coming in that Mike Perry was going to take out Jeremy Stevens. No doubt about it. He said, sorry, bro, I said it earlier. You might have. You know what? I saw something. My brain was telling me, you know what? Something about Stevens and Perry. Ignore it before you get a result. So yeah, don't get it twisted, Truth. I may have read it, but I may have tried to ignore certain keywords because I knew that in the back of my mind that I was going to try to be surprised by those results. Okay, so the crowd is going restless right now, just booing at Joe Pyfer, sort of keeping this body lock position while sort of stalemating. But wow, it is Joe that actually gets the takedown, but it is a Booth that gets the reversal, and now it is him that is on top position. Perry had looked. Best Perry has looked. Wow. That's a bit of a statement right there. Now you're getting me excited to go see that fight later on, man. But don't trip, homie. I'm not mad that I got spoilers out of that. My mind was set on this. You know what, man? Before I started covering combat sports on YouTube, I was actually watching all these fights at the same time, and I kind of bled it over into my YouTube career where I started like covering multiple fights at once. But then I just learned, you know what? Sometimes it's better to just concentrate on one particular card and then just miss the other. But then you get situations like this where somebody goes and spoils the... But either way, I'm elated right now that I'm watching Abu Magomedov and Joe Pyfer, and boom, there's a boost right now with the takedown right there. Fresh says, no worry, homie, we ain't tripping, fool. All right, for sure. Oh, wow, what is this? What is this? He's got his legs right around the neck of Joe, and now he is right back on side control position right now. Now hitting some knees in the body. Very good. Abuski. Oh, yeah, man. Abus looks really good on the ground right now. Yeah, this is a very good fight so far right now. All right, here's a boost right now with a body lock position as he is keeping a boost in the fence with Joe. Keeping a boost in the fence, a boost in a defensive position. Drizzy says, I remember when Strickland dog walked him. LOL, I couldn't pick against Racist Joe. So you had Racist Joe winning this one prior or what? Good job by, good jab right there by Magomedov. There's Joe right there coming forward with those shots. So you have Redneck Joe by KO, you said, Drizzy Goat, right? What do you say now as the fight is going on? Do you sort of see it as a different progress than before? Okay, so you're saying, yeah, I have Redneck Joe by KO, bro. Yeah, how about now, right? Oh, wow, look at Joe right now. Oh, wow. Oh, Joe might actually do it this time. Joe might actually do it this time. Is that the case? Wow, look at these elbows from Joe Pyfer right now. Man, Marty Miller might have been onto something here. And everyone's yelling USA, of course. How typical. Like a pro wrestling show. Yeah, USA, guys. Yeah, we're going for the American redneck guy, dude. Against the bad Muslim dude who rolls with that Chechenian Ramzan Kadyrov guy. He's our guy. USA, baby. Yeah. Oh, no. He's actually going to do it. Oh, wow. That is very tight. Oh, what is this? Why did he go back to mount position? Why did he go back to mount position? Okay. Oh, now here comes a boost. Okay, but now he has a body lock. Joe Pyfer now has a body lock on him, maintaining himself in the back. Now he's going for a rear naked choke, and here's a boost fighting it out. Truth Seeker says that's one racer type of people if be interested to see you interact with Kyrie. The rednecks, you know what, man? Listen, I tell you what, whenever they needed somebody to go talk to the Peckerwoods, let's just say that I was that guy. You know what I mean? So I was, but wow, look at Joe right now. He's got a rear naked choke on a boost. Oh my goodness, he got him. He got him. He absolutely got him. I can't believe it, man. Joe Pyfer gets the submission over. Oh, wow. Wow. That is absolutely amazing. That is absolutely amazing that he got the submission on him. Yeah, and it was rear naked. So he absolutely tried to wear him out. And then on top of that, well, no, first he outstruck him, and then he... Wow, man. All right, so let's see how it started right here. It was the overhand right here. He follows it up as a boost goes down on the ground. Just out of the whole Dagestani set, just doesn't really have... the best chin, right? And then next thing you know, he's got, he said, at least we will always know who you're rooting for based off their name alone. Yes, the Truth Seeker says the Honkies. Yeah. Look, I'll tell you this, Marty, right? So I know a Crip OG homie that told me he was locked up with, the Peckerwoods, which we all know the Peckerwoods in California are those guys, right? Obviously, controversial name behind them, controversial history, World War II Germany, right? But those guys, the lineage of that. So he told me when he interacted with those guys, remember, a Muslim guy who was also a gang leader, right? He told me, he said, you know what? I don't got no problem with no Peckerwoods, man. I said, why is that? Why don't you have a problem with the Peckerwoods? He says, cause, bro, the reason why I got no problem with the Peckerwoods is because you know what? They only proud of their race, just like how we proud of our race, and that's it. So that's really all there is to it, right? They're, I guess they're just like everybody else that's proud of who they are. He said he screamed something racist to his black coach, who Joe Pyfer. He didn't say anything racist, man. He just said to him, "I told you you could do it." He's like celebratory racism here. Truth Seeker says the guy that's a really good grappler, but best Leon last fight. He trains with 7 years, covered in tattoos. Can't think of his name at the moment. Okay. Oh, yeah, man. Yeah, full range of skills on the part of Joe Pyfer for sure. He knew that he was going to get tired. All right, so let me read this comment right here. I wonder if Price would like to go fishing with Peckerwood. Price? When you mean Price, do you mean Pyfer? You know what? Here's the thing with white guys in that are from like prison gangs, right? Like they never really join in the streets per se. Like usually when you're talking about Peckerwoods, the only time that a white person has ever really joined them in any kind of way is if they were locked up in prison, right? There very few times they would ever join from a street level organization, right? I don't know why that is. Maybe it's because, you know, certain people have just, you know, better things to do. Perhaps Bryce. Oh, okay. You mean Bryce as in Bryce Mitchell. Oh, yeah, man. Dude, they would absolutely love him. They would absolutely love him. That is until Bryce would start preaching inclusivity to a certain level. Like, in other words, he'll say, well, you know what, brother, Christ, you know, does not allow you to, you know, have these types of sentiments with other people that are different from you. You know what I mean? Like, then it would become a problem at that point. But in the surface level of things, yeah, you know, he looks like somebody that would be welcome in those types of organizations. But surprisingly, here's what's weird about all of this, right? They love Arabs, right? And that could mean a multitude of things, obviously, because Arabs have a natural opposition to somebody that they really are against, right? And it's not necessarily, you know, the Muslim, you know, T word that I'm talking about, right? That they are mostly against, right? True Peckerwoods, they are against the boys. That's who they are against, right? Bryce Mitchell's people. That's who they are ultimately against. So, yeah, man. That is why you like and subscribe to this channel, because you never know when I start popping off about some real interesting and controversial topics. And here we are. So, there it is right now. Pereira getting his hands wrapped by one of the cutmen, a famous cutman. I've seen him before, right? Obviously, he's one of the most well-known cutmen, you know, out there. But yeah, man. So up next, what do we got? Yusuf Zalal versus Josh Emmett, a very good fight. All right, so right now we got Josh Emmett versus Yusuf Zalal, a 145 division fight. This is a very interesting fight, man. Yusuf Zalal, the Moroccan Devil. I got to be honest with you, I hate his name. For a Muslim fighter, I hate his name. Like, why do you have to be the Moroccan devil? Why do you have to be a devil? Now, when you're saying devil, do you mean like a jinn, a demon, or Satan itself, right? Or is it, again, just a spiritual being that is of a dark energy of some sort, or depending on how you interpret it? But yeah, even in the Arabic meaning of the devil, right? Obviously, there is Shaitan, but that is Shaitan and Lucifer in and of itself. But then there's aspects of the jinn, a demon, you know, a fallen angel of some sort, right? But yeah, I don't know if you guys want to get into that. But if you do, care to comment any way that you like and anywhere that you wish. All right. So while we wait for the entrance, I'm going to show you guys a video of Terrance Crawford's unfortunate incident. Okay? This man was supposed to go to his hometown and be celebrated, and instead he was with this.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete...
Access the broadest range of college expertise all in one place. Visit KaplanCollegePrep.com.
Fall in love with your home this season at RC Willey.
We will
this week,
during
save
the night, my
$50 to
man.
$200 on your new purchase. Transform your space with stylish furniture, festive decor, and the latest appliances.
Crawford should be treated as a... Well, if you don't think racism exists in 2025, you need to watch this video. First of all, I would like to say, go to hell to the Omaha Police Department. You filthy subhuman pigs. Wait till Turki El-Sheikh exercises diplomatic immunity and have all of your badges relinquished at the captain's office. So, first of all, how is Terrance Crawford treated this way by police officers in his own hometown? Where is your sense of patriotism? This man just defeated the greatest Mexican boxer of all time for America, and this is how you treat him. Winning 3 undisputed championships for America. You know what? Khamzat would never be treated like this in Russia, yet Khamzat, being a Muslim, makes him a minority in his own country, just like Crawford. And it is for the same reason why Roy Jones accepted Russian citizenship. I got to be honest with you. I am ashamed of this country and how we treat our fighting men. While non-Americans are dominant in the world of MMA and boxing, Terrance Crawford should be treated as a bigger national treasure than Charlie Kirk. And with that in mind, let's get to this video right here.
Stepping out, seatbelt. I'm opening the door.
Okay, so obviously he has his seatbelt on. And Terrance Crawford is keeping his hands up as he should.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Someone speaking in the background right here, probably one of his family members or maybe his spouse or his sister or whoever. Somebody's in a car with Terrance Crawford, obviously recording all of this going on.
Stepping out, seatbelt.
Okay, so at this point, this is pretty much a repeat at this point. So I'm just going to make a commentary right here in the meantime, okay? So obviously, from the alleged information out there on the news is that they are saying that this man had pulled out a gun on him, the police officer. Let's find out who the exact police officer is who pulled the gun on him. Well, all right. So far, as I've been doing this research in real time, there's not a lot of information on this officer, but shout out to Fight Hub for providing footage of this parade, because this is exactly where all of this had started, right? So obviously, Terrance Crawford was involved in a traffic stop in Omaha, September 28, 2025, where an officer had pulled a gun on him. Now, the incident occurred hours after a parade was held in an honor after his victory over Canelo Alvarez. Now, the background on this, Crawford was driving with 3 passengers when the officer stopped his vehicle for alleged reckless driving. Now, that's really funny because reckless driving could mean a whole bunch of things, right? Is speed involved? And if so, what is the radar involved in basically what the radar is saying, right? Is it valid in terms of having to pull Terrance Crawford over? Now, look, I could tell you from experience, I've had plenty of traffic court cases, right? And I can vouch and say that I've won all of them because the officer has the burden of proof to try and prove it. The officer reportedly saw a firearm on the driver's side of the floorboard of Crawford's vehicle. Now, we don't know what kind of laws Omaha has in terms of open carry or if Terrance Crawford is a licensed gun carrier. Obviously, Bomac had very similar incidents with guns and in plane when he was sent to England to corner Chris Eubank. And by the way, I have a video on that as well. A little brief showing of that video right now. So Bomac gets released out of UK prison just in time to perhaps maybe train Terrance Crawford for his next upcoming fight. That is, if Terrance Crawford decides to ever fight again, because if he decided to end it right here, then here and there, it's not the worst thing in the world, is it? It's like you beat the guy that everybody said you would never fight, and you won the fight. You became undisputed multiple times. What else is there other than the seatbelt that I have to put on? But nonetheless. All right, so back to the present time right now, right? So obviously, there was no seatbelt involved, like you just saw me on video, not wearing a seatbelt and then putting it on. So you couldn't put that on him, but there's obviously reckless driving involved. So, okay, for the safety of all 4 occupants, including Crawford, they were ordered out of the vehicle at gunpoint. Crawford was then patted down. The police confirmed that all occupants were legally permitted to carry firearms. So there you go, right? They were all legally permitted for reckless driving. There you go, right? Something that he could easily beat in court or something that he would decide to go pay for afterwards. So, of all this, right? Because the mayor All right, so here we go. Round number 1 between Emmet and Zalal, as promised right here. Here is the opening kick by Zalal, and then there is Emmet right there. Okay, here's a double leg by Yusuf Zalal. How about this out of nowhere? All right, so here we go, man. Look at this, an armbar attempt by Yusuf Zalal. Man, very surprising. What is this? He tapped. I can't believe it. Wow, I cannot believe it. Yusuf Zalal gets a submission. Wow. Wow, he tapped, man. Yeah, he knew that he was going to make him tap right there. Wow, that was amazing, man. Wow. Wow. Great submission by Yusuf Zalal, man. Look at this. He goes and shoots in for the takedown straight away. He shoots in for the takedown and he gets it. Okay, after he gets it, he gets a body lock position. After he gets a arm lock position. Okay, here he is right here from the arm. Okay, ever-evolving submission game. Yusuf Zalal right here. And then, mistakenly, from mount. No, I don't think that was from mount position, was it? I think Yusuf Zalal was just on his back out of nowhere, and then he grabbed the arm bar, and then, yeah. Wow. Yeah, TJ Dillashaw made no difference, I guess. Yeah, man, look, that's just how it goes sometimes, man. Styles make fights, and I tell you what, Yusuf Zalal brought in something completely different in this fight right now that that made a big difference here. Says, I guess not. LOL, yeah. TJ Dillashaw would let him break his arm. You know what? You're right about that, man. I think TJ is a bit of a psycho. I don't think Josh Emmett is that. I don't think Josh Emmett is a guy that is driven by a psychopathy in any kind of way. In fact, the guy was going to be a cop. So there you go, right? They have certain psychological evaluations to the likes of people like me and Sean Strickland would not pass. So there you have it. Truth Seeker says he should have went higher up the ladder and had Kyrie train him. Josh Emmett, yeah. You know what, man? To be fair, I don't know what they did in that camp. I don't know if I would have been able to coach him a lot better than that. I would have never. First of all, you know how I know I would not have done a better job coaching this. First of all, how many of you would have guessed that Yusuf Zalal was going to come in here shooting a takedown? How many of y'all really expected that? Come on now, Yusuf Zalal shooting a takedown? He says, yeah, that's true. Fresh fought the whole Sandhagen fight with a blown out knee. 2 rounds. Oh, yeah. You're talking about the Sandhagen TJ Dillashaw fight. Facts, man. Yeah, still one of my favorite fights of all time right there. The Sandhagen and Dillashaw fight. That right there was supreme prime Dillashaw. So if Sandhagen wins tonight, you'll know why. He said you should expect it with Emmet's KO power. What? Like meaning that he was going to mitigate the KO power by going for submissions and takedowns? Is that what you mean on the part of Yusuf Zalal? Is that what you mean, Marty? Let me know if that's what you meant. He said there in Arabic, he was like, hey, I just want to wish the people of Morocco, all the blessings. That's what he said right there in the end. He said he almost unalived Bryce. Who are you talking about? Yusuf Zalal? There it is, man. Getting a Joe Rogan picture right there, man. How crazy is it, man? All these gladiator dudes are going to war. Every single one of them wants a picture with Joe Rogan after the fact. There's Michael Venom Page right there. He did an episode with Joe Rogan. How about this? Kash Patel, the director of the FBI, right? Who would have imagined? Who would have imagined? Who would have imagined? Kash Patel, what a guy. I'm going to give him a job. You get to be the director of the FBI, says the commander-in-chief. There it is. I said the commander-in-chief while Kayla Harrison was giving the, what do you call it? The hand salute right there. All right, so what do we got? Events coming up for UFC Fight Pass, LFA 219, Cage Fury, Eternal MMA. Wow, okay, interesting. In Fury FC, Battlefield 85. By the way, man, Truth, how's your homies Nate Davies training going? Hope everything's going good with you guys in your training. I know you're telling me you guys have a camp coming up. So any fighters out there that have a fight coming up, man, come holler at me. Obviously, if you're not in California, I'm not going to be able to just come out there and and train with you. But let me know. I'll highlight whatever it is that you got going on. Let me know. And yeah, this is a real MMA page. This isn't just a UFC page. I mean, we're a real MMA page by the end of the day. So, Baltimore, Ohio is where your homie is out of. Is that correct? Is this your? I think this is your homie right here, right? Let me know if this is your homie right here. I know this is Ohio guy. He says, yeah, really good. Last hard sparring Friday fight is next Saturday. That's right. You guys are fighting on the same day as Oliveira is fighting. I believe Fiziev or something. No, is it Fiziev that he's fighting? I believe it is, right? Who's he fighting? Yeah, he's in great shape, Canton. That's him. Okay, good. All right, so we got the right guy. All right, cool. All right, awesome. All right, man. So, Nate Davies, wherever you California love, all the way down to Baltimore, Ohio. All right, and best of luck to you in your fight, and big ups to your homie, my moderator right here on this channel, Marty and Truth Seeker. So his second pro fight. Yes, I see that. All right, man. Yeah, man. So shout outs to the homie on this one, man. All right, man. Hey, listen, Marty, if you want to handprint this, just remember 5 hours and 29 minutes into the live stream. Okay, somewhere around there, 5:29 or 5:30. Just remember 5:29 or 5:30. So we got maybe a couple more hours for the main card. So this stream is probably going to last like maybe a 7 or 8 hour stream or something like that. So yeah, man, just a heads up on that one. If you want to clip it or you want to show the homie or this and that, I'm sure he'll appreciate it. Because you know what? This is what I want to do. Look, if you guys are out there fighting at any level, right, and you want it to be shouted out, why not? Come through and holler. Anything from the UFC all the way to regionals, all the way to amateurs, all the way to the IMMAF competitions. I had some European MMA guys, Swedish guys that fought out of Alexander Gustafsson and Kamzat's camp in All-Star in Stockholm hit me up. They had a fight on the same day that Ilya Topora fought in June for International Fight Week. So he was telling me about it. And he was fighting for a Swedish championship, a 135 Swedish championship. I featured him in here as well. So who else? One of the first fighters that I had featured was, what's his name? Jarrell Askew was one of them. He was an XFL fighter. It was that organization that they had in CBS. Who else? I had Eugene Carrera, the conquistador from Long Beach, the Long Beach Hispanic Mexican homie that fights out of the same camp as, how about this? Roger Jackson, AJ McKee, and Anthony Pretty Boy Taylor. So, yeah, man. All right, man. So there we go, man. That fight is down right now. That is, I believe, is the first fight of the evening. All right, let's go back to the Terrance Crawford video real quick. All right, so the mayor of Omaha has been on the news before tackling the homeless issues in the city of Omaha, okay? But this is the statement that he's made, right, addressing the incident and announced that internal affairs investigation into the traffic stop. Okay, and this also includes Police Chief Todd Schmarderer. I'm sorry if I had bastardized his name. I know my name gets bastardized a lot. By the way, it's pronounced El-Kheer. Anyways, you spoke to Crawford and acknowledging the importance of trust between law enforcement and the community. Now, Crawford has yet publicly, rightfully so, because you got to keep your mouth is clear, right? It's the right thing to do. And let the investigation of the internal affairs do what they need to do to find out what
Bud Crawford's accomplishments with a parade. He's pulled over by Omaha police, setting off a social media firestorm. Good evening, I'm Brian Mastry.
And I'm Zena Taher. Today is Bud Crawford's birthday. He turned 38. What happened at the traffic stop early this morning in downtown Omaha is now the subject of an internal investigation at the police department.
First Alert 6 reporter Andrew Pyfer tonight with reaction from the mayor and Omaha police. He also talked to one of the people in Crawford's vehicle, and Andrew joins us live in the newsroom. Andrew?
Brian, Zena, new details emerging from an incident early this morning surrounding Terrance Bud Crawford and his security team. It escalated to a point where guns were drawn by police. Now, just over the weekend, a parade was held for the pound-for-pound champ. He was awarded the second key to the city from Mayor John Ewing. But later that night, that celebration turned to fear. For those inside the vehicle pulled over just a couple blocks from where the party was held. Police say they pulled over a vehicle for reckless driving at around 12th and Katz. Once they had stopped, Crawford was identified as the driver. According to police, officers observed a firearm on the floorboard on the driver's side. All four people, including members of Crawford's security team, were ordered out of the vehicle.
I want you to notice that someone said reckless driving. Well, that's the official reports, right? Reckless driving. It's not speeding. It's not cutting someone off. It's not running a red light or running a stop sign. It is literally reckless driving, which is vague and subjective. Easily can be proven in the court of law against the officer and on the favor of Terrance Crawford, because it is the state that has to have the burden of proof of what exactly is it that you did. He's going to be let go of this. But the underlying issue is, let's be honest about this. He is a black man being harassed by the racist police officers, and that's really all there is to it. And I can't wait for this police officer to have his job taken, because he deserved it. Let's hear what Terrance Crawford's security team had to say about this.
That was a nightmare. You know, future husband, just had a brand new child, and, you know, children, and, you know, and stuff like that. And to know that I almost lost my life last night because we had a police officer that don't know how to articulate a traffic stop.
Thankfully,
That's
nobody
right.
was
He didn't know how to articulate a traffic stop.
Citation for reckless driving. All the firearms inside the vehicle were also all legally owned. In a statement from the mayor today, it reads, quote, "I learned Omaha police pulled over Terrance Bud Crawford on a traffic stop downtown early this morning. After learning of this, I spoke personally to Bud Crawford. I acknowledged the seriousness of what occurred and how trust between law enforcement and our community is important and shows the need to be continuously vigilant about."
Now, look, I want to take a look at this particular statement right now, right? He said, I acknowledge the seriousness of what occurred and how trust between law enforcement and our community is important, and it shows the need to continuously be vigilant about building relationships. Okay? Now, look, every police department across the country has different relationships with their citizens. If you live in Beverly Hills, you're going to have good relations with cops. If you live in Compton, you're going to have bad relations with cops, even if you're not a gang member. Because of the violence that goes on in Chicago, the violence that goes on in Baltimore, XYZ, whatever American city you could think of, the bottom line is these cops are scared. But being scared does not give you the right to harass innocent people, especially when you live in a state like Nebraska that allows you to have a permitted carried concealed weapon. Concealed, I guess that's, well, let me just say this, right? There's a lot of unanswered questions going on here, and I hope that justice is served as a result of it.
Building relationships. Now, for that full quote, you can visit our website at firstalert6.com. Tonight at 10, I'll have the full.
All right, guys. So with that in mind, that is all that I really have for this one. I'm going to end it with this. I need you guys to understand that racism in 2025 still exists, and that is the unfortunate thing that Terrance Crawford had to experience. Even as a world champion boxer, you're not exempt from it, apparently. And with that, don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you in the next one, inshallah. Needs, if you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA, shout outs to Kyrie Abu El-Kheer MMA, Sacramento, California, represent. All right, here we go. Khalil Rountree versus Jiri Vs coming up right now. The People's co-main event. Obviously, the co-main event is Merab and Sandhagen. That is coming up next. But this right here is the People's co-main event. No doubt about it. So let's go. So, okay, what we have here is a classic matchup. Yeah, let's go for that. Yeah, so what we have here is a classic matchup between unorthodox versus the orthodox style of Jiri Vs. That's what we have right here, right? Oh, Fresh, what did you mean by let's go for that? Yeah, give me context behind that. I may have been lost in translation here for a second. Yeah, so here's the thing, right? A lot of these styles that he does. Oh, Jiri's slogan. What's his slogan again? Yeah, very unorthodox way of the way that he trains right now. The question is, does any of it work? Because by looking at the superficial surface level of it, it just seems like 90s traditional McDojo style of martial arts. Like he says that there's some kind of pattern behind it. There's some sort of like benefits towards what he's doing. Maybe some of it has, maybe some of it doesn't. Like, I don't know what it will. Like, okay, I get kicking the tree because obviously the Thais have proven there's some sort of, calcium buildup that you can sort of get out of conditioning your shins. But what happens if you're a beginner, I suppose that's good. But what if you're already an experienced fighter that has a lot of, underlying injuries from training that may be, debilitating for you? Jiri has been in dark rooms for days. That should prepare him for Khalil. Okay, a bit of some racial undertone in that, but okay. There are some benefits to being in a dark room. Obviously, it's sleep and recovery derivative. But the way that you put it, obviously, yeah. Here. All right, so round one is about to commence right now. Okay, yeah, thank you for noticing. All right, here we go. Round number one, Khalil Rountree versus Jiri. Highly anticipated matchup out of the whole entire card. Either way, style of a clash of styles. Khalil will only have a mustache, so you know he will only strike. Yeah. So from what it looks like in the opening, it seems that Khalil is trying to do a mirrored style of Jiri a little bit, but now he's sort of settled into his Muay Thai stance. Seeker says Khalil is going to try doing the Thai match and chop Jiri down, but Jiri is going to be all over the place. Yes, so that all over the place you are mentioning is him being able to circle around, get away from the power shots of Khalil Rountree, which, by the way, is his front leading leg that he may try and throw some leg kicks or calf kicks towards, and it is up to him to try and move around and get away from the danger of it all. So here we go, 1 minute into the fight already. They are feeling each other out. Fresh says, yeah, good luck reading Jiri. Facts. Jiri is very difficult to read. All right, so here's Jiri once again, as we mentioned, being very elusive with his style. Oh, wow. Oh, he just hurt Jiri with that shot right there. Okay, so that's an interesting call for his coach to go right towards the chest, he said. Oh, there's a body kick right there by Khalil Rountree, right to the gut of Jiri. Good stand-up battle between them right now. Oh, there it is. There's the front lead kick of Khalil Rountree right there, going to the calf on that one. And there's Jiri sort of bouncing up and down trying to sort of create these elusive steps that's going to be difficult to read for Khalil Rountree, who, by the way, is just set on these preset moves that he, will continuously throw, and sometimes rather predictable, right? But meanwhile, Jiri, you don't know where he's coming from. You see that overhand right that he did while he was switching stances, and how about that flying knee in the process? Oh, but then at the same time, it is Khalil Rountree to throw some bombs at him, yet he is saying, you know what, I'm not complaining about any of these shots. Similar to what Canelo sort of did with Crawford, where Crawford sort of threw his hardest shot at him, and meanwhile, he was sort of like playing possum, saying, well, that doesn't hurt. But in reality, though, when you're doing that, you do feel something, or at least you know that they hit you with a very clean shot. Oh, there's a high kick right there. So everybody around the world, don't forget to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button right now. We are in the middle of round one between Prochazka and Rountree. 50 seconds left in the first round. All right, so there's the stance switching of Jiri Prochazka right there. Oh, okay. There's a body kick right there by Khalil Rountree. Oh, there's a lazy low kick right there by Jiri Prochazka. He's backing up as Khalil Rountree is going up. And he goes for a fake flying knee right there, in which he connected earlier, actually, with the original first flying knee that he threw. And then he was going to attempt another one. There's a high kick at the end. And that is the end of round number one. Okay, so round one, who do I give it to? Man, I Rountree took round one, in my opinion. What do you think? I think just by the aggression alone and the cleaner shots. Very awkward in the way that he set that up right there, right? Very subtle in the way that he walked into the close range on that one. All right, so everybody in the chat, let me know. Round one, who did you give that to? I gave the round one to Rountree just based on the aggression alone. Truth says, I'm not watching. I won't be until they go to Paramount. What? Until they go to Paramount? Oh, gotcha. Okay. Gotcha, my man. Okay. So I guess I'm your real, live commentating right now while I got it. All right, man. Shout out to you on that. Okay, so here's Jiri right now, sort of parrying away the hands of Khalil Rountree, sort of trying to dominate the domain of the range, right? And then there's an oblique kick right there, a front oblique kick by Khalil Rountree. There's Rountree right now just really swinging away at that shot. Now they're circling around each other, and Jiri is maintaining the same stance, which is parrying that shot away. There's Khalil Rountree doing a hammer fist. A hammer fist is sort of mitigate his hands away from him. All right, so right now, yep, counting on, gotcha. Okay. All right, so there's a swing and a miss by Jiri right now. Now he's switching stances. And changing levels. Meanwhile, Khalil Rountree, guess what? Maintaining what he normally does, which is just the traditional Muay Thai stance that he normally goes with. Doesn't switch stances, doesn't really up the tempo in any kind of way. Meanwhile, Jiri is circling around, making squares into the foot patterns that he's going around in the octagon and circling him, but not hitting him. But meanwhile, it is Khalil Rountree that is getting the shots in with the 1-2 shots right in the pocket. There's a front kick right there by Jiri. All right, so same old going on with Khalil and Jiri. Okay, there's a double jab right there by Khalil Rountree. Right now, it is 47% on Rountree and 44% on Prochazka, according to the stats in front of us right now. The CompuBox stats that are in front of us right now, according to the UFC, obviously. With 55 seconds left into the second round, there's a low kick right there by Jiri. There's another low kick by Jiri. There's a high kick. Now he goes up high. Non-leading leg high kick. Okay, now he's trying to stick in some jabs right there, and Khalil Rountree is obliging him in the same fashion as well. So having a little bit of a jab fest with each other right now with just 20 seconds left into the second round. All right, there's a high kick right now by Khalil Rountree. All right, well, there it is, man. That is the end of round number 2. Now on to the third round right now before we head into the championship fights between Merab, Sandhagen, and Ankalaev versus Powhatan. Shama! No Shama! No Shama, mama! No Shama! That's my official prediction for tonight. No Shama. No Shama. For real, it would be really horrible for the morality of the world if Powhatan wins again. You know, him doing that stupid little Andrew Tate victory dance that he does with those TikTok videos that he does. I mean, it is absolutely cringy. Jerry should mix in some takedown attempts. Facts. Now, why doesn't he want to do that? Because, you know what? He's a pure striking fighter, pure striker of a fighter, and he wants to prove that he's the better striker than everybody else, even to the detriment of him getting knocked out by the likes of Jamal Hill or anybody that's in that division that could potentially do it. Even Khalil Rountree, who, by the way, has a serious knockout power compared to everybody in that division. Oh, there it is. He just rocked Jiri right now. And there's Rountree swinging for the fences. There's Jiri with an attempted flying knee. Really kind of a weak attempt, but looks like a fake and a feint at the same time. And then here it is. Now they're sort of throwing down in the pocket right now. Yeah, Khalil is really throwing all his power into these shots right now. Yeah, still the same wild exchanges going on right now. No takedown attempts thus far. At the close end of this third round right now, we got 337, 336, 335. 65 says Rountree said he wished he would have tried harder to get Alex out of there when he had him hurt, but he didn't want to waste energy. Sounds like he's going after it this time. Yeah, he definitely is going after it. Jiri, look at this. Jiri is swinging for the fences. So is Khalil Rountree right now. They are both, listen, this is very similar to Stephan Bonner and Forrest Griffin. This is like Forrest Griffin-like right now, right? These are two guys that normally would not want to get into the pocket like this, but sometimes certain exchanges lead them into these wild firefights that they're getting into right now. 2:50 left into the third round, and there is a knee from the clinch by Jiri. He is pushing Khalil Rountree up against the fence. There's a Muay Thai clinch right there. Has a knee. And then there's Khalil Rountree fighting back, throwing just bombs in the pocket at each other right now. There's Khalil Rountree now going for a takedown attempt. Wow, man. Yeah, very durable, as Joe Rogan said, right? I mean, it's hard to finish him, but when you have to finish him, wow. Oh, wow, these are some wild elbows right now. Wild elbow exchanges from both of them at the same time right now. Sounds like they are both going after it. Oh, there's a spinning elbow by Jiri. He connects. And now he's backed up against the fence. Is Khalil Rountree. Oh, there's a 1-2 shot. Oh! He just dropped him. He dropped Khalil Rountree. I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it. He dropped him. He dropped him. He dropped him. Unbelievable display of third round finish by. Wow. Unbelievable. That's what it is. He get him out of there, right? Because like I said, these are two very methodical type of fighters. You understand? So when there are two very methodical fighters, they're not going to try to get out of that comfort zone. Unless, of course, you do something to get him out of that comfort zone. And this is exactly what Jiri did right here. That is amazing. Right? Didn't I ask if Jiri could break Khalil? Wow. Yeah. Look, I called for Jiri to win this. I thought he was going to win by decision, right? But there it is, man. He finished him way before they could go to the scorecards. And you know what? It is Jiri that invited all of that chaos. Because what do you do when you have two technical guys like that, right? Khalil Rountree is technical in a matter of conventionality, right? The traditional Muay Thai stance. Jiri is methodical in the sense of unconventionality, unpredictability. So how do you break that monotony? Well, the only way you break that monotony is if you drive them into chaos, and sometimes it takes a certain type of fighter to do that, a fighter that is not afraid to get into that pocket, right? To get into these exchanges, get into these 50-50 exchanges, because you know what? When you put yourself in these dangerous situations, you got to remember the other guy also has the power to take you out as much as you have the power to take them out. And it is your conscious decision to take that 50-50 risk. And that's what Jiri did. That's what got him here. And hence, there it is with the finish. All right, man. So on to the co-main event. He said he's the master of chaos, the master of disaster, Apollo Creed. He said, this time I need to go to the blood. You know, sometimes I need to feel the blood. Really be here and now. I'm doing a play-by-play of what he's doing in the interview, by the way, for those that are not watching. Because I know there are those out there that are not watching, but are just reacting or listening to the, yeah. All right, what do we have here? He says, how big of a favorite is Merab? I don't know. I don't know how big of a favorite Merab is. I would imagine a lot, right? Because of the career trajectory that he's had already. He's beaten O'Malley twice. Many people have zero doubts that he'll beat Corey Sandhagen tonight, but I don't know about that. Obviously, Corey Sandhagen is very tall at 135. Drizzy Goat says, what did I effing say? Let's go for that. What you said was a first-round knockout, which is what you basically predict in every single fight. Every single fight is a first-round knockout to you, but, I mean, this one was a knockout, but it was a comeback knockout in the third round. He said, I said second round, actually. Did you? Well, it is a third round, so all right, close enough. I said Ank by KO round one. Wow, so you got the main event in round one. I hope so, man. But that sounds highly unrealistic. Just, well, you know what? You never know, right? If Alex drives himself into a firefight, he could absolutely do that. He says, yeah, Ank, probably by round one. Drizzy Goat, you should only go for the first round KO. Goat says, wow, Jiri, that was amazing, bro. Yeah, it was. Hello, probably more like the third. Oh, what is this? He's calling out Carlos Ulberg. How about this? All right. Or did Carlos Ulberg just walk up there? Yeah, no, that was absolutely a great fight. I agree. That was a strong call out. Right. Considering that when Carlos Ulberg got that win last week in Australia against Dominic Reyes, you know what? It's like putting himself up there close to the title contention, right? And then he's in the same card as the challenger and the contender tonight. So, you know what? He's not that far off. All right, guys. So, co-main event coming up soon. Here we go.
wants to turn his story into history.
we want to say about something, I think the boxing will be in different place if we have black heavyweight champion of all of us.
It's very obvious Turkey is biased for black and Muslim fighters. Now, the question is it ethical, or is he violating any laws and regulations that deal with boxing commissions? Well, the answer is simply no, and that may shock you. But here's some of the reasons why he's not violating any particular laws or regulations here. So in contrast, Turkey is not like Dana White, who, by the way, has officially 857 fighters in the UFC roster, in which Dana has to remain neutral. Well, unless, of course, Dana White has to side with Conor McGregor in a boxing match against Floyd, in which that is not promotional malpractice in any kind of way.
Get the show started! The reigning, defending, 155-pound champion of the UFC, the notorious Conor McGregor!
Well, Turkey is also not Frank Warren, and a hypothetical fight between, let's say, Daniel Dubois versus Tyson Fury, in which both fighters are contracted to Queensberry Boxing Promotions. That's not who he is. That's not what he does.
There's a lot of jealousy in boxing, especially when an individual's making a lot of money. A lot of jealous fighters slagging someone off who did his best and had the guts to get in there. There is no cowards in boxing. When you're in that ring fighting world heavyweight champions, there is no cowards. So all the credit deserves to Daniel. He worked his off from being 8-year-old, won the world title, and fought Usyk for the Undisputed. Video went off and fought Usyk for the Undisputed, and now he's sitting at home, multi-millionaire at 27. Do what he wants. Daniel, if you ever get to see this, chin up, son. Your dad's proud of you. Everybody's proud of you. You've come from a kid to a man to be the world heavyweight champion and box at Wembley and in front of 100,000 people. You can't beat that kid. And if you ever want to do any training with a real straight man, come yourself to Morecambe anytime you want, kid. Because there's no jealousy here, and there's no people putting others down who do the best. I call them dream crushers and jealous. Exactly, that's what you are. I love the dirty, jealous. Get up, Daniel Dubois. Get up, son.
Once again, can you imagine a fight between those two? Who would Frank Warren side with? Obviously, he has to keep a certain neutrality in that. But Turki El-Sheikh, on the other hand, well, he doesn't have to do any of that. Well, all right, let's delve into the history of Turki El-Sheikh. Now, fun fact about Turki El-Sheikh, many people don't know that he graduated in a military academy in Saudi Arabia, which means he has some kind of military position in the government. That could mean intelligence, that could mean a whole wide range of things, right? But here's something interesting that a lot of people don't necessarily know about Turki El-Sheikh, okay? It is this, okay? So Turki is the head of sports and entertainment department in Saudi Arabia, and as such, doesn't show any favoritism, nor does he show lack of favoritism of either. Well, who exactly is Turki El-Sheikh, the guy that everyone calls his excellency? But also, notice how nobody calls him by the royal title of Your Majesty. Now, why is that? Well, now, if you think about it, in a world where a lot of people complain about nepotism, one thing you can say about Turki El-Sheikh, it seems that he earned his position, even though there's not really a lot of background in how he got to where he was at and what type of position he had previous in order to get him to the position where he's at right now. The one thing does remain, though, and the next thing that we're going to talk about is this a good signing for Canelo? And I'm going to tell you, probably not. Yes, in terms of monetary-wise, but not good in terms of his legacy. And I'm going to explain and elaborate on this right now. So right now, we're talking about maybe close to a $400 million deal, right? 3 fights. So I would say 150 for Crawford, the fight that he just had. And then the next fight he's going to go into, he's going to go in there against Arthur Beterbiev. Is this a good idea? I don't think it's a good idea. Let me explain why. In all honesty, okay, I honestly don't think Canelo can beat Arthur Beterbiev. He certainly could not beat Bivol. And guess what? It was Arthur Beterbiev that beat Bivol. However, Bivol also beat Arthur Beterbiev. Either way, these guys are very close to each other in a 50-50 matchup. So how do you think Canelo is going to do against him? Not very good. And furthermore, here's something that I need you guys to understand, right? It's great for his pay, but I got to be honest with you. It is not great for his legacy. He's going to go out just like BJ Penn with multiple losses out of his career. Now, is he going to care at that point? Maybe not, or maybe he will. That's up to him and his team to care regardless. I could tell you one thing that he's not going to care for is how he's going to go out considering the type of incentives that they're throwing his way. But still, one thing remains is that he is becoming an exploited boxer in a very expensive way. And that's really the best way to put it. Now, there is this term that we use in MMA called MMA math, right? I think boxing sort of fits in that same equation as well, where it goes. The fact that Bivol beat Canelo means that Canelo cannot beat Arthur Beterbiev, right? Well, guess what? His next matchup is going to be Arthur Beterbiev. Why? Because let's be honest about this, right? Going back to Turki El-Sheikh, you guys understand that Turki El-Sheikh has a biasness towards Muslim fighters. He also has a biasness towards black fighters. And for that reason alone, what I told you in the beginning of the video, well, I didn't tell you in the beginning of the video, I played you a video of him and Booker T talking about how there needs to be a black heavyweight champion, an American black heavyweight champion specifically. Now, why did he say that? He said that because during the times of the 1960s, 70s, and 80s, it was ruled by Muhammad Ali, Ken Norton, George Foreman, Frazier, Ali, Mike Tyson, the list goes on, right? But that also extends to other weight classes, and that is where Terrance Crawford came in, where he was favored by Turki El-Sheikh over Canelo. So now you also got to understand about Turki El-Sheikh, right? Because more than anything, more than the fact that this is a Canelo video, this is also a Turki El-Sheikh video. And the reason for that is because he's a real boxing fan and he's the one that's financing all of these fights that are going on. So why is this significant? Him being a hardcore boxing fan, there's one thing that Turki El-Sheikh understands. What he understands is good fights and fights that should have justice behind them. And I'm talking about justice in a way where there's a lot of fights out there where there were a lot of unanimous decisions that should have been unanimous decisions, split decisions that were controversial. And guess what? Canelo was in the forefront center of many of these fights. So there's a part of Turki El-Sheikh that says, you know what? Let's see you go through a UFC boxing style gauntlet. What exactly do I mean by that? Well, look at the way that a lot of these legends lose in the world of UFC and MMA at the end of their career. What happens? Well, what happens is that they lose consecutively. Look at BJ Penn. Look at all the past fights with Tony Ferguson before he went into Misfits Boxing. But that is how he ended his MMA career. And then he went into boxing, where you can live in a world where you can fight the likes of Salt Poppy and actually get a win. In this world,
we have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base 44.
in this world of Turki El-Sheikh and in this world of Turki El-Sheikh's boxing, he doesn't want to give you easy fights. So there's no more UK bums for Canelo at this point, which means that Turki El-Sheikh is absolutely orchestrating all of this. For what? To uplift black fighters and to uplift Muslim fighters, and in particular, Hamza Shiraz. Because guess what? When it's all said and done, and after Canelo gets beat by Arthur Beterbiev, because if that's the next fight, I'm going with Arthur Beterbiev on that one, and he's losing that one. And after that fight, guess who he's going to face after that? Hamza Shiraz. So that means that at the end of Canelo's career, 2 Muslim fighters are going to make a name out of him. That is if Hamza Shiraz gets through him. And for sure, I know for sure that if his next fight is against Arthur Beterbiev, he's going to run through Canelo easily. Probably even worse than Crawford, if not a knockout. I wouldn't go that far, but maybe. But all right, on that note, that is all that I have for you on this one. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you in the one is commencing right now. Merab is being announced. They're both in the cage right now. Corey Sandhagen was just announced. Now Merab is being announced. They're about to face off. Bellinger says Alex and Corey might win. Left hook to the knee. Okay. Fresh says, yeah, he was all over Mickey Mouse. Did you guys see Merab training with Mickey Mouse? Oh, okay. Mighty Mouse, you mean? Okay. Yeah. I saw that one. Probably beneficial to this fight because, hey, listen, Mighty Mouse is a very well-rounded fighter. Sandhagen is a very well-rounded fighter. I could say that Sandhagen and DJ have a very similar style, even though Sandhagen may be a little bit taller and may use both of their gifts a little bit differently, but I think it's a great preparation for him nonetheless. Conor and Nate should have fought out their contracts and made the trilogy of their own. I bet the only way Conor fights again is against Nate. That's honestly the biggest fight they could make and safest fight for Conor, right? And the White House as well. Fitness Anonymous says, what's up, bro? Shout out to you, my man. All right. So 20 minutes later, sorry about that. Had to, here we go. All right. So round number 1 right now with Merab and Corey Sandhagen. Here we go. Yeah, DJ couldn't really do anything. Oh, in regards to what? When they were training with each other? So you're saying he was sort of out wrestling him the whole entire time, I'm assuming? All right, let's see what Merab does in here with the black, the red and white shorts, and Corey with the pure black and silver shorts. Usually it is the challenger that wears the white, and it is the champion that wears the black, but it's the opposite for this one. Wow, so there's Rob shooting in for a takedown once again. There's Corey stuffing it, probably indicative of what this fight is going to look like as time goes on here. Oh, wow. Okay, there's some shot exchanges right there with Corey. And, wow. So, okay, Corey is stuffing these takedowns right here. Truth says he might be able to defend a few, but not 50. Yeah, facts. Right. I think that, yes, and this is indicative of what's about to happen right here. So here we go. Here's Merab right now in a body lock position. For those of you that are not in visual of seeing this, he is now kneeing his knee while he has him in a clinch position. And there's Corey sort of like giving pity-patter punches while he's in a non-dominant position being pushed up against the fence. And then there's Corey right there sort of throwing some knees. And then there's Merab. He actually gets a takedown this time. And now he gets the back of Corey Sandhagen. Corey Sandhagen gets up right after getting taken down from here. All right, so now they break away right now. They are back up against. There's Merab getting backed up against the fence again. Corey Sandhagen is walking him down. He's looking to circle out. There's a leg kick right there by Corey Sandhagen. All right, there's Merab right now walking him down. And there's Corey switching side to side. So not a lot of successful takedown attempts in this one, mostly on the stand-up. But obviously with Merab attempting these is going to wear down on Sandhagen at some point. Or will it? Corey is going to go for the legs at some point. Yes, that is correct. Yes. And he's doing that right now with these leg kicks that he's throwing in there. All right, so that is the end of round number one, guys. I'm going to have to give this one to Corey Sandhagen for round one. Round one, I give to Corey Sandhagen. All right, here we go. Round number two. Corey Sandhagen and Merab. So the coach is telling him not to go 100% on this one. But the coach is asking for a little bit more pressure. Here's some pressure right here by Merab, shooting in for a single leg takedown, trying to go for a trip. Corey does a very good job of keeping him from taking him down. Now they're backed up against the fence right now. All right, so now there it is. He gets him down, but briefly, and very good on the part of Corey Sandhagen. Oh, now he gets him down. Now he's tripped. He's tripped right down on the mat right now. He's, I mean, ankle locks, knee bars, and heel hooks. Yeah, that is if That is if Merab threatens Sandhagen on the ground enough for him to be able to do that. Oh, wow. So the crowd is rooting for Corey on this one. Oh, wow. Look at this. Merab is looking to finish Corey right now. Can you believe this? He is about to finish Corey right now. Wow. He's looking to get a knockout right now. Look at this, man. A barrage of some punches, man. He just caught Corey out of nowhere. And now Corey is backed up against the fence, getting a barrage of punches on him. Now he finally gets Corey down on the ground. Yeah, man. Unbelievable, man. Corey should have been out of there already, but the durability of Corey right now, and Merab can go on forever, right? He has the best cardio in 135 right now, probably in the whole entire sport. All right, now he trips him down for that one. Oh, man, yeah, Merab definitely has him hurt because, once again, he got an easy takedown on him on this one once again. Another easy takedown. All right, so got him right back down on the mat with this one again. All right, so he has a body lock position on him right now with 130 left. Oh, wow, gets a single leg ankle pick on him with that one. Okay, now he's in a full stack position guard on him right now. About 1 minute left into this round right now, round number 2. All right, about 50 seconds left into round number 2 right now. Man, yeah, straight up, this is undoubtedly Merab's round on this. Like, deny this round for Merab. There's another one right there. Now a string of takedowns are coming along towards Corey Sandhagen right now. All right, so here we are, man. In the last few seconds of this round, Merab has him up against the fence. They are backed up against each other right now, back in square, and Merab taunting him at the end of it, man. Yeah, great round for Merab. All right, so here we are. Round number 3, is it? Here we go. There's a bit of a hook kick right there by Merab, showing a bit of some difference in his game right now, something I haven't normally seen out of him. He said it's just going to keep getting worse. For who? For Sandhagen? I believe so, right? As he's stringing along these takedowns, which I believe is the context that you are speaking off from. Here it is right here. There's a single leg right here. Now he's got him up against the fence, and guess what? The same thing is going to happen once again. He's going to take him down. He's got a body lock on him right now, right up against the fence in the third round, 404, 403 of the third round right now. All right, so there's Corey breaking away from that clinch. They are back up and squared up against each other right now. 337, 336, 335 of the third round. There is a body jab, or a body cross, rather, by Corey Sandhagen, and there's Merab bouncing up and down, just looking like he hasn't even missed a step in between any of these rounds right now. Just a continuous barrage of attacks that he's throwing at him, while also giving him a lot of feints and fakes as well. But don't count Corey out. Obviously, he could be very dangerous at any given time of the fight. And yeah, here it is. 3-0, 259, 257, 256. There's Merab once again shooting in for a single leg, going for a double leg, fails at that, but then gets a body lock, gets the back of Corey Sandhagen into the body lock right against the fence. All right, and there it is. Corey breaks away from that body lock position. There's a front kick right there by Merab. 225, 223 of the third round. Yeah, everyone says Merab is strong as hell. Yeah. And I think that is ultimately what is carrying him in this fight. Now, normally, Corey Sandhagen would get away with many of the technical efficiencies that he has going on, right? But due to the fact of how dynamic and how much pressure Merab puts on different fighters and all of his opponents, including Corey Sandhagen right now, I mean, it's the reason why you're not seeing the full potential of Corey Sandhagen, because Merab is not letting him, right? He's not letting him up. He's not allowing him to have any distance and range to work a lot of the flying knees, a lot of the high kicks that Corey Sandhagen does. And look, the cardio, the wrestling cardio of Merab is second to none in 135 MMA, probably right up there with Henry Cejudo. Above average strength and cardio, pretty good combo. Yeah, I would agree as well. Yeah. All right, so less than a minute left into the third round. There's another shot attempt by Merab. Now in the single leg, he gets it this time, right up against the fence. Corey gives off his back, and now he's back in the body lock position right behind Merab right now. Okay, there it is, man. Kneeing the thighs of Corey Sandhagen right now. Constantly kneeing the thighs. There it is. Now sort of throwing a 6 to 12 elbow right on the arm of Merab, as Merab has his arms locked around in a body lock, transitions into a single leg, gets him down right on his back now. All right, so that is the end of the third round right now. They're moving into the championship rounds. I give this one to Merab. So round one, I may easily give that to Corey Sandhagen. Round number two, Merab, round number 3. Merab and round number 4 remains to be seen upcoming after this one. The corner of Merab is saying when his leg is about to break, lift his body up. That's the instructions of Merab's corner. When his body goes leg or break, lift his body up. Okay, so let's expect some body slams in this round coming up right now, because I think what they're trying to do is really slam him down to the ground and really make it a definitive point once he gets the next takedown again. All right, so round number 4. There's a front kick right there by Merab Davenshvili. Okay, there's a front kick by Merab. Okay, there's some jabs by Corey Sandhagen and some oblique kicks, John Jones style oblique kicks. Merab nullifies it, backs away. Good footwork of Merab, obviously good cardio of Merab, the well-known cardio of Merab. All right, so now he gets a single leg right on top. Now he's got Corey Sandhagen on the bottom. Yeah, none of these guys look tired right now at all, right? But Merab, especially considering that he has spent most of the energy expenditures with the takedown attempts that he has been attempting every second. All right, so there's a few fakes by Merab as he's trying to get into some entries with some hooks in those exchanges. There's a high kick by Merab. There's a jab by Hagen, 240, 245, 244, 243, 240, 249, 239. All right, so here's Corey Sandhagen right now in a body lock position. Okay, broke away from it off of Merab. Now they're back up and squared up on their feet. 213, 210, and there's Merab right now shooting in for a single leg, trying to get in for a double leg, but then settles for a body lock. 2 minutes left in the 4th round. Oh, wow. There's some shots right there by Corey Sandhagen coming alive in this one once again. Right, so now here's Merab looking like he's going for a Darce choke position right here. Has Corey right on the ground. Corey is either looking like he's playing possum or yeah, is that what it is? Having a gentleman's agreement of just, I guess, touching all the way to the bell. All right, 20 minutes down. All right, they sort of having a bit of some friendly banter with each other right now, sort of enjoying each other's competition right now. Not really a matchup of hate or animosity or anything like that, but more of just competitive appreciation. So the corner of Corey Sandhagen, as we speak right now, moving into the final round of the co-main event, is telling him, hey, listen, he's getting tired right now. In what world are they seeing that? Or are they saying that just to try and uplift Merab into, well, I'm sorry, not Merab, but uplift Corey Sandhagen into the final round? Right? Perhaps some sort of like Leon Edwards final round sequence of motivations. You let him bully you, son. You can't let him bully you. Like one of them things, you know? So is it working though? Okay, Corey looks like he's quite in good spirit right now as we speak right now. So okay, now here he is right now shooting once again for another takedown. Wow. From the body lock position, he gets Corey down from that body lock position and lifts him up into the air and yeah, and then takes him down once again. Now, what do you guys think? Is this one of Merab's best performances or just a regular night at the office? I think the latter. I think this is just a regular night in the office for Merab. It is what he does best. Very similar to what George St. Pierre did in his prime, right? This is what he does. This is how he wins. He takes guys down. He wins fights. He scores points. And he takes on a lot of tough challengers that are very difficult to finish. Carlos Condit at his time was very difficult to finish. Nick Diaz, was very difficult to finish at his time. Johnny Hendricks, who was taking steroids at the time, was very hard to finish, but he got the job done. And he did it against some of the top-level guys out there, and that is exactly what Merab is doing right now. Taking it to the best guys in the world, maybe not being able to finish them, but showing you exactly how to control them in moments of disarming their best weapon. And by doing that, sometimes, most of the time, at least in the case of Merab and George St. Pierre, it really is the wrestling. There it is. Nice spinning back kick by Corey Sandhagen on Merab. All right, so there it is, another takedown and another drag to the ground by Merab with about 2 minutes and 3 minutes left into 30 seconds left into this fight. All right, there it is. They're up right now. 2 minutes left into this fight. Ooh, there's a flying knee by Corey Sandhagen. Right, so there's a takedown attempt by Corey Sand. Sorry, by Merab. He gets taken down again. Yeah, look, who can beat Merab at this point, man? Nobody's beating this guy whatsoever, man. Yeah, nobody is beating Merab. Nobody's beating Merab. We got about less than 60 seconds left into this fight right now. Merab is still the world champion. Okay, via unanimous decision. Now, yeah, they're talking about Batista. How is yet to a finish. You know what, man? Merab has some good challenges up ahead in the 135 division. Far much more enviable of a competition than that of, let's say, Tom Aspinall. Look at this. He's just ragdolling him around the cage right now in the last 50 seconds left. But look at Corey Sandhagen. Looks like he wants to try a final hoorah right here. A little too late, putting his hands up like an angry guy at the bar, but really something he should have done early on, and it was just a little too late with just 1 second left, and that is the end of the fight right there. Fresh Melon Juice says, I have Corey winning 4-1. Man, you crazy. That is a crazy, man, listen. He won this one fair and square. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. He won this one fair and square, guys. All right, well, I'll see you guys at the main event. Okay, yes, there it is, man. The main event coming up right now. Yeah, so on to the main event. Wow, man, look at this. Yeah, he hurt Sandhagen with the right hand on that one. Yeah, there's another right hand by the champ right there. Oh man, yeah, he had some good shots right here. Good straight shots on his part right here. Okay, Merab got a lot of minus points for GAY hugging the leg. Look, that's mixed martial arts, man. I'm sorry if you don't like that. You don't like mixed martial arts. And I tell you what, you might see that coming up next, okay? And still, there it is, man. We're on to the main event on this one right here with the 7 hours into the live stream. We are on to the main event. That's right, a spectacular championship level performance tonight. Merab have takedowns and cardio, but is mediocre in all the other areas in MMA. Can a fighter like this ever be considered a pound for pound? You know what? Here's the thing about this, Fresh. Here's one thing you got to understand. MMA is not so much about skills. It is more about physicality. You know what I mean? Like, you can have all the cardio in the world in boxing, but if you don't have the skills of Terrance Crawford, you don't have the skills of Errol Spence, you don't have the skills of X, Y, and Z to the other, you're not going to beat guys in boxing, right? In MMA, guess what? If you have the right cardio, you have the right fitness, you can beat anybody in the world, right? That's why I think at some point, when a fighter reaches a certain career, they should work strictly on just combat cardio alone, rather than just like, doing 1,000 punches a day in 1,000 punches or kicks that you already know how to do. Merab says he keeps he's clean. He just keeps keeping up. But yeah, guys, so we're on to the main event now. We're just hearing Merab talk right now. I already put this on the description below that we are on to the main event. And yeah, man, we're gonna keep on going for the rest of the night. Fresh Melon Juice says, so MMA is aerobics? No, boxing is aerobics, like ladies did in the 80s. MMA is anaerobics, my man. Boxing is aerobics. Is why it is easier for older MMA guys to transition into boxing later in their career. And like Anderson Silva, will have longevity from their MMA career and transition into their boxing career because it's a little bit easier on the body. Anaerobics, Fresh. All right. So Fresh here says, happy, positive little guy, good champ. Yeah, he is, man. He is. He is. Different, obviously different from the other Georgian and Caucasus Mountains fighters, but he is his own personality, whether I like it or not. And just like Alex Pereira, whether I like him or not, he could potentially win this one as well. So here we are going into the main event of the evening. All right, yeah, UFC main event of the evening right here. What is this movie preview to right here? It looks like some Hollywood Halloween movie rather. All right, man. Here we go, man. Las Vegas, viva Las Vegas, viva Las Vegas. Vegas fights one of the biggest fight epicenters of the world. Now Saudi Arabia is sort of taking over that space, or at least they are, right? So you know what? Here's the thing: even if the Riyadh season boxing fights are taking place in England or America, by the end of the day, really, it's taking place in Saudi Arabia, with the location just being different from the financiers, right? That's really how I view it, right? Because anything that says Riyadh season into it, man, you better believe that is a Saudi owned, and yeah, there's nothing that you can, really say about that. Well, now the Saudis own EA Electronics, right? It's only a matter of time before they start buying the UFC. Right? I think right now they want to try and control boxing as much as they can. With the UFC, it's like, all right, it's there. It's a structure that they can easily control. See, the reason why they really wanted to get into boxing is because, well, boxing has a longer standing in terms of history, and therefore there's a lot of library and content that they can buy from that. Because remember, when you buy Ring Magazine, when you buy Golden Boy Promotions or Matchroom Promotions, or let's say Frank Warren's Queensberry Promotions, what you buy ultimately is a catalog of libraries of tapes and fights that that organization has, along with the contracts of the fighters that are involved in it. So that is their project right there, working on boxing. And eventually the UFC is there. It is there for the taking. And it is only a matter of a couple of $1 billion for them to say yes. I think right now it is worth about approximately, so in total, the UFC, okay, so it's worth $4 billion. It was bought by $4 billion by the Endeavor company. And adding the UFC and KO, that's worth about $10 billion altogether, right? That's a $10 billion worth of a company. So can they afford it? Of course, they'll just throw the cash out to whoever. So somebody's going to get cashed out with $10 billion, whether that would be Ari Emanuel or a whole bunch of other, what do you call it? A whole bunch of other stock investors into that company. And then they're going to remake it into the image that they wish. So that's the reality of it. And also, listen, it does help when you have somebody like Ankalaev, who's champion, Khamzat, who's champion, Islam Makhachev, who's champion. Who else is going to be champion from the Muslim side of things? Obviously, at 145, there's Evloev that's sitting there waiting. because now Volkanovski is a champ. For sure, Evloev could beat Volkanovski. So that's ultimately what we have going on right now as we are going into this main event right now. So in the promo right now, what Alex Pereira is complaining about is the fact that he doesn't believe that Ankalaev is an exciting fighter. But you know what? Here's the thing. Does that really matter in today's day and age right now? I get that it mattered maybe a couple of years ago where you really needed to promote yourself. But now when you have, how do I say this, sure thing money, secure money from the labels, the TV broadcasters, the investors that are multi-billionaires, better yet, trillionaires in the Saudis. Yeah, man, it's almost like none of this personality stuff really matters. It's just boils down to competition. And you know what? If you are world champion material, then you're going to get paid as such. Just like Arthur Beterbiev and Bivol. Right? Imagine if the Saudis never came together and they just had that boxing fight as is without them, like that fight would not be as big as it is. And obviously, they would not be making as much as they would in, let's say, if it was done by independents of the Saudis, right? If they were only to just do it under Golden Boy, or if they were to do it under, what's the company that, Beterbiev is a part of, I think, Boxer, I think, with Ben Shalom. No. That's with Eubank. But you guys know what I mean. All right. Well, in any regard, here's Alex Pereira right now walking out into the cage right now. Shama. There will be no Shama because he's going to be broken by Ankalaev, just like in the first fight. And the second fight around will be no different. And the only reason why they're giving him a rematch is because they believe that he's an exciting fighter, and as a result of that, they want to give him a chance to give the company a chance to make more money off of him. But that's not how it goes, because guess what? The new owners of the UFC, which is going to be the Saudis. In fact, I think they are already owners of the game, and I think nobody knows it yet or nobody wants to admit it, and I think that's sort of what is going on right now. But yeah, let me know in the comment section below if you guys agree with that or not. All right. Comes Ankalaev walking out into the cage right now. Excuse me for a second. I will be on camera. I will appear on camera for you guys. So stay tuned, okay? here we go. Main event of the evening. All right, welcome to the main event face reveal. So here we are. Here's my face after 7 hours and 20 minutes. All right, here we go, man. Shout out to everybody around the world in right now. What are you speak? All right. It's time. All right, here we go. Alex is being announced right now. All right, here's Alex Pereira being announced right now. I'm so nervous for this fight. All right, man. So here we go. Alex Pereira. "21 wins, 1 loss, 1 draw." Wow. Yeah, very interesting 1-1 record right there. I think the one no contest came from what was that name? The Kutalaba fight. I believe that's where it came from, was a Kutalaba fight. All right, cold stare down right there by Alex Pereira, looking very determined. All right, there it is, man. Pereira starting off strong straight away into 5 minutes into this fight. Oh, there's Pereira right now looking to knock him out early right here. Just really walking up to him, pressuring very early on. So. All right, so very interesting choice for Alex Pereira to be walking him down the way that he does. Oh, wow. Oh, he just hit Ankalaev with a shot right there. Wow, what is that? That shot came out of nowhere. Wow. Oh, wow. Look at this. I can't believe this. Is he? Oh, my goodness. I can't believe it. Wow. I cannot believe it. Alex Pereira has finished him. I can't believe it. Wow. That is amazing. 5-second TKO. Wow. Wow, man. I'm very disappointed. Very disappointed. I'm going to be honest with you, man. I can't believe it, man. Very disappointed. That's the name of the game, guys. That's the name of the game. Wow. Yeah, Fresh Melon Juice says easy. I can't believe it, man. I'm absolutely upset, man. I am so upset right now. I am so upset right now. I'm not having a good night. Yeah. Wow. All right, let's see what he did here. Okay, so I guess Alex was hurt the last time. Apparently, all right, so there's the overhand right that he caught Ankalaev with. Oh, wow, yeah, he's got the 12-6 elbow right here. Wow, man. I mean, look, that's the name of the game, guys. You know what? You get caught, you make a mistake, it happens. Yeah, he got caught, man. I just texted one of my homies right now. I told him, you know, man, yeah, he just got caught, you know. UFC and Dana are happy now. Yeah, the overhand right. That's right. Yes. Yes, I got a text, overhand right. That's what did it, man. That's what did it. No rematch anytime soon. You know what? That's the sad reality of it, right? The way that this win had came about, it was so decisive. It was out of nowhere. And on top of that, it doesn't look like a B-side champion like Magomed would get an A-side treatment like that with another rematch. Yeah, definitely no rematch anytime soon. What is this now? This makes him now the two-time undisputed champion. Right? That's what it makes him, two-time undisputed light heavyweight champion. So wow. I can't believe it. Alex Pereira is now the undisputed 205 champion once again. Overhand right over Ankalaev. Next thing you know, he's down on the ground, hitting him with 12-6 point elbows, and it was all over from there. Now, Alex Pereira is now the champion. The UFC is happy that he is world champion. And to be quite honest with you, I am not happy that he is world champion because I'm going to be honest with you. I had a lot of biasness going into this fight due to the fact that I love Ankalaev for the most obvious reasons that I don't need to go into. But on any regard, it is combat sports by the end of the day. Anybody can win at any given time, and it is just the reality of the situation. Let's hear what he has to say to Joe Rogan right now real quick before we continue on. He said it didn't surprise him. Okay. So that's the other factor going into this, right? He said that he wasn't well the first time. You know what, man? A lot of fighters make these types of excuses every time, right? This time around, it's very difficult to deny Alex Pereira of that. Due to this performance, how can you deny the fact that he was actually really hurt last time? Look, a lot of guys make all types of excuses. Conor McGregor said something to the effect that his skull was like a balloon when him and Khabib were fighting. And by the way, that's coming up in a couple of days of its anniversary. Either way, a lot of people looked at that as an excuse, right? Manny Pacquiao mentioned he had a shoulder injury when he fought Floyd Mayweather, taken away from Floyd Mayweather's win. Well, Alex Pereira said in the last fight he had a broken hand. You know what? It made a difference this time. You want to know why it made a difference? Because at first I thought, you know what? It wasn't his foot that was broken. So therefore, whatever footwork we saw out of that fight, it's the same thing that we're going to see out of this one. The only difference is that him having a broken hand is really detrimental to his knockout power. And this time he proved exactly why that is. And there it is, right? So I just wanted to play that right now live in the moment as it happens to give you guys a glimpse of what is going on right now, the thrill, the agony, and defeat. This is all that I really have to say about that, right? We could talk about the kicks and the punches all day. We could talk about the speculations of whether he was really injured or whether he wasn't. The fact of the matter is, here's what you have to learn about combat sports, right? It is ups and downs, thrills and agonies and defeats and everything in between. So as much as he's doing his Andrew Tate dance celebration right now, okay, other nights he was laid out, knocked out cold by Izzy, and defeated by Ankalaev for 5 rounds. Tonight, it's a little bit different. It is him that is the victor. It is him that is now the 2-time undisputed 205 champion and potentially now the face of the UFC, right? How can you deny that, right? He has the marketability. He has the likability, whether I like it or not. A lot of people love the whole Shama thing. A lot of people love the content that he does with Nina Drama, this, that, and the other. I tend to not like it. I personally think that I would rather see fighters look as stoic as humanly possible. Look at this. Now he's right there with Mark Zuckerberg, dapping it up with Mark Zuckerberg. Okay, that's fine. Mark Zuckerberg is one thing, but then collaborating with Nina Drama and all this other foolish stuff that they have going on, I'm just not down with that whatsoever. But to each its own. He deserves his victory, and to the victory is how they write the history, to how they deem fit. And if he deems fit that this is how he wants to celebrate and how he wants to go out and how he wants to present himself, let him do so, because he is a winner. But by the end of the day, you know, there are winners and losers in the octagon, and by the end of the day, you still have to go home to your family, no matter what it is that you believe or no matter what it is that you stand on. But on any regard, that is Alex Pereira with this win right now. What does Jiri have to say? So basically, what he's talking about right now is his fight tonight with Rountree. By the way, Merab got a win, 5-round decision against Corey Sandhagen, and nothing that we didn't expect. That was exactly how we would have drawn it up. So what Jiri is talking about is simply this. He wants to go in there, impose his will, fight a firefight, create chaos the way that he did against Rountree, because Rountree is a very methodical fighter, very conventional Muay Thai fighter. Whereas with Jiri, he's also a very technical fighter, but technical in a sense where, you know what, he is unconventional and he is very difficult to read. So as such, of being difficult to read, he had to create something different when two methodical guys are having a chess match at each other. What did he do? He created a chaos, and throughout the chaos, he came out of the fire as the more durable guy between the two and created an advantage for himself to win this fight. Now he is the #1 contender. Merab is still champion, and Alex Pereira is now once again the undisputed 205 champion of the world. That is all that I have for this one. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you in the next one, inshallah. And by the way, that was just a video that I had shot right there for the upcoming video that I'm about to download right now. Rahul Bag says, all tribal people have genetic power from nature inside their bone and their marrow. Maybe so, man. Maybe so. Maybe there is some proof to that reality, and one can't deny that, especially with what we just witnessed right now. All right, so let me upload this. So, all right, man. Give me some questions on the chats below. Let's talk for a little bit while I upload this video that I have going on right now with Alex Pereira as the undisputed champion once again. So. There's Carlos Ulberg right now talking with UFC media. All right, so it looks like he's going to be the next challenger for that one. All right, I'm going to set this up, premiere up for 10:30. There we go. All right, man. We got that video uploaded. Now we just got to get the Wow, man. Yeah, 3 times he's already won belts, man. That is crazy. Wow. Unbelievable stuff, man. Wow, man. Wow, man. Yeah, how about Merab, man, and his performance as well, man? Wow, yeah, 48-47. That was a decisive win on the part of yeah, your boy Ank was left to dry. Shaman, I know, man. I know. Yeah, I was trust me, I'm very disappointed in that. I got a video coming out right now that where I talk about how disappointed I am in that. So, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is, boy. Oh, the uploader has not made this available in your country. What? This is not available in country? What is that about? Okay, so just trying to find a pick for Ankalaev right now. I'm sorry, for Pereira right now. Joe is comparing this to the era of Anderson Silva. Man, I don't know about that, man. Anderson Silva never lost and then had to come back and win the title again, right? That's not how it went for Anderson Silva. Anderson Silva went on a string of wins, and then that was that. Yeah. So what do you guys think? Do you think that Pereira could go up to be a 3-weight champion. I think there is some possibility of that, right? Him and Tom Aspinall would be an interesting matchup, right? There's a reason why I was playing Tom Aspinall's video earlier, or at least the video that I made about Tom Aspinall's dad, right? Because I figured, you know what? If he wins this, there's a chance, you know, that he could go become a 3-weight world champion. So, yeah, no lie, man. I'm gutted for Ankalaev, man. I'm very much gutted for Ankalaev. I really am. Really am. Right? Very similar to how MMA Guru felt when Dricus lost against Khamzat. That's sort of what I'm feeling right now. But you know what? It's the reality of the fight. My man, but yeah, man, we got about 15 minutes of my post-fight video. So with that in mind, let's take a look at the recap of the night, okay? Okay, so from what I understand, I believe the zone is that Germany in the zone hosts UFC. So just so you guys know that, okay, because at least that's what I'm getting out of my feed right now. So, okay. Let's go into this. Okay. So we're going to start off very early into the night. Okay, so Veronica Hardy gets a decision win over Brogan Walker. Easy decision win. Ramiz Brajmic gets submission guillotine choke over Austin Vanderford. Reed gets a decision over Chris Gutierrez. Yana Santos gets a decision over Macy Chaisson. Soriano gets an easy decision over Nikolay. Edmen Shabazian gets elbows from the top on Muniz, gets a first-round knockout. Yakub gets a split decision over Patchy Mix. Now, this is a little concerning, okay, because obviously Patchy Mix was a guy that was supposed to come in here with a lot of hopes and a lot of dreams and a lot of aspirations going into the UFC, but it just didn't work out, right? Is the UFC going to give him another chance with 2 losses in a row? I think they will. But you know what they say, right? 3 strikes, you're out. I don't know if that's necessarily the rule for the UFC. I mean, they have allowed guys to continue on worse losing streaks. But on any regard, yeah, you know, that's really the reality of this. So, okay, let's get to the rest of these cards right here. Daniel Santos gets a TKO finish over Joe Sang Yoo. Gautier gets a first-round knockout. Man, just the way that he threw him, it looked like it was an elbow. It looks like the way that he pushed him, that may have finished him off. Speaking of finish off, how about Joe Pyfer finishing off Abus Magomedov? Gets a knockdown. After that knockdown, gets a rear naked choke. Yusuf Zalal gets an armbar on Josh. Jiri Prochazka leads Rountree in a firefight only at the end of the 3rd round to finish him off. Easy win, 5-round decision, and of course Alex Pereira and Ankalaev, first-round knockout and TKO strikes right afterwards. Man, insane night of fights, man. Insane night of fights. Says, I fell asleep. I knew Alex would do it this time. Let's go. You fell asleep? Oh, man. Oh, that's right. Are you watching it live, or were you just listening to the commentating? Let me know, my man. And by the way, I have a recap video coming out in, in 10 minutes or so. In 10 minutes. You know what? Let's set this for 5 minutes. Let's change the video detail on this one. Schedule it for 5 minutes early. How about that? Here we go. Set it as premiere. Okay, there we go. So we got it for 5 minutes now. It is, man. In 5 minutes, we got this on and popping. Yeah, he was hurt and sick last time. Yeah, you know what? Listen, that sounds like an excuse, right? But it's not an excuse, actually. It's actually what really happened. And, how can you deny any one of that, really? So, why is it that the UFC is telling us that, this press conference is not available in your country, but the press conference is in this country? Okay, I guess they got it going on now. Okay. Drizzy says, wow, welcome back, Poetan. Hey, bro, you did remember me saying how I thought Poetan would KO a prime DC and Jones, right? Yeah, man. You know what? Maybe. Yeah, I found a highlight. Okay. Okay, so Dana White is on the press conference right now.
Corey is a very, very fucking tough guy, and
yeah, I said that today. You did, man. You did. You did. You called it, Drizzy.
something.
That last round's got to be one of the hottest rounds you'll ever.
I mean, to be honest with you, as
Right.
all 3 rounds were going to be, if it went that far.
Just last one for me. What did you make of the Patchy mix fight? A lot of people.
Okay, so now they're asking Dana White about the Patchy mix fight right now. Yeah, so a lot of people were saying that he felt like Patchy Mix did a lot to earn that win. He says, but yeah, that's damn crazy. Congratulations. He got the aura back. For real. I did pick Ank, though, but I'm just saying I knew Poetan was a beast. He has a great resume. Yeah, you know what, man? I thought Alex was done for it, man, but he did everything that he said that he was going to do, and you can't really hate him too bad for that, can you? So I don't know, man. Listen, I'm gutted. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm very much gutted from all of this. I wanted our guy to win, man. You know what I mean? But you know what? It doesn't go like that all the time. Sorry. Yeah, I said you have your own favorite guys. It's just the name of the game. It's how it goes sometimes. But yeah. He says, looking back at the first was 3-2 in hindsight. I was gutted. Poetan, good role model, no alcohol. He's got his throne back. I don't know about good role model, man. Let's slow down on that a little bit. You know what I mean? I'm not saying by a long shot that he's a good role model. Slow down. All right, listen, winning a fight doesn't make you win the moral high ground of life. You know what I mean? Like, that's, yeah. But shout out to him, though. Congratulations. We take nothing away from Poetan. It is what it is. I don't gotta like it, but I'm sure you guys love it. And if you guys are happy about it, then, hey, listen, life isn't that bad. You know what I'm saying? Your boys can't go out there and win it all the time. So what is next for Alex Pereira? Heavyweight? What do you guys think? Heavyweight could be the next fight? Oh, my video is about to premiere right now. Go ahead and watch it right now. Maybe we can watch it together right here. Oh, they're asking Dana, what did he say to Joe Pyfer when he walked out after his win? All right, here we go. Premiere starting right now.
Capital Group and
Yes,
KKR
at
are
heavyweight.
expanding
I
access
like
to a world of
Jiri and
investing once
Ulberg
reserved for
next. Yeah,
select
that
few.
sounds like a pretty good fight
Explore
up
our
next
world of
to
public
watch.
private
Yeah.
plus funds. Take the first step.
All right, guys, check out my new video that I got right now. Put up another tab on this one. I can't believe it. Alex Pereira is now the undisputed 205 champion once again. Overhand right over Ankalaev. Next thing you know, he's down on the ground, hitting him with 12 to 6 point elbows, and it was all over from there. Now, Alex Pereira is now the champion. The UFC is happy that he is world champion. And to be quite honest with you, I am not happy that he is world champion because I'm going to be honest with you. I had a lot of biasness going into this fight due to the fact that I love Ankalaev for the most obvious reasons that I don't need to go into. But on any regard, it is combat sports by the end of the day. Anybody can win at any given time, and it is just a reality of the situation. Let's hear what he has to say to Joe Rogan right now real quick before we continue on.
Você foi pra cima, isso te surpreendeu? Não me surpreendeu, eu tinha isso desde a primeira luta, mas eu falei pra todo mundo, eu não sou de dar desculpas, mas eu não estava bem. Hoje eu estou bem, eu provei pra todo mundo. It did surprise me. I saw that in the first
He said it didn't surprise him.
excuses, but I've been saying I wasn't well that night, but tonight I'm very
Okay. So that's the other factor going into this, right? He said that he wasn't well the first time. You know what, man? A lot of fighters make these types of excuses every time, right? This time around, it's very difficult to deny Alex Pereira of that. Due to this performance, how can you deny the fact that he was actually really hurt last time? Look, a lot of guys make all types of excuses. Conor McGregor said something to the effect that his toe was like a balloon when him and Khabib were fighting. And by the way, that's coming up in a couple of days of its anniversary. Either way, a lot of people looked at that as an excuse, right? Manny Pacquiao mentioned he had a shoulder injury when he fought Floyd Mayweather, taken away from Floyd Mayweather's win. Well, Alex Pereira said in the last fight he had a broken hand. You know what? It made a difference this time. You want to know why it made a difference? Because at first I thought, you know what? It wasn't his foot that was broken. So therefore, whatever footwork we saw out of that fight, it's the same thing that we're going to see out of this one. The only difference is that him having a broken hand is really detrimental to his knockout power. And this time he proved exactly why that is.
at the top of the mountain. Ladies and gentlemen, the undisputed light heavyweight champion of the world, Alex Pereira!
And there it is, right? So I just wanted to play that right now live in the moment as it happens to give you guys a glimpse of what is going on right now, the thrill, the agony, and defeat. This is all that I really have to say about that, right? We could talk about the kicks and the punches all day. We could talk about the speculations of whether he was really injured or whether he wasn't. The fact of the matter is, here's what you have to learn about combat sports, right? It is ups and downs, thrills and agonies and defeats and everything in between. So as much as he's doing his Andrew Tate dance celebration right now, okay, other nights he was laid out, knocked out cold by Izzy and, defeated by Ankalaev for 5 rounds. Tonight, it's a little bit different. It is him that is the victor. It is him that is now the 2-time undisputed 205 champion and potentially now the face of the UFC, right? How can you deny that, right? He has the marketability, he has the likability, whether I like it or not. A lot of people love the whole Shama thing. A lot of people love the content that he does with Nina Drama, this, that, and the other. I tend to not like it. I personally think that I would rather see fighters look as stoic as humanly possible. Look at this. Now he's right there with Mark Zuckerberg, dapping it up with Mark Zuckerberg. Okay, that's fine. Mark Zuckerberg is one thing, but then collaborating with Nina Drama and all this other foolish stuff that they have going on, I'm just not down with that whatsoever. But to each its own. He deserves his victory, and to the victory is how they write the history, to how they deem fit. And if he deems fit that this is how he wants to celebrate and how he wants to go out and how he wants to present himself, let him do so, because he is a winner. But by the end of the day, you know, there are winners and losers in the octagon. And by the end of the day, you still have to go home to your family, no matter what it is that you believe or no matter what it is that you stand on. But on any regard, that is Alex Pereira with this win right now. What does Jiri have to say?
I will find a way for Alex in the third match.
What would be different this time around?
You know, as you saw the fight, there was a pressure. There was a pressure from Alex. And in this my last fight with Khalil, I really understand I need the pressure from opponent, from myself. And in that case, I'm working the best. I'm doing the best. So I just need to accept who I am and just go through every time. And
so basically, what he's talking about right now is his fight tonight with Khalil Rountree. By the way, Merab got a win, 5-round decision against Corey Sandhagen. Nothing that we didn't expect. That was exactly how we would have drawn it up. So what Jiri is talking about is simply this. He wants to go in there, impose his will, fight a firefight, create chaos the way that he did against Khalil Rountree, because Khalil Rountree is a very methodical fighter, very conventional Muay Thai fighter. Whereas with Jiri, he's also a very technical fighter, but technical in a sense where, you know what, he is unconventional and he is very difficult to read. So as such, of being difficult to read, he had to create something different when two methodical guys are having a chess match at each other. What did he do? He created the chaos, and throughout the chaos, he came out of the fire as the more durable guy between the two, and created an advantage for himself to win this fight. Now he is the #1 contender. Merab is still champion, and Alex Pereira is now once again the undisputed 205 champion of the world. That is all that I have for this one. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you in the next one, inshallah. All right. Okay, so I'm going to address a couple of things to you, okay? Can you guys hear me okay? Just make sure my mic is on, okay? Let's go back to some of the comments that you have up here. By the way, shout out to all the Alex Pereira fans that are in here, by the way. Yes, I do have my own biasness. That's just the name of the game. You guys obviously have your own biasness. I mean, look at your screen name. It's King Silva, for crying out loud, with a picture of Charles Oliveira, if that isn't pro-Brazilian as it gets. So, okay, we got the chance going. He says Chama. He said he didn't run. All you Muslims are the same. I don't understand why you have to make it about that. But okay, he wasn't healthy and Ank got caught. Yes, that is true. Pipe down, you sound like a hater. No, I'm not. What I am is being honest about something, right? A hater would say, well, you know what, Alex isn't really that good. Or saying that, you know what, if your, let's say, favorite fighter is a dry humper or some sort of grappler of any kind, right? Making some excuses. Well, you would rather fight this way rather than fight like a man. That's what a hater sounds like, right? What I am is being very objective about the skills that Alex Pereira has going on, but at the same time, I'm being honest about the fact that I just don't like all the content that he does with Nina Drama. I just think all of that is stupid, and I think that it does nothing but devalue the fighters into not making them look as stoic and as manly as the way that they should be. But that's just my opinion. Yes, Sergio Pettis, I did see that fight yesterday. Very shocking. Magomed was dominating that fight until the spinning back elbow out of nowhere. So, okay, Morris, yeah, we smoking that Russian Pac-Man. Shout out to you, man. He says, Ank is a hater. I'm sorry. Alex never ran. Yeah, I'm sorry, bro. I apologize. Who cares? He getting money. Yes, that's true. Look, here's the reality of it, guys, okay? Let me give you guys a sobering thought and reality to things, right? The only people that are getting the money out of this whole situation are content creators like myself, also Ankalaev, who have lost, but is still going home with some money. He's a former world champion. And, of course, Alex Pereira, he was going to get paid the same regardless he was going to win or lose. He's getting money and he's getting movie deals. Are you? Respectfully, he's a star. You know, it's a stupid comparison if you try to make. This is what a lot of people try to do when they try to create some kind of, weird argument. He's saying, well, he's a star. Are you? Well, you're saying respectfully, but really it's not a respectful question. It's a question of gotcha moments, right? That's, but I get it. I understand. You're an anonymous person. You're not a real person. You have a fake name, which is 90% of everybody in the internet, and that's not a problem at all. But I'm just addressing the reality of the situation, right? I may not like Alex Pereira. I may not like the way that he goes about things. I don't like the stupid content he does with Nina Drama, and I'm going to stand on that. But at the same time, by the end of the day, he's still a great fighter. I'm still a fight analysis. I'm still a YouTube MMA streamer, and I'm going to continue to watch these fights. And the reality is that we're the ones that had won. You're just mad outside of the ring. You're just mad outside of the ring. Cool. What do you mean by you're just mad outside of the ring? I don't know what you mean by that. Also, getting movie deals is one of the quickest ways for a fighter to be on a downfall. He says, can I get a Shama? No hate if you're Muslim. All respect, just celebrating for one of my favorite fighters. Yeah, no. There's nothing wrong with that, King Silva. You know what? I absolutely welcome that. Obviously, if I didn't welcome that, I would be like, man, get these Alex Pereira fans up out of here. But if anything, if you want your channel to grow, obviously you want all the fans to be here. You want all the Alex Pereira fans to be here, the Charles Oliveira fans, the Yusuf Zalal fans, the Merab fans, right? You want all the fans to be in here, not just the people who are fans of your favorite fighter, right? And by the end of the day, yeah, just wondering why you dislike Alex. He wasn't healthy. Look, what I don't like about Alex, it's a cultural thing. You got to understand, bro. Listen, we have, an Islamic culture that we come from. We're different than everybody else. We have a different way of life of going about things, and that's just the way it is. I don't hate Alex Pereira in any kind of way. Look, I don't hate any fighter whatsoever. I have no hate for any fighter whatsoever. I need you to understand that. It sounds like a religious thing. It is. Look, going out there making content with Nina Drama while you are, grabbing all types of body parts of hers or whatever in a disgusting manner is just not for me. Now, look, if you like that kind of entertainment and that's you, well, then I can understand why that is. You can't customize Alex. He's his own man. Well, here's the problem, right? I want to show you something. I want to tell you why that's a problem for me, right? Look, there's a lot of different fighters in the UFC. You don't see me criticize them in any kind of way, right? Why is it that I'm criticizing Alex Pereira? Well, I want to show you something right now, right? I want to show you Alex Pereira confessing his, confessing his conversion to Islam. Okay, let me show you this. Okay, then don't watch his content. I don't watch Nina. But here's the thing, Dr. Purple. What you got to understand is me as an MMA analyst, I'm going to have to watch everything. And I care about how these guys are being promoted. All right, here it is, right here.
وأشهد أن محمد رسول
الله
الله
أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وأشهد أن.
So you understand now? Alex Pereira confessed to have become a Muslim. Okay, that's called a Shahada. So that's what I have a problem with. I have a problem with the fact that you claim to be a Muslim man, and rightfully so, Ank made fun of him for drinking. Look, man, by the end of the day, this is not a conversation you guys want. I'm going to be honest with you. You're not intelligent enough to have this conversation. If you think that you are, prove me wrong. But I don't think you're intelligent enough to have this conversation, because right now, the only conversation that you understand is the moral high ground of Alex Pereira winning. And I understand that. But by the end of the day, it's not just about winning in the octagon for some people. I mean, sure, it helps a lot. It helps bring your notoriety. It helps bring you to the next level of what it is that you want to accomplish, or get movie deals, as you mentioned, or as the other guy mentioned, between you and King Silva. But yeah, he said he can't go back to the tire shop. There you go, right? He had a certain level of motivation there. Shout out to you, Toxic Gameplays, man. You know, I haven't seen you here in a while. Glad you're tapping in for this one. By the way, check out the video that I had just dropped, guys. I dropped the video on Alex Pereira's victory, by the way, right? I talk about why I like the victory, what I enjoyed about it, but what I also don't like about Alex Pereira being world champion. And, you know, I was very honest and adamant in, you know, in those, in that. So King Silva says, yeah, I am Christian. The UFC should excommunicate Nina, bro. All that goes on over there is sexualizing herself. She's just straight cringe. That's what I'm seeing. And on top of that, listen, I mean, look, I'm not one to, you know, butt into other people's businesses, but, you know, doesn't she have a husband? I mean, how embarrassing is that for her family to see that? Look, if I was the children of Nina drama and growing up seeing all of that, I would think to myself, wow, you know, this is an absolute cringe lord of a thing. And I would be embarrassed to be associated with this person, let alone be a fellow family member of mine in any kind of way. Toxic Gameplay says, Nina gets curved by every fighter who is in her 20s and 30s. Okay, so let's read these comments right here. Man, I've been getting my ass kicked at work, man. Oh, man, shout out to you, man. Hope everything is good at your work. He says, didn't Ank make fun of Alex for drinking? Yes, he did. And then watch his content. I don't watch Nina drama. You can't customize Alex as his own man. So that's what I have a problem with, right? When you say that you can't customize Alex, well, you know what? We hold Muslims to a certain standards, and if you're Muslim, then, you know, act upon it. If not, I mean, all this stuff about, you know, doing native rituals and all this shirk that is completely against Islam, it's just not something that we do. It's not something that we're down with. But Ank did it because he's Muslim. Yes, but Ank did it because he's Muslim. Okay, dude, Ank lost. Sergio won. Just remember, UFC 320. Are you into movies? Respectfully, I have a YouTube channel. I'm on a sort of a media platform in some kind of way, but it's a stupid argument for you to make, right? I think what you are one of these people that makes these elitist, you know, arguments, right? Like, for example, if I was to criticize an NBA player for an alleged grape case, right, or doing something against a woman or something like that, right, then the argument would be, well, are you in the NBA? Well, that's sort of irrelevant to the fact that we are talking about this basketball player being accused of something. Like, I don't think you need to be in the NBA to call out what it is that they need to do. But this idea that you have, it's because you're elated right now, and as well as you should be, of the fact that your favorite fighter had won, and then you go on about, well, you know, respectfully, are you in movies or this and that? Well, who says that my ambitions is to be in the movies in the first place? And even if it is my ambition to be in the movies and I never was, what difference does it make that it makes it relevant to this particular topic, other than the fact that you just want to create a gotcha moment. Hey, look, I asked him if he was ever into movies, but Alex Pereira was. So therefore, I'm going to feel superior about this argument. That's really what that is in a nutshell, to be quite honest with you. Toxic Gameplay says, bro, if I'm supporting the event and paying for it, I can say whatever I want for it as a customer. Correct. And I believe this is you in reference to, I guess the fact that I'm sort of against, the lifestyle of Alex Pereira and how he supposedly carries himself as a Muslim. Yeah, that's, you know what? And the UFC encourages that. This is the reason why channels are prompted up for this reason, right? Because, there's different perspectives in a game that a lot of people don't talk about. There's a lot of people that don't talk about the religious aspect of Alex Pereira in any capacity. But why is it that I do? Well, the reason why I do is because I want to give a different lens to the game. And that's just, ultimately what we offer as a result of that. So, all right, man, we're moving on to the bonus round of this one. Let's see here. Yeah, once again, a very ignorant comment on your part, but, I'm going to allow you to say what you want to say because, this is your job is to feel better about yourself when you come here. And, yeah, man, say whatever it is that you want to say. That is your God-given right. But, yeah, that's the name of the game. You're here to talk about what you want to talk about. Do you mess with Richard Ramirez? No, who's that? Let me know who Richard Ramirez is or what that entails. Is that a content creator? Is that a YouTuber of any kind? Or is that anybody that I need to look out for? Yeah, give me some context on that particular matter, my man. Russian fighters aren't going to be on the top forever. Well, see, this is the thing about what you're saying, right? Like, I think right now you are in high elation of your fighters beating some of the top guys in the world. But that is a reality. That is a fact, right? Not all the Russian fighters are going to be on top forever, and that's what it is. King Silva says Richard Ramirez is a serial killer from California, the Night Stalker. Ah, yes. Okay. King Silva says, First Amendment right. It's the way I don't like Strawn Strickland. He's degeneracy in his actions. So that you know what? I agree with you, right? It's funny that he calls other people out on his degeneracy and this, that, and the other. But the reality is he's sort of a big degenerate himself. I mean, you can't deny the degeneracy that he has going on. Toxic Gameplay says, I'm saying that in regards to people having a right to feel how they want about fighters and their lifestyle. Yeah, there you go. That's what it is, right? So you're absolutely right about that. So let's see, man. What else is going on right now? Yeah, man, I think I'm gonna head out, man. I think that's all that I really have for this one right now. Guys, I got a video out right now. Alex Pereira, this 2-time undisputed. Again, right up there. Yeah. We got here ICE military raids. Oh, wow. They got ICE military raids going on in Chicago right now, huh? Okay. All right. Let's see, so I think we got up to 1,000 views on this one. Let's see if we could get this up to 2,000 and keep this going. Okay, yeah, we're already at 21K. All right. So, okay. Okay, so let's see here. Okay, so Toxic Gameplay says, I remember Khan got a lot of flack from Muslims before the Canelo fight. Huh? Why is that? What did he do? Have a great night, brother. Thanks for the stream and Chama. Shout out to you, my man, and I hope that you enjoyed this night. Hey, listen, this is the name of the fight game, right? Your guy won tonight. Other nights, our guys are going to win, and that's just what it is. Toxic Gameplay says he broke his Ramadan fast the day of the fight and got knocked out. Okay. Toxic Gameplays. I know the sports bettors. I know the sports bettors are mad. Okay. Yeah. Because I think they were betting on Ankalaev to win this one. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Definitely had Ankalaev winning this one, but that wasn't the case. All right, guys, listen, I'm going to head out right now. Thank you so much for everybody around the world that has been tapped into this one. I really enjoyed this one right here. Really had a great time, had a great night. I hope you guys had a great night. Obviously, not the type of night that I had expected, especially since I wanted our guys to win. But that's the name of the game, right? It's a thrill and agony and everything in between. With that in mind, guys, don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you you know what? Let's do a little bit of a bonus stream right now. Okay, let's do a little bit of a bonus stream. I'm going to show you something right now, okay? So this guy that is featured on my outro, he got in a little bit of a heap of mess as of late, right? We're going to get to the bottom of this and find out some things. So this is Rich Trapper, okay? Well, I'd like to say he's a YouTube ally of mine, right? I'd like to say that he's an ally of mine. He has issues with this guy named Flakko who works for Adam22 and No Jumper. Let me show you the intro and we'll get to the bonus content of this right now.
MMA needs if you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA. Shout outs to Kyrie, El-Kheer MMA, Sacramento, California represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Kyrie, my man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You would think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You will never see it coming. So for those of y'all.
All right. So let me show you guys what this guy has been up to as of late, right? Let me show you guys what has been going on with Rich Trapper right now. Let me show you this. Hold on just a second. Let's go to Poetic Flakko's page. Flakko. Right here. Let me show you guys this.
Years now that he reported my video and got it taken down temporarily. So he tries to take down the content,
Okay, so once again, a little bit of a reminder of who this guy is, right?
MMA needs if you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA. Shout outs to Kyrie, El-Kheer MMA, Sacramento, California represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Kyrie, my man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You would think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You will never see it coming. So for those of y'all.
All right, so back at it. Here we go. Here's what's going on.
To get me a community guideline strike. But listen, I follow all the rules. I am an upstanding citizen on YouTube. So YouTube tells me, Flakko, we know you don't break the rules. We know you don't break the laws. You're one of our most upstanding citizens on this app. We know you ain't do nothing wrong. So YouTube said, listen, okay, he's complaining. He's filing reports that you, quote unquote, use one of his numbers in the video that he claims is not his number, by the way.
In other words, they also know that you're a snitch.
Just take it down, please. Or no. You don't gotta take it down, Flakko. Just edit the video out and we'll reinstate the video. And that's exactly what happened. I edited out the parts that he reported and YouTube reinstated my video. Before we get into my new discoveries that apparently he's deadly terrified of coming out as well, let's just do a quick recap on exactly what we discussed in our last video, just so you guys know how much of a monster this nasty, dirty, rolling 60 Crip reject is. He was arrested in November of 2018 for a felony aggravated assault.
So this is all the paperwork that he has out on Rich Trapper right now.
Against his girlfriend. He whooped her, he beat on her until she wasn't recognizable, disfigured her face. The mother of his kids, Araya Sanders, filed a family protective order against.
Thoughts on, says Kyrie El-Kheer. I have a question. Do you guys think Khalid Sheikh Mohammed is a good guy? Khalid Sheikh Mohammed. Who is that exactly? Who is that exactly? There's a lot of people named Khalid, Sheikh, and Mohammed, so you're going to have to elaborate with me who that is.
Against Rich Trapper. She left the relationship, according to her, because he would choke her until she was unconscious on multiple occasions. He beat her throughout their relationship. And once she says, hey, I'm done with this, I don't want to be with you anymore because I want to live because you can't control yourself, he then began to stalk her, send her threatening messages when she tried to get away. He is a classic predator. This man is a despicable, horrible human being who needs to be exposed. The world needs to know who this guy is. He shouldn't be dating anyone. He shouldn't be preaching, giving commentary, giving analysis to anybody. Nobody.
Yeah, the answer is, of course not. Thoughts on, but shout outs to you, my man. Let me know what part of the world you are from.
Who can disfigure a woman they're with. Nobody who can choke their baby mama until she's unconscious should have a platform. And I stand by that. And when she tries to get away, he would text her things like, I'm going to F and kill you. It makes it impossible for her to live a regular life and do regular things like date other men, like take care of her kids, like go to work. He became unbearable until she had to file. So he beat up one woman until she's disfigured. And then he's stalking, harassing, and beating up his baby mama until she leaves him. And then he's still stalking her. He even stalked me how he was stalking his baby mama. He was texting me from text app numbers pretending to be a fan of mine who was giving me advice, telling me, hey, yo, leave Rich Trapper alone. Hey, man, Flakko, don't do that. I want you to have your channel, bro. You can't. Whole time, it was Rich Trapper texting me pretending to be somebody else. This man has schizophrenia, bro. This man is a weirdo. And I only found out it was him texting me.
Now, listen, there's no proof of that fact that he's saying that that was him on the other side.
From a text app number as a fan, when I looked at the restraining order and the family protective order paperwork and seen that he was texting his baby mama threats from that same number. He tells her, last warning, do it again and you will lose the little bit you have left. Watch your effing mouth, bitch. Try me, I'll make your life miserable. Like, come on, man. He's just stalking that woman for no reason. And then once he finds out that I know is not a fan and is actually him, he then texts me threatening to bury me and to bury his baby mama. Like, what does that mean? You're going to kill me and kill her too for exposing you because you are a nasty human being? Now, being nasty and being a monster is bad enough. But being a monster and thinking you're smarter than everybody else and thinking you...
By the way, for those of you that are watching, this is my homie that he's talking about right now. You know what I mean? This is the homie of mine that he's talking about right now. Let me show you in context who I'm talking about before we continue this video.
Needs, if you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA, shout outs to Kyrie, El-Kheer MMA, Sacramento, California, represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Kyrie, my man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You would think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You will never see it coming. So for those of y'all,
yeah, just to kind of give you guys a little bit of some context of who he's talking to here.
Manipulate everybody else is even worse. So Rich Trapper makes a video responding back to me, responding back to the allegations, responding back to me showing the arrest record, the conviction, me showing the family protection order that was granted, the testimony from his baby mama. He responded back, and his rebuttal to all this evidence that he brutalized and victimized women, that he beats women, that he's a terrible human being, he stalks women. His rebuttal to all of this was him trying to manipulate the public thinking y'all are stupid, as well as getting help from ChatGPT.
So now we have these things where Pathetic Fatso says, my kid's mom, Aria, shout out to Aria, that's not how you say her name, but Aria works. Aria works for context. Rich Trapper has a protective order against her for beating her until she's unrecognizable, but I got full custody of my kids. So if I got full custody of the kids, let's do a timeline here. If I whooped her before I got full custody, she would go to court battered and bloody and beaten and shown he's a monster. He's a monster. And then I wouldn't have full custody of my kids, all of them. Or if it happened before, then she would say, here's the proof. He's a monster. And then I never would have gotten full custody. So I don't know anybody who's cold enough.
One thing you got to understand, right? If somebody hates you, you got to understand, of course, they're going to lie on you. They're going to say all types of ridiculous things to make you look bad. That's just really what it comes down to.
If my lawyer or I'm ever cold enough to whoop their mother beyond recognition and still end up and continue to have full custody, bad for the mucker. Trap GPT, are you there?
Absolutely. I'm here and ready to roll. What can I do for you, Rich Trap?
If a person whooped out their baby mama beyond recognition, if a man severely beat his child's mother beyond recognition, before or after a custody case, would he have full custody of the child?
In a scenario like that, it's pretty likely that the person who committed that kind of violence would not end up with full custody. Courts really prioritize the safety and well-being of the child, and any kind of severe violence, especially toward the other parent, would be a huge red flag.
Rich Trapper is not a smart guy. He thinks he is, but he's not a smart guy. And because he's not a smart guy and he lies a lot and tries to manipulate, it often gets him in trouble because he's not savvy or slick enough to pull it off. Okay? So first off, you don't respond back to the arrest report. You don't respond back to the family protection order that was granted. You don't respond back to anything. You use ChatGPT. But let's address his claims, okay? You see, he thinks he's slick. He says, I got custody of my kids. So how can I do this if the court granted me full custody of my kids? Rich Trapper and Aria has one child. They have a son together. Follow along. I promise it'll all make sense in 30 seconds. And you'll realize how he tried to manipulate you. So Rich Trapper would show footage of him at the kids' football game or football practice in LA as proof that he has custody of the kids. So yeah, right? Like here's the kids, right? Now, the people he shows are his twins. His twins are with him. They're playing football. He has full custody of his twins. In this court document here, Rich Trapper tells his twins, you're never gonna see your stepmom again because she was laying up with another man. She's referring to Aria as the stepmom of the twins. Aria is the stepmom. Those are not her kids. So why would she get custody of those kids? Those are your kids. Like, those are not her kids. You would get custody. But he tries to manipulate the situation, tries to word it as if him getting custody of the kids that don't belong to her is proof that he didn't whoop on her or the protective order is not valid. That's not true. It's a lie. The twins are not her kids. You getting custody of the twins from another relationship has no bearing on the protective order between you and Aria. And as a matter of fact, I pulled additional paperwork and I discovered that Rich Trapper filed to get this dismissed. He filed to get the protective order overturned, but it was denied. So this peon puts in a request to have it thrown out, as if it wasn't true, as if he didn't choke out that woman, right? But it was denied. And here's what happened, okay? So Mr. Hill's motion to set aside a 12-month family violence.
All right, man. So a lot of drama in the YouTube streets right now. I just wanted to sort of end it with that, right? Something a little different. Yeah. What else? What else is there right now going on in the world of MMA? Oh yeah. That's right. Jeremy Stevens and Mike Perry. I'm gonna go watch that fight right now. As a matter of fact, hold on. Let's see what else is going on in the press conference right now. Let's see if anybody of any importance is doing a press conference. I know Alex Pereira is gonna get up there soon. There's Jiri right now. Jiri is right up there right now. Okay. So, all right, man. Yeah. Let's hear what Jiri has to say. Yeah, so they're asking Jiri, you felt like you really had to go and win this last final round, huh? Yeah, he felt that he was too patient. They asked him, when do you think you hurt him? Was it into round 3 or round 2? All right, listen, that's it. That's all I'm going to go for right now. Yeah, check out all the press conferences. Check out my new video that I got out right now. Great night of fights. Look, this is the way I'm going to recap this, right? Look. It is the thrill and the agony. Sometimes your favorite guys win. Sometimes your favorite guys lose. It is just what it is by the end of the day. Fresh Melon Juice says, hey, man. Hey, how are you, my man? Shout out to you. Hope you enjoyed the fight and Russian recap. No. Next time when we come back for the live stream. God bless you, man. And God bless everyone around the world. Hope you guys enjoyed the event. It was a great event nonetheless. It didn't have to be a result that I wanted or not, but by the end of the day, it is the fans and the creators on YouTube that win by the end of the day. So shout out to everybody around the world. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
MMA needs, if you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA, shout outs to Kyrie, El-Kheer MMA, Sacramento, California, represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Kyrie, my man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You will think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man. Fuck you up. You will never see it coming. So for those of y'all